dan Langkawi. Oh, Metu dan Langkawi. Di sini waktunya dunia kian menikmati keindahan kita.
Di sini mekalah talian mesra di antara setiap.
truly Asia. Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at Petronas Vitor de Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
At Petronas, you get more. More points. Simpler, better, now cardless. Just key in your phone number at the pump, Mesra store counter, or use the Settle app. Get up to 3 times more Mesra rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel.
As I slip from my skin and into the soul of the sea, I let go like the ocean. I am free. I dance with sharks and move with reefs. The tempo of my heartbeat is now one with the sea.
Above, I am the master of speed. Here, life humbles me as I descend into the unknown, to a new world beyond my imagination. I make friends with so-called danger. It's electrifying, the rush of adventure. From a sea of fishes to nature's finest teacher, I am your humble student.
Someone smart once said, the best way to observe a fish is to become a fish. So I seek my respect, make friends with the subject, and call this my home. We share our mornings together, floating through the calm, learning from each other. You find out more when in silence.
This world, all alien to me, yet I feel closer to the deep blue sea. I feel welcome, just being here, just me, myself, and my new friends.
The gentle bed of water, friendly faces with warm hellos. The voice of the sea speaks to my soul. It's big, it's small, it's a little strange, but it's all so unique. When I'm here, I feel like I belong. My new friends, they welcome me. Now with every moment and breath, I truly feel alive.
At Petronas, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless. Really? Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app. Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
You will love the land we have, different races everywhere. The soul of Asia is surely here, this beautiful Malaysia. You will love the colors we have, where the sun loves to shine, and sandy beaches and clear blue waters and smiling friendly faces. This land is beautiful. It steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia. This land is beautiful. It steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia.
pelumba-pelumba bagi saingan peringkat yang ke-7 LTDL 2024. Yang penting adalah sambutan orang-orang Bintulu. 4 jam 17 minit.
Di depan sana kita nampak ada Gleb Siritsa, we have Tudor Arvid Decline, and we have Education Riders. Let's see who is going to cross the finishing line in Bintulu after cycling 199 kilometers.
Baik, hari ini kita akan berkampung, berpengkalan di Bintulu. Inilah penamat semalam berakhir di Bintulu dari Miri, dan hari ini ialah Bintulu Loop, salah satu bandar di Sarawak yang akan menjadi tumpuan untuk perjalanan yang akan menutup tirai edisi ke-28 bagi Petronas Letuh di Langkawi. Hari ini cuaca dalam keadaan yang baik. Ini yang kita mahukan, yang mana juga akan bermula di sini, berakhir di sini di sekitar bandar Bintulu untuk perjalanan bagi menutup tirai edisi ke-28 sekali lagi. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat pagi semua. Kita kena terus bersemangat kerana hari merupakan hari penutup, hari yang akan terjawab segala-galanya untuk perjalanan yang panjang bermula di peringkat yang pertama dan kita akan berakhir di peringkat yang ke-8 sebentar saja. Hari ini sebenarnya. Jadi sebelum itu seperti biasa kita nak ucapkan terima kasih dan jutaan penghargaan kepada penaja-penaja terutamanya Petronas, Tourism Malaysia, Bubbles O2 dan semualah yang berada di sebalik kejayaan dan juga kelancaran perjalanan bagi Petronas Letuh di Langkawi 2024 yang semakin menghampiri untuk kita melabuhkan tirainya. Jadi apapun kerancakan masih lagi terasa, persaingan debaran masih lagi terasa untuk kita melihat perlumbaan hari ini peringkat yang ke-8 sejauh 147.5 km Bintulu Loop. Saya bersama dengan adik saya ni masih kekal. Dik, hari ini adalah pasti akan ada drama, pasti ada pelumba yang pantas laju hari ini, Dik.
Betul kan? 147.5 km peringkat terakhir ini untuk edisi yang ke-28 Petronas Letuh di Langkawi. Jadi Lan, hari ini menarik untuk diperkatakan perlombaan hari ini memang betul-betul cakap kita boleh lihat perebutan jersey-jersey utama masih terbuka. Tetapi untuk jersey pendakian Keong Mountain, of course sudah kita tahu milik daripada pelumba daripada pasukan Burgos. Jadi hari ini apa-apa akan berlaku Lan, kita banyak lagi boleh kita memperkatakan sebentar nanti Lan.
Betul, terutamanya sebagaimana dikatakan persaingan jersey masih lagi terbuka, dua jersey utama yang kita akan menjadi tumpuan. Yang mana jersey hijau walaupun Max Pool hampir pasti dia nak kekalkan kedudukan ini. Dia pasti ada perancangan kerana sedar bahawa ketinggalan 13 saat Thomas Pasenti yang akan mencabar dan mengintai peluang untuk cuba memintas mendapatkan jersey pendahulu jersey Petronas hijau. Kemudian ini juga jersey yang menjadi rebutan. Ini lebih berdebarkan di antara Arvid Decline ataupun Matteo Malucelli. Hanya dibezakan dengan satu mata sahaja. Jadi ini yang kita mahukan, debaran persaingan sehingga ke penghujung peringkat terakhir sebagaimana akan berlaku hari ini. Pencaturan taktikal dan juga teknikal yang akan kita akan berikan perhatian untuk pelumba perebutan jersey. Jadi inilah hampir pasti ataupun pengesahan Mario Aparicio yang akan kekal selaku pemegang jersey Pokarot, selaku Raja Bukit selepas dia mengumpul 27 mata, ketinggalan 5 mata Max Pool, dan pastinya itu bukan tumpuan utama untuk Max Pool, manakala Manabu Ishibashi hampir pasti kekal pencabarnya rakan sepasukan ketinggalan 2 minit 41 saat. Jadi Manabu Ishibashi akan menjadi pelumba terbaik Asia. Dan sekarang ini kita nak terus mendapatkan lili untuk perkembangan dan juga update aktiviti sampingan di sana.
Baik, selesai peringkat ke-7 saingan Petronas Letuh di Langkawi, di mana semua petugas dan juga pelumba dah pun selamat tiba di Bintulu. Namun tugas kami belum lagi selesai dan program prihatin diteruskan di mana satu majlis melibatkan tim Cavalcade bersama Bintulu Port berlangsung di Dewan JKKK Vai Kuala Segat.
Alhamdulillah hari ini kita bersama LTDA kita membuat program CSR prihatin kepada komuniti Kuala Segan yang memerlukan bantuan. Terima kasih kepada LTDA sebab inilah kali pertama Bidulul Port berkolaborasi dalam Ritual Langkawi. Thank you so much.
Okey, hari ini ramai yang hadir nampaknya, Puan.
Alhamdulillah hari ini kalau kita tengok hari ini lebih daripada penerima ada lebih daripada 35 orang. Tapi komuniti di sini bersemangat tahu nak tunggu this group akan berkaitan ke sini dan this is first time experience especially di Sarawak lah because it's never happened before this. Then of course everyone is very excited.
Ini satu sorakan untuk pelumba-pelumba Malaysia untuk hari terakhir esok.
Yes, show your best. You mesti berjaya. Even tak berjaya spiritedly, you berjaya. Kita sokong. Agi hidup, agi ngelaban. Ya, okey.
Baik, terima kasih Lily. Itu dia. Sememangnya Petronas Selatan Langkawi tidak melupakan individu ataupun komuniti yang memerlukan. Jadi tahniah untuk penganjuran dan juga pihak bertanggungjawab bersama dengan Lily juga. Jadi perjalanan hari ini sejauh 147.5 km. Tiada pendakian tetapi ada pecutan, 3 zon pecutan Dik, tetapi yang mencabarnya ialah dari segi mental ialah mereka perlu mengharungi loop. Itu cabaran berbeza Dik untuk pelumba.
Kalau kita lihat peringkat ke-8 hari ini Bintulu Loop kesemua 103 pelumba dia akan mengharungi satu loop besar di Bintulu sejauh 113 km Selepas itu mereka akan memasuki circuit di finishing di Bintulu juga sejauh 8.5 km sebanyak 4 kali Jadi situlah kita akan lihat nanti kemungkinan besar jika akan ada kelompok-kelompok kecil yang berlaku di situ kita akan lihat akan terjadi overlap terjadi overlap, pelumba tersebut yang kena overlap terpaksa dikeluarkan daripada perlumbaan. Itu yang kita akan lihat nanti.
Itu cabaran untuk setiap pelumba. Dia soalan kalau perlumbaan motosikal ialah ada back marker, automatik mereka akan dikeluarkan dari perlumbaan. Itu yang bakal kita saksikan untuk perlumbaan peringkat terakhir, peringkat ke-8 yang mana sejauh 147. Satu loop besar sekali 113 km manakala 84 km dan 4 loop yang perlu diharungi oleh kesemua. Jadi sekarang ini tadi kita dah Lily dah kongsikan aktiviti sampingan tapi hari ini tak lengkap tanpa Lily untuk nak memberikan preview sebelum perlumbaan untuk Bintulu Loop peringkat yang ke-8. Silakan Lily.
Alright, thank you studio. Gembira kami ada talk cuaca nyaman. Itu antara bahasa Sarawak yang sempat Lily pelajari dengan orang-orang di sini. But anyway, sangat excited untuk peringkat terakhir selepas 8 hari. Pelumba Britain Max Paul dari pasukan DSM Fermanik juara keseluruhan lepas menamatkan saingan di laluan terpanjang peringkat ke-7 LTDL 2024 dari Miri ke Bintulu. Hari ini hari penting, peringkat terakhir melibatkan laluan mengelilingi bahagian Bintulu sejauh 147.5 km. Should be no problem buat poll untuk cipta sejarah muncul juara termuda sejak tahun 1996 dan sementara perebutan jersey orange di antara RV Decline dan juga Matteo juga dijangka sengit disebabkan mereka hanya dibezakan dengan hanya satu mata. Fokus seterusnya buat pasukan Malaysia adalah misi realisasi Malaysian Pro Cycling Team menghabiskan perlumbaan dengan gelaran Best Asian Team mampu dicapai selain pelumba Aiman Zarif hampir pasti dinobat sebagai Best Malaysian Rider Overall. So macam-macam akan berlaku pada hari terakhir dan inilah keadaan ketika ini di sekitar kawasan permulaan di mana cuaca sekarang memang agak baik tapi kalau nak diikutkan di weather forecast mungkin akan berlakunya hujan sebentar sahaja lagi. Tapi kita harapkan cuaca yang baik sepanjang perlumbaan terakhir hari ini. Dan as for Lily sebagai individu yang pertama kali melibatkan diri secara fizikalnya, saya sangat-sangat gembira dan kita mengharapkan juga keputusan positif mampu diraih pasukan Malaysia dengan hashtag kita semua timas, hashtag beat the heat.
Terima kasih Lily. Dah tahulah setiasa kat venue dia boleh bagi pool dia sekarang. Alright, walaupun tahniah Lily untuk perbualan bersama dengan keluarga LTDL. Jadi persaingan sebagaimana Lily kata, persaingan masih lagi kita juga bincangkan Dik, terutamanya hanya satu mata, terutamanya saya rasa jersey orange lah jadi topik utama untuk perlumbaan terakhir ni.
Betul kan? Of course, kalau kita lihat jersey orange perebutan jersey raja pecut Of course, kita boleh lihat Matteo Malucelli memenangi 2 peringkat. Arvin Declan juga memenangi 2 peringkat kan. Jadi kedua-dua pelumba ni memang macam mana pun hari ni merupakan hari yang terakhir perlumbaan, stage yang ke-8. Of course, saya rasa mereka akan fight siapa yang paling banyak memenangi peringkat untuk edisi yang ke-28 ni. Jadi tumpuan harus beri kepada Arvin dan juga Matteo hari ni. Tidak lupa kan, pelumba daripada pasukan Astana juga kan. Kerana semalam kalau kita lihat memang Astana memang bekerja keras untuk Gleb Plisa untuk menangi stage. Tapi sebelum ni Lan pun kena tahu Gleb pernah memenangi peringkat pertama. Of course, masing-masing ada misi tersendiri. Macam Gleb, of course dia nak samakan kemenangan di peringkat untuk edisi yang ke-28 ni. Untuk kedua, maknanya 2 kali menang untuk Gleb, 2 kali menang untuk Arvid, mungkin 2 kali menang untuk Matteo. Tapi apa-apa hari ini memang menarik untuk diperkatakan tentang JC Orange saja KBS hari ini lah.
Okey, ringkas adik. Jangkaan 3 pelumba ni kita letak 3. Okey, siapa pilihan adik?
Okey, untuk pilihan saya hari ini of course Matteo Malucelli lah. Sekali lagi kemungkinan akan memenangi peringkat untuk peringkat ke-8 ni jika perlombaan hari ini habis dalam keadaan bunch sprint lah.
Baik, adik pilih Matteo, saya terpaksa pilih Arvid Declan lah sebab saya cuba memahami perasaannya sebab semalam kecewa. Jadi mungkin dia akan menambah rekodnya untuk perbaiki kedudukan musim lalu 2 peringkat dan hari ini peluang untuk dia menambah kemenangan untuk peringkat ketiga peribadi untuk menutup tirai penuh gemilang bagi edisi ke-2024 untuk Petronas Letup di Langkawi. Jadi, tanpa buang masa, kita terus nak saksikan sebentar saja lagi untuk Bintulu peringkat ke-8 147.5 km bersama Syafiq dan juga Adik Husaini selepas ini.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final stage of 28th edition of Petronas Letup di Langkawi 2024. Danny, it's almost the end of this year's Tour of Langkawi.
Yeah, can you believe it? You know, we had so much exciting race. Initially with the change of course, no Genting stages, everyone thought it could be a boring race.
Yeah.
But we've been entertained the last 7 days. Absolutely thrilling. Obviously, Max Poole did a fantastic job in Cameron Highland. I mean, it wasn't an easy win.
For sure.
Because he had a small group and he practiced his sprint and he won the sprint of the climbers. And they take the jersey, but he only had a relatively small time gap. And then we saw Martin Haro Lopez was just 5 seconds behind. And but unfortunately for Martin, he had a penalty in one of the stages and lost 20 seconds. So, but however, look at the top GC, the top 3, number 3 spot. There's a fight going on for number 3 spot.
100%.
Later, we're gonna see the interviews of the riders. But there are 7 riders. There are 7 riders. Have the exact same time, 20 seconds behind Max Poole.
Yes.
And so any of them, if they take the grab the intermediate sprint just by 1 second, they could take the final podium position for the GC. Yeah, and obviously the big fight is for I think the KOM is already sealed up by Mario Aparicio.
That's
very
right.
aggressive rider, and also the best Asian jersey is also sealed up.
Yeah, by Manabu Ishibashi from Team Ukyo.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, however, the fight is really on your favorite subject, the fight for the sprinter jersey.
Exactly.
The orange jersey by KBS.
Yeah. So today's stage will start in the Bintulu, where the stage ended. So there's no transfer. I'm sure the staff and the riders appreciate that after a hectic transfer from Kulai to Miri. So on the screen now, they're about to flag off. A bit of an interesting course today. So it's a loop, a big loop around Bintulu. And pretty much after kilometer 113.6, which is the second intermediate sprint, they will do 4 laps of about 8.4 kilometers around Bintulu city. So if you're around Bintulu, come over. This is probably the most exciting exciting stage, because you can really see the riders going around the city multiple times.
Yeah, it's almost like a big criterium. There's an 8 kilometer, your favorite kind of course, 8.5 kilometer. The rider got to do 4 laps, and so they're going to cross the finish line 5 times. And then that will be the 5th time will be the final time. And it will be an exciting finish, because we saw interview with Marcelli, and he talked about guys gonna know the finish. Everyone knows the finish, so it's gonna make the race a little bit harder, and there was a little headwind. But talk about the fight for the orange jersey. So where is the position, and who is gonna be the dominant sprinter of this year Tour de Langkawi?
Right. So judging from what we've seen so far, we've got 7 stages. Pretty much only 2 stages that didn't end up in a bunch sprint. The rest pretty much ended in a bunch sprint. We saw that from all the sprints, Arvid de Klein was definitely have the upper hand when it comes to the lead-out train. He have a strong lead-out train. He have the teams to actually bring back everything together, pulling the breakaways for any breakaway attempt. But we've clearly seen that Matteo Malucelli, the Italian sprinter from Ucchio, have always been pretty smart. Despite he was never in any ideal position. He was always had to fend for himself. The team pretty much, the Ucchio team pretty much, what they did was delivered Ucchio behind the right train, and then Malucelli had to fend for himself. We can see in stage 2, he came out of nowhere, and same as stage 7, he came out of nowhere and got the win. So when it comes to these course, when it becomes really tricky, a circuit becomes a lot of corners, I'm gonna bet on Malucelli.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
For today's stage.
Okay. All right. So because they are Arvid de Klein has just 1 point advantage over Malucelli. So whoever wins today's stage, literally, even though if Arvid de Klein finished 2nd, he will lose the orange jersey.
That's right.
And also the bragging rights that who is the best sprinter in this year Tour de Langkawi.
For sure. And then also considering yesterday ended in the same place, there might be some trickiness to it. Maybe the Tudor Pro Cycling is going to do something. They probably have watched the tape yesterday, last night in the team meeting, and then they have understand where they went wrong. And considering that today it's going to be finishing on the same stretch of road, so they might have updated how they're going to tackle this finishing sprint. So it'll be interesting to see. Interesting to see how this gonna play out. So we've got about 5.3 kilometers of neutral zones. Just get some spin of the legs. Had a bit of a catch up with the other riders. Maybe talk about how the view was from the hotel. I don't know. Could be anything.
If they had a chance to do the river walk, and from the hotel, and there's I think 2.8 kilometer walk to watch the sunset. But I don't think the riders had the time or the energy to go out. But but I'm sure they enjoyed being able to wake up and not have to pack their bags. So one of the things about traveling stage to stage is that every morning you wake up, not only you got to get ready for the race, and you have to pack all your bags, all your gears, team mechanic, all the luggages, and then they got to transfer to the next hotel. So I'm sure it's a great relief they're able to wake up and just go down, dress up, and go down to the starting line.
Exactly.
So, very nice change of daily routine. For sure. I know that's always welcomed by the rider. So it is last day, and fight for the orange jersey and the bragging right of who is the best sprinter of this year 2024 Petronas Tour de Langkawi, and also battle for the last spot on the GC podium. So even though it's last day, it's a lot to fight for. It will be an exciting finish, and especially on a circuit, right? You've done a lot of criterium. I know you're a big fan of it. Whenever you do a circuit race, there's always guys that know the corner. They've gone through the loop, couple of times. So they're going. Each lap is going faster and faster, and especially coming to the last finishing, it's going to be pretty technical because you have a lot of turns and twists. So we will see who is the best bike handler in this kind of situation, right? Because because there's a little bit of hill too, just before the last. I guess that's a bridge they got to go over. There's a drawbridge, so they got to jump over the drawbridge, and then it's going to dive down to the last 1K. But it is straight run into the last 1K finish. But along the 8.4 kilometer circuit, it is pretty technical.
All right, so this is preview of stage 8, Bintulu Loop, 147.5 kilometers. They do a big loop around Bintulu. So the first sprint is not till kilometer 83.8, which is Kem Batu 18th. All right, and then
turn back.
Yes, probably the furthest first intermediate sprint in all the stages of Tour of Langkawi. And then after that, they will head straight back to where they started, which is in the town or city of Bintulu. And then over there, they will be doing a multiple laps, 4 laps, about 8.4 kilometer laps around the city of Bintulu, where the second lap of that will be the third intermediate sprint before they finish it off in the 4th lap where they started today. So here's a little bit of a view of the city of Bintulu. And Bintulu, obviously a city that was made famous due to the job opportunities that has been offered by Petronas due to the offshore drilling of oil. So Sarawak is very famous of that when it comes to the economic activities and also the oil and gas activity. They're very rich in oil and gas. They have a lot of energy resources here in Sarawak, and for Malaysians, they're very grateful for that.
And a lot of forests and jungles unexplored. A lot of caves. We talk about Mulu Cave, Nia Cave, two largest. Mulu Cave is one of the largest in the world. So if you're interested in some nature exploring, so I highly recommend get out to Sarawak and check out Nia Cave and the Mulu Cave. So it's beautiful, tropical jungles in Sarawak, and just throughout Malaysia generally. Everywhere you see, we've gone through the race and you see a lot of greenery and a lot of jungles and a lot of monkeys running around. So very nice scenery, natural scenery, and great for bring your bike along for a bike tour if that's possible. And it's always nice to see. It's always nice to bump into cyclists from other part of the world. They're bike touring in Malaysia. So these riders look like they're touring right now, but I'm sure they're just getting ready to start the action.
Oh yes, it's going to be another fast one today. It's not much of a hill, a bit of a roller coaster, but with these guys, this hills is just all these rollers on the road.
It's relative, right? It's relative.
It's relative
to
them.
mortals, mortal like us. That's a hill.
It's a hill
that's
for
a
them.
Mountain,
Yeah, it's just another road.
It's just
another flat road.
A bump on the road.
Just another speed bump.
Speed bump.
Just another speed bump on the road.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't talked much about this rider from MPC. This is Zulfikri. So that is Zulfikri. So he was previously on a mountain bike. He was pretty much a mountain bike athlete. His first attempt in the road cycling scene. He was the XCO Asian champion this year.
Fantastic.
And he got a gold medal in the SEA Games in Vietnam 2022. So he's his
the
first
mountain
time.
biker switch next peacock.
Pretty much, the next peacock for
Malaysia, right?
Yeah.
So it's you can talk a little bit because we haven't seen them at the front of the race so much. So we hope to talk a little more. Hope to see them more in the front actions. So this is a team I mentioned yesterday that used to be Sapura. But they, unfortunately, due to the economic situation, they lost Sapura as a title sponsor. So they're struggling a little bit. They're trying to find a next title sponsor. coming in. So Halas was luckily
Halas,
the
yes, the
Halas
bike
has
shop.
been have been helping the team with financially, trying to expand the team. But we certainly hope throughout this race, we'll be able to draw more attention from business around Malaysia and come in and trying to support the team like NPC, because without we talk about budgets, without the sponsors, large sponsor, corporate sponsors, these young cyclists have very difficult task ahead in developing. So for those corporate, if you want to market yourself, we talked a little bit yesterday about gone through different companies.
Yeah, someone wants to buy a Pulte.
Exactly,
Pulte vacuum.
vacuum. I'm ready to get one for my wife. I know she want to make sure the house is spanking clean. But there you go. But here's the opportunity to showcase that your product, your brand, your company brand out there, absolutely effective, because you watch a football match that only lasted 90 minutes.
Yeah,
And, but here,
hours and hours,
yesterday
multiple
was
days.
5 hours. Roughly about 5-6 hours on television as well on the YouTube channel. And so it's what would be a better way to market your company? And we saw some large brands
sure.
supporting the Malaysia, supporting other countries' cycling team like DSM. I Googled, they are like a huge company. They have like 16,000 people worldwide.
Oh, that's
right.
wow,
So
that's
we
amazing.
hope Petronas, company like Petronas, be able to. I mean, it's great they support the race, but also it'd be good, very nice if I see them on the jersey of the team.
Oh, yes.
It could be the Tringano, could be the NPC, or it could be a new team. So that's always good to see large companies want to invest in the local sports. But it is definitely an effective and popular way of marketing the brand. So
I absolutely
there
agree.
you go. Well, before we get into the action, we see the rider just warming up their legs right now for another hot today. No more rain.
Yeah, hopefully
yesterday
that's
was
the case.
very rainy, and especially on the circuit, tight circuit, that could be dangerous.
Yeah.
So hopefully the rain holds off, but it looks pretty windy at the beginning of the race.
Oh yes, it was. Yeah, you can see at the normally if you're by the if you live by the ocean, normally between that 12 p.m. till 5 p.m. that's normally the peak wind.
Yeah.
And then if you see yesterday's finish, what made Malucelli is the better sprinter was he came up pretty late.
Yeah.
Because it was a headwind in that sprint finish. He left it really late till about just under 100 meters to go.
Yeah.
He was good, because other sprinters like Gleb and also Arvid de Klein. Gleb was pretty much in the wind the whole time because he had to battle for the wheel with Arvid de Klein. Arvid de Klein came out early. I wouldn't say early. Normally he came out about 200 meters to go, which is, I guess, normally that's where you would come out. But Malucelli leave it till about late, 100 meters to go. So he got the better.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
there you go.
Yeah.
0 kilometer, and the race is on from Bintulu loop and back to Bintulu for 4 laps around the city of Bintulu.
Okay.
Nice circuit racing at the end.
Yeah.
As always, few breakaway attempts. We got here a visual of one rider in front here. We're yet to get a visual of which
like
rider it is. Looks like
white jersey. Could be Hong Kong.
Could be Hong Kong.
That's the sole Hong Kong rider left in this year's Tour de Langkawi. That could be him. It looks like this is the Hong Kong rider, but hopefully we get another view, closer shot of him in action.
White rider in the breakaway with another few riders, about 3 riders chasing from the peloton. Oh, you can see, you can hear.
EF. Here goes EF.
Exactly. Yes, for sure they're going to put out a good show today, because they haven't got anything yet. They haven't got a stage win. They haven't got any significant results. Yuhi Todome.
Yeah.
A rider from looks like Tarozzi. You're right. The only Hong Kong rider left in the Tour of Langkawi, putting on a good show.
Yeah, that's a brave move, because all your teammate has been drop out of the race, either DNF or finish outside the time limit, but doesn't mean that you will suffer the same fate. I mean, you go on aggression. What would be the better way to define define the peloton. You know, even though you're the only one left, certainly it's not a good position for any rider. But well, might as well go on attack.
Exactly.
Get himself noticed, and he's the only representative of Hong Kong Pro Cycling Team.
We've got 3 riders now.
Yeah, now it's
Joshua
4
Cronage
riders.
again.
Yep.
Joshua Cronage again. He was in the late breakaway with Afik Huzni and also Ayman Zarif in yesterday's stage. Looks like the leg is still fresh in Josh Cronage.
Yeah.
He's still got the legs to go for a breakaway. So we got Yuhi Todome from EF Education. We have Josh Cronage from ARA Skip Capital. And we also have a rider from Hong Kong, which we are still waiting on the jersey number to identify who specifically.
I think it's once, if I'm not mistaken, it was, well, let's wait for the replay it again. We saw it briefly, and I think it's 132, but we'll wait for the number to pop up on the screen. Here we go. Here are the breakaway riders. Who is the... So, Bariani, CSF, ARA Skip Capital, Todome from EF Education, and that's 130... 132, yeah, 132, that's what I thought.
Mo.
Ching-In Mo. Ching-In Mo. And it's a nice effort. And it looked like Peloton is not in an urgency to chase. So that's good opportunity for EF. Again, trying to win the stage. They have been close, very close. Stefan de Bon getting second. And on stage, so they would very much like to be on the very top of that podium.
It's like Sean Quinn looking for a bit of a service from the team car.
And look, there's no urgency at all in the chase. So today it's been chilling. Yeah, so they decided to just let the
Sunday
4 breakaway go. It's Sunday. It is Sunday. But I'm sure there will be some chase, some reaction from the peloton a little bit later.
4 riders. Looks like this is the breakaway of the day. So Ching-In Mo in the front, followed by Yuhi Todome from EF Education first. We have Josh Cronage from the ARA Skip Capital and another rider from Team Bardiani.
Let's get the number on Bardiani rider.
So 35-second of a gap from the peloton. But yeah, it's proper Sunday ride for these boys.
Yeah, it's been a tired racing. It's 7 days of hard racing. So it is a little bit of relief that seems like the peloton is not reacting just yet. But for these 4 riders, it's game on. They need to increase the gap to at least ideally a couple minutes, I think, before the peloton start reacting.
Yeah, looks like Alex Tolio. Alex Tolio, yeah.
Alex Tolio, yep. 166 Bariani CSF. And 4 rider working well together. I think they have a gap, should be bigger than the 35-second that's showing on the screen right now. And so their goal is right now to kind of get to the, here's the reaction from the back. And look like Hanshan rider sort of missed the break and now trying to get in the break. Yesterday we saw TSG was very active. Today I think suddenly I think it's Hanshan rider. Hanshan rider, right?
Looks like Hanshan rider. Bit of a glare the camera.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
it's
looks like a lot of these. It's food stall. Yeah, food stall. Yeah, Malaysia's pretty famous. Yeah, roadside food stall. You know, you can get some pretty. I mean, if you want to get the best food, local delicacies, normally it's from these roadside food stalls.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go to these fancy malls. You're not gonna get the genuine taste of food.
Yes, absolutely. So Malaysia is famous for, for street side food.
Yep.
There are some famous stall, probably been operating for years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And they typically in the U.S., if you see a successful business, then they quickly expand and then franchise out. But in Malaysia, they're happy just to be in that
small family business. In that same store, the same size, same family running it.
Yeah, they probably didn't move an inch over the 20 years of operation. So that, you know, that is a typical Malaysian tradition. You know, so if you find good food, it may be on the roadside stall. And that's I mean, there's one place in PJ for roja and ice kacang, and it's been popular. There you go.
EF Education's pretty aggressive now, trying to chase down the breakaway, trying to make an attempt to be in the breakaway, and that is none other than Stefan de Bod.
Now, 4 more riders trying to join the breakaway right now. Astana.
Yep, another rider from Astana.
And look like a Malaysian national team.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken. And that would be interesting to see. But Peloton's reacting.
Peloton's reacting.
DSM is chasing right now. So it is, the time gap is 1:35 already. So that's quickly grown because there was no impetus to chase the break. But at the back of Peloton, that's they line up a little bit. The pace definitely has gone up a little bit. But wondering if it's gonna slow down and then let the gap grow, because these 4 riders has grown the time gap to 1:35 fairly quickly. I mean, we only done probably 10 kilometers of racing right now.
Yeah, just about 10 kilometers of racing.
So, well, less than 10 kilometers. So it's quickly the gap has grown. So if you have missed the breakaway train, this is maybe that's it. You know, you're not gonna be able to get on this, because I don't think Peloton's gonna let anybody go right now. You can see the moment Stefan de Bod got on to the front, then immediate reaction from DSM.
Oh yes, for sure, because they pretty much know that Stefan de Bod is a big threat. Is a big threat. You know,
and he has a big engine
big
as well.
Engine means big threat. Looks like the chase have been shut down, and Peloton is back calm again, and everything's sort of lined out across the road. Pace have definitely died down.
Yeah.
Looks like let's see who's going to attempt to chase the breakaway now. 1 and 35 seconds from the Peloton.
So I see the DSM rider is looking around to see who else is going to join the chase. Probably he's looking for the Tudor jersey, but Tudor obviously didn't win yesterday's sprint. So technically it should be, Ukil. Ukil had the win yesterday, Malicelli. And so they may say, hey, it's your turn to do work, since you guys won yesterday's sprint on the same finish. And you guys should put your rider on the front and do some work, and not rely on us to do all the chasing. Tudor had probably done 50% of, maybe more, of the work on the front of the Peloton. So it's up to DSM and see if Ukil willing to come out.
It's either Simon Pilot or Niels Brun in front, bringing back the breakaway. I just someone pointed out, we've completely forgot that Joshua Kernage is actually one of the youngest riders in the Peloton now. He's 18 years old.
Oh wow! Gee.
Yeah, 18 years old.
Okay.
Just finished high school, pretty much.
Wow. Okay. Well, you are technically you have to be 19 to race to compete in the UCI race. But it's 19. If you turn 19 this year, you're allowed to. You technically you haven't reached 19 yet. You haven't gone to the 19th birthday. But if you're turning 19 this year, you're allowed to do the UCI race.
There you go.
Yeah.
So one of the youngest rider here.
Right. So you imagine someone born on December 31st.
There you go.
So you're technically 1 year younger. Or you're born on January the 1st. You're technically 1 year older than everyone else.
I'm 30th December.
Oh, wow. Okay. There you go.
Almost there.
There you go.
Not quite 31st, but I'm 30th.
So you will be considered one of the young riders.
Exactly.
There you go. And talk about young rider. Just we got a little bit of information. Now, the race leader Max Pohl, right? So he is only 21 years old.
Yep. He's already 21 or about to become 21 this year?
He is 21 years old, 21 and 219 days old.
Okay.
His birthday actually coming up fairly soon. Assuming he stay on the bike and nothing happens, and he finished Tour de Langkawi this year, and he is, you would think he should be the youngest winner of the Tour de Langkawi, but one gentleman, Jonathan Monsalve, I think he was riding for Sala Italia team back in 2011. He won the Tour de Langkawi at age of 21 and 218 days.
Oh wow!
218. So he beat Max Pohl by 1 day.
Oh, there you go.
We talk about close racing.
Okay.
So
wow.
we cannot crown Max Pohl as the youngest.
Okay.
You know,
fair enough.
So literally, Max would be saying that, you know, you just hold, if you have held the race a day earlier or 2 days earlier, then he will be crowned as the youngest winner of the Tour de Langkawi.
Okay.
So Jonathan Monsalve, and he's still racing. I think he's racing for the Chinese team in Qinghai Lake, and so he's still racing. And we wish him the best if you hear this broadcast. So you're still the youngest winner of the Tour de Langkawi.
Wow, okay.
In
Now you have to count the days
2011.
now.
Yeah, so we can go through the list of other young riders. Ryan Gibbon. And,
Ryan Gibbons,
and he won the race. South African in 2017.
What team was he in back then?
He was a Dimension Data.
Dimension Data.
So 22. He won it in at age of 22 years old and 22 years and 200 days to be exact. So 200 days, 22. So Damien McDonald. This is back in the very early. If I'm not mistaken, he was the first Tour de Langkawi winner back in 1996. And he won at the age of 23 years old and 303 days. So Damien McDonald, I'm pretty sure he's the first winner of Tour de Langkawi. And then the other young rider that was 2013 at the age of 24. Well, I guess by today's standards, 24 is not young anymore.
No,
so,
no.
That's
definitely not.
Yeah, Julian Arredondo.
Okay.
He won that with the team Nippo Vini Fantini, and he went on and raced for Trek, I believe, in the World Tour level for a couple years before retiring. And then my countryman, Tom Danielson.
Tom Danielson,
back in that time he was with Team Saturn.
Okay.
Team Saturn at the age of 24.
Is he that rider with
333 days?
Yeah,
he did it with
he basically the older version of EF Education.
The older, the original funding.
Days.
Yeah, correct. And Tom also raced with Discovery Team, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
So at the year 2003, I remember watching. I did watch that race live. I mean, I was a fan. I took a picture with Tom just under the Manara Telecom Manara building.
Yeah.
That was starting there.
Was that the year when they call it Telecom Tour de Langkawi?
Back in the old days, correct. But that wasn't the year he won. He was on the Discovery Team. So he came in as defending champion, I believe. That time I think he won under Team Saturn. I believe so. I do need to double check my record.
I remember seeing that in the pro cycling stats.
Yeah.
Tom Danielson. I was like, oh wow,
yeah. He's now he's doing coaching.
Cinch cycling coaching.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting approach. He put a lot of approach more to technique and skills over purely from a power standpoint.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, because a lot of the time it's sometimes you're strong, but you don't know how to handle the bike. You don't know how to take the corners.
Yeah.
You don't know how to ride off the saddle.
Yeah.
That's normally why you're at the back.
Yes. Correct. So.
Looks like the gap have increased. 2 minutes and 30 seconds with 134.6 kilometers to go. 4 riders in front now. Josh Cronage with Ching Yin Mo, Alex Tulio, and also Yui Torme. Back in the peloton here, DSM is in the front, controlling the pace. Looks like a high pace from being it strung out.
Yeah, look like Chase on the gap has gone up to 2. We just talked a few minutes. The gap already gone to 2 minutes and 30 seconds now. Yeah, so it is correct that Tom Danielson did win the Tour de Langkawi under Team Saturn. Yeah. Okay. All right, so DSM is on the front, working with is that Euskadi, possibly. Now this is a good situation for most of the riders in the peloton. Obviously DSM is taking control, so Tudor, we don't see Tudor on the front, so the Simo can take a breather today. Maybe they're gonna definitely wait until approaching of the finishing circuit, and that's where they're going to be swinging into action.
Yeah, it's either two things when it comes to that final circuit. You need a super strong train in front so that no one's going to come off your wheel, and then everyone in the front in the team can take a good line, especially for the sprinters. So obviously, if you know the only team with a super strong lead out is Tudor Pro Cycling.
Right.
So if they were able to save some of their riders here, not doing all the work in front, leaving that opportunity or that workload to other teams, then they will have the opportunity to really drive the pace. Probably we're looking at the last 2-3 laps to make sure that, or maybe last 2 laps, considering it's an 8.4 kilometer course. From there, so that to make sure that Alpha Decline have the fastest line through all those technical corners that they have in that last lap circuit.
Yep. Look like third wheel in the chasing in the peloton is Paul Double doing a double turn.
Yeah, Paul Double doing the double turn.
No, I heard that yesterday, but he's not doing a turn right now, but he's doing a double following turn. Back on the front, so the rider are doing double turn. The amazing Hong Kong rider.
Yeah, Ching In Mo.
The only Hong Kong rider left for this race, showing the fighting spirit.
That's it. That's it, right? For them now, I mean, for the Hong Kong team now, they're not losing anything being in the breakaway. There's no risk. It's just him, and it's always good to show that they're still fighting. You know, despite their normal teammates, just him left in the race. It's good to just be in the breakaway to show the fighting spirit, a bit of a boost of motivation as well for everyone in the staff in the car to show that all these riders are actually still racing.
Yeah.
Our only rider is actually still present in this racing. They're not just here to just, like you mentioned, fill up the numbers.
Right. Would it be a fairy tale if he managed to get away and all the way to the finish and won the last stage in front of the chasing
It would be nice
peloton?
for sure. It is definitely a fairy tale comeback. You know, when all your teams are gone and all that's left is you, and then you come up with a win.
Yeah.
But you know, with cycling, it's you never know. You really can never know how it's going to come out.
Yep.
We can always make predictions based on how the course is, what's the number is, what's the position is, what's the classification is going. But you never know how it's going to turn up. You know.
That's the element of surprise, right? So I know we're talking about this year's edition, but I remember Koji Fukushima when he won.
Yeah, everyone was talking about everyone else except him.
Yes. Well, he went on the. Everybody know he loved attacking, right? So he goes on attack every single stage at the earlier stage of the race, and he get brought back, right? And so when he attacked on a really long stage from the east side of Malaysia, going over to Kelantan. And he has to get over,
they have to cross
over
Highland.
not Cameron Highland, but the northern part of the climb.
Oh, right. Okay. I know which one you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. So when they did that, and nobody chased. They just look at each other. They go, oh, here it goes again. Here goes Koji, the Japanese warrior samurai, right, on a suicide attack, right, alone. He had nobody else. Then he had about, if I'm not mistaken, even they let him 5 minutes gap, right? And just going over the climb. Then he went on descent, and then they start chasing. Then they go realize, oh, they're just gonna wait for him to die off, because they think that's what happened last few days. Then he'll ease off, and then they catch him, and everything goes back normal for a sprint finish. No, he kept it. He saved it. His energy recovered, obviously, on the downhill. Saved his energy, and went all the way in the end.
Oh, wow.
Alone.
Okay.
Right? And take the yellow jersey. So I gotta look up which year is that and what the finishing is. But that's exactly totally unexpected. And everybody thought it's just another day. Koji in the break. And he goes and take the yellow jersey. And so
that's impressive, isn't it? A solo attack with a mountain in the middle.
Yep.
Finishing off a solo breakaway.
I believe that's if it was finishing
that's what inspired Tadej Pogacar. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I know definitely inspired Harry Saleh.
Okay.
Take up cycling. That's for sure. It's even though it's totally different kind of rider, but again, that's what we're hoping. The Malaysian riders that in this year's race inspire next future generation.
That's it.
Of cyclists, and hopefully we get more corporate sponsors into cycling and into the Malaysian development program, either for the teams or for the grassroots racing. and we hope to see more of that.
There you go. In the peloton just now on the live feed, we'll see. We just saw a Filipino rider, King Navarra, as what the Filipino called him.
Okay.
In front, looks like the gap to the peloton has grown to 3 minutes. 4 riders in the breakaway. In front, Alex Tolio pulling in front, followed by Josh Trinage from ARA Skip Capital. And then Ching Yin Mo from Hong Kong cycling team, and Yuhi Todome from EF Education Easy Post. Here in the peloton, Jun Navarra from Philippine National Cycling Team in front.
Yeah, just a correction, just a additional information for you. Koji won. That was from Greek to Tanamara. So that was the other side, from Greek, getting over the climb and then going to Tanamara. So he won the stage 3. That was 2005. And he took the yellow jersey.
Almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, he took the yellow jersey, and but he lost it later. I think up to Genting Highland. But nevertheless, you know, that was fantastic victory for a solo samurai warrior from Japan. Yeah, he was a very known name in the Tour de Langkawi. So a few years earlier, he came over to Malaysia just to visit, and we go visit the Tour de Langkawi organizer, and it's, you know, everyone still remember Koji Fukushima, famous rider from Japan.
You can see there, mirage on the road just shows you how hot the day is.
Yeah, it's there it goes.
Yeah, it looks very hot.
Yeah,
mirage on the road.
This is the typical Malaysian weather.
Yeah, pretty much.
Until the rain comes.
Yeah, especially at this time of the day, about the 1 p.m.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm wondering if there was any discussion, Philippine rider on the front. Well, maybe just to show their team color, right? Since they're not present in today's break, they were being very active in the early part of the race.
They were,
they're very active
in the early part, first few stages in the breakaway.
Yeah. So maybe today they missed the break. That was Francisco and Navarra both were very active.
Exactly. Yeah. So we saw Navarra just pull off back in front here. DSM looks like Enzo.
Yeah. All bandaged.
Yep.
Covered up.
Can see rain clouds in front there.
Oh, here we go.
It's hopefully not a heavy downpour. Hopefully that's further away from their turn-off point. But yeah, it's never a pleasing visual. It's like 3 minutes and 15 seconds. They definitely have extended the gap.
Yep. Yeah, the gap is kept at, well, it's growing right now. So we saw quickly from 35 seconds to 1 minute 35, and 2 minute plus. Now it's 3 minute 15. So what do you think the gap? What do you think the gap is going to be kept at? I think it's going to be around 3 minutes. Just so it's manageable. None of these riders are a threat in the GC, so DSM doesn't have to do all the chasing. And they basically, in situations like this, they just need to keep a gap in a fairly manageable space, manageable size, and then they know into the last 30K, and then the sprinter teams are gonna come to the front and launch their sprinter to the finish line. So it's interesting how Todome pin the number.
Yeah, I was gonna say that as well. Maybe because just how skinny it is and how wide the number is. He just trimmed it a little bit to make sure, you know.
Yeah, not a sounding alarm. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but you're not supposed to modify the number. I think he just bent it.
So maybe, folded it in a little bit.
You're not allowed to cut it.
Maybe folded it in a little bit and pinned it together.
Exactly. Just to get a little bit more aero.
Oh yeah. EF is one of those team that's very into marginal gains.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know, they did a lot of tire testings and so forth. So, and with their Cannondale bike, it's certainly very aero.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's like a Astana. Astana rider is trying to make the gap a little bit closer to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's strung out here. You can see, if you're at the back here where this rider is, looks like Jude Francisco, you can see how far the line is. And the worst part is when you look back, you're the last rider.
Yeah, I know. That's not a good place to be, because what happened is if happens to be any gap created, any crashes or any mishap, there's going to be a huge gap, and there's nobody else behind you who's going to come through. And in case you have a little bit of bad luck, then it's going to be hard to get back to the front of the peloton. And but you know, but somebody gotta cover all the back. So somebody's gonna be on the last.
Not
spot,
everyone's gonna be in front.
Yeah,
someone's eventually have to be at the back. You know.
But they typically rotate through. I mean, there's nothing.
Something about being in the peloton. You know, sometimes no matter how hard you work to be in front, all of a sudden you're at the back again. You know, what we call, you know, if you're not familiar, a lot of people that are familiar with bicycle racing, they call it the washing machine effect.
Yes.
The washing machine effect.
Yep.
You get
yeah.
If you're in the peloton, you know, sometimes, you know, especially if you're not in the top, probably 5%, 15%, where a lot of these guys are, where the line is pretty much single file. When you're in that bunch up group, occasionally you just get for whatever reason, we still don't know the science behind it. You will eventually get bring back to the back, and then you have to work your way up again. There you go. So just a view at the back of the peloton. We've got a few riders from Philippines here. We got Marco Felipe and also Jun Navarra. A few riders from Nusantara and also from Thai National Rider. We got a visual as well. Malaysia Pro Cycling and also Malaysian rider.
Yeah.
Mohsin Misbah. And this is the front, full on, chasing the breakaway down.
Yeah. So Astana is contributing to the chase. So they talk about they want to get Igor a chance for intermediate sprints, trying to get a bonus second to move from move to the third and the last podium position. Yeah. So they are contributing to the chase right now and trying to keep the gap. You know, I mean, because the first intermediate sprint is fairly far way down. It's, you know, it's at 83.8 kilometer. So that is about 2 hours, roughly about a little bit less than 2 hours of racing. So we still have you know, another 60K to go before the intermediate sprint. So maybe they're just trying to keep the gap to fairly small and trying to bring the gap down to take the first intermediate sprint. Because once you enter into the city circuit, it's very hard to get to the front because you have narrower streets and turns and twisting and turns. So if you don't have a good team, it's very hard to stay near the front.
Yeah,
so,
for sure. And then if you want to move up once you get to that circuit, it can get pretty. You're gonna win some matches normally. With the speed of these World Tour racing is, just to move up takes a lot of energy.
Oh yes, definitely. It's not easy to be on the front of this peloton. Even though the guys, you know, they make it look easy, but trust me.
It's not. Well, yesterday's stage with 200 kilometers, it's about 46 kilometer per hour.
46?
46 kilometer per hour for 200 kilometers.
Wow.
Yeah, that's insane.
That is
insane.
That is extremely
like,
fast.
I don't know. Something must have gone, because like back then we watched Tour de France, probably we're talking about 10 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Right? You're probably looking at like 45 is like extremely fast, right?
Yeah,
back
maybe
then.
15 years ago.
15 years ago,
that's considered
like
fast. You know, I know.
Super fast.
Yeah.
Now, like a mountain stage is 45 km an hour, right?
Yeah, close to
a
40,
flat stage
flat.
where was that? Batu Kulai was like close to 50 km per hour.
It was 49.7.
Yeah, 49.7. That's insane.
Yeah.
Yesterday, 46 for 200 kilometer. That's super fast.
That's very fast. Yeah, I remember.
And we were having a chat in our group, right? In our like a cycling group in the WhatsApp. We were talking about how fast they were riding from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca, which is about 3.5 hours going through all those hills.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh yeah, that's definitely faster than driving a car. Especially on the weekends where, you know, the highway gets pretty,
it gets jammed up.
traffic jammed,
Yes,
you know.
yes,
It
yes.
really took about 3.5 hours to get from KL to Aikro on the highway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so might as well ride a bike. I
Right.
mean, obviously, you got to be in the World Tour peloton
Yeah,
to get the
to
3.5 hours.
yeah, normally it takes normal person. Yeah, I think we talk about 200k roughly. If you go on the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean plus minus
Yeah.
probably. Yeah. So it's a much longer for a mortal, but in the peloton, yeah, it's just the speed of traveling, but also the drafting effect.
Yeah,
right?
just get some of your friends. Make sure you got about 100 people
Yeah.
to go together, you know, and just do a train.
Or you get someone to take a motorbike and
pace you in the front.
pace you in the front.
Yeah,
always.
that'd be a good speed training,
Yeah.
speed work. Yeah.
Talk about.
All right, the gap is it's growing. The gap is actually growing from 3
Yeah.
minutes 15 seconds to 3 minutes and 20 seconds with
Okay.
121 kilometers to go.
Yeah, it's not definitely been kept. You know, it's not going down for sure. It's a steady pace. You know, you can see Enzo is. I mean, he's not like soft pedaling. I mean, he is driving it. He's driving it and keep the gap. Keep the pace fairly good. You know, because you can see the peloton is not all bodged up. You know, they are going almost like a double pace line. And so I reckon the speed is still got to be right now close to 45k an hour.
Yeah, and then also because probably the first intermediate sprint is still a long way to go. Unlike most of the other stages where you have like climbs pretty much 10 kilometers after the start, or
Right.
climbs pretty much 20 kilometers after the start.
Yep.
Or intermediate sprint 30-40 kilometers after the start, whereas the first intermediate sprint is not till 83 kilometers in. So maybe just cruising a little bit, give it a little bit of a time for the breakaway to burn themselves down on its own, because it's windy, and the roads in the first half of this race is pretty much very
Undulating.
hilly. Yeah, undulating, exactly.
It's probably not big mountains, but definitely undulating.
It's up and down, yeah. It can really hurt the legs.
Yeah, but look like a nice loop. Next time I go to visit Bintulu, I should bring my bike and go ride this lap. And
yeah, very nice road. Looks like judging from if you're familiar with traffic in Sarawak, it's never too much traffic, and the motorists over here are always so friendly. You get super nice views as well. A lot of greeneries surrounding you. Roads are not completely flat or super hilly. It's just a little bit of undulation, which is almost perfect, really.
Yes. And also a lot of I think Sarawak Sabah. Both places could be great for gravel riding, right?
Oh,
because you have a lot of timber
you're a gravel
roads.
fan.
Yeah, a lot of timber roads. Because a lot of timber operations there. I have visited some. There's very nice gravel roads that's obviously made for trucks, but you can certainly go in there and do some nice exploration.
Oh yeah. Normally when the trucks, all these big lorries or trucks have gone through, so it's sort of like solidifies.
Pack down.
Pack down the mud or the sand or the dirt. So that makes for more enjoyable riding.
Yes. Yeah. There's the Hong Kong rider, 132 again.
Ching Yin Mo.
The Seoul Hong Kong representative. And it's again impressive young man. Come here and have a team decimated from the early stages. But he stays on and fight on. I mean, I have seen it in races where a team probably not fully experienced for this level of racing, and then pretty much only left with one rider, and that one rider. Not only just sitting in the peloton. I mean, the last few days we saw him sitting in the peloton. Today he said, well, I'm saving my legs, and I need to do a last effort to get my team name onto the front of the race. So kudos to him. Nice. And I think he's definitely has a good position and on the bike. So certainly, hopefully come back next year, and hopefully the team will be stronger and they can contest for the best Asian classification. There's a quick look of Badiani. Totome did a lot of work in the Genting, not Genting, Cameron Highland stage.
Oh yes.
So he did a lot of pull on the front, even up to the lower first half of the climb up to Cameron Highland. Sacrificed his own chances because I think he is, with his ability, he's Palomares, and he can certainly contest for the best Asian jersey. But this is
it's a team sport,
teamwork,
and
yeah.
team have a goal.
Yeah.
So he needs to prioritize that.
Yeah, I
looks like
can
the road's
see.
a little bit wet now.
Yeah, a little bit wet, but you can see he's prepared for today, right? Not only he pinned his number, but more arrow, and also he got the arrow shoe cover.
Oh wow!
And
You're right. You're right.
All white arrow shoe cover. Exactly. You have a fetish over shoes.
Yeah.
I have a fetish over shoe covers, and that's my day job. So he got the arrow shoe cover on, and he is ready for.
He's windproof and waterproof. Yeah. How good is that?
ready to take on the race.
Yeah.
And,
it really depends, because a lot of people complain of how it gets really hot in there. Obviously, now you're riding in Malaysia with all this high humidity. But if I personally have no issues with that, my feet don't sweat as much as compared to other people. So I'm okay. I can ride in that for 2-3 hours. Seems to be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never tried riding any longer than that, but yeah, it's been good. Just we were racing in pouring rain in Johor probably about 3 Sundays ago. 3-4 Sundays ago, I had the black Velotos shoe cover.
Shoe cover.
Yeah, it stayed dry. It stayed dry. Although I was devastated because I crashed the last 2 kilometers, and that completely tore that shoe cover.
You were going too fast.
Oh yeah, yeah. It is what it is. It was raining, so yeah, a lot of nervous people. Someone crashed in front of me, and then that's bike racing.
That's bike racing, and especially in the wet condition, it's just it certainly just make the stay on 2 wheels so much more difficult.
Oh yes, for sure,
and,
for sure.
But it's especially but generally in Malaysia, I mean, even the rain, heavy downpour. I think after a quick heavy downpour, actually wash away a lot of the grease and the diesel that's on the road, and maybe in another 10 years, there's no more issue with the diesel on the ground because everybody's gonna be driving electric cars. There's no more. There's no more.
Yeah, good call.
No more oil, right? So I remember because my mother drives a Tesla, and I was wondering where do I when do I need to change the oil?
Okay.
So the guy, look, what change oil? All right, okay. So get to the modern days, right?
Yeah.
So everyone maybe soon will be on electric cars and no more diesel spilling on the ground.
That's it. The 4 riders in the breakaway. I was just having a look. The Hong Kong rider is on S-Works bike.
Okay.
All right,
black.
there you go. Good hand gesture there from Yuki Totome, just showing his fellow breakaway comrades don't go over there. There's a bit of a road hazard.
Yeah.
And even pro riders are pointing out dangers for their fellow rivals, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I was watching a bit of the highlight of a Croatia race yesterday.
Okay.
I mean, the roads were really broken up. Partially because they said the commentator said the Croatia experienced extreme weather. It gets very cold and wet in the winter, and it gets super hot in the summer. So the roads are just really broken up, right? So you can see cracks and holes everywhere. So and the rider on the front, I think it was Visma Lisa bike riders. They were pointing out holes everywhere.
Okay.
So kind of like on a group ride where you go. When you go to let's say a rural area part of Malaysia, but generally Malaysia roads are fairly good, despite the heavy amount of rain that we see here, and which is Astana. I'm trying to get a read on which riders on the front doing the polling.
Looks like Davide Toniati, because he was there swapping turns between him, Enzo, Nils Brun, and Simon Pelot.
Okay.
Yesterday on the front.
Back on the front again, doing the work.
Looks like him. We'll have to double check.
Yeah, the roads are properly wet. This is looks like a massive downpour. That's where you see the dark clouds earlier.
Maybe
I think
it's moving away from them.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. And I think right now, as long as they're on the main road, it's okay. The main concern we have is when they go into the town of Bintulu, whether or not the rain cloud is moving away or moving toward Bintulu.
Oh, yeah.
Because once
Yeah.
you go into the city center, that's where, you know, with all the twists and turns, and that can become dangerous for sure. Here's a Hong Kong rider in the breakaway, getting a bit of support. You know, it's easier. He's team mechanic, and DS and Swanir only has to prepare for one bike.
Less
per day.
less stressful for them as well. Less stressful for them
absolutely.
as well.
So he's probably his bike getting the most attention.
Oh,
Not
yes.
only he get the most attention, his
Exactly.
bike also get the maximum attention.
Anything you want, everything's for you now.
What do you?
Well,
make-
well, I guess that's the pros of just living, just having. That's the advantage of just just you left in the race.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just have no more teammates. That's the downside.
Yeah.
He was riding the judging from the silhouette. Looks like an S-Works SL7.
Okay.
Yeah. Tarmac S-Works SL7.
I wouldn't doubt that. You have you know your bikes well.
Oh yeah.
From,
Yeah. Bardiani was on De Rosa.
Cannondale for EF.
Cannondale for EF and Factor bikes. Looks like an Ostro bike. Factor Ostro there.
For ARA.
For ARA Skip Capital.
Right.
And been on the Factor bike, I believe since last year.
Yep. Yeah. Very popular bike.
Yeah.
And
You're
on
on Factor as well.
I'm on Factor. Yeah. And with help of my friend at Factor Factory.
Factor Factory.
Factor Factory. I've raced with the owner of Factor on the CCN team before.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
okay.
Rob and Rob apparently, I mean, he grew up in Miami, Florida.
Rob Gellis, okay.
Rob Gellis, and he actually attended the rivalry high school. So he went to Sunset High, and I went to Coral Gable, and you know, these are two big high schools, and so it was kind of rivalry. But he was just a few years older than me, just a few years. So we may have bump shoulders before. I mean, some kind of probably I'm a nerd of math competition or something.
Oh,
but
wow.
I don't know, maybe.
Math competition.
Yeah, but that may happen. We didn't know each other back then. When he told me that
Must be really smart, you guys. You know, math competition.
I don't know.
Wow.
He's certainly a smart man. So yeah, then he moved to then he did a bit of racing. Then he moved to Taiwan and established his company.
He set up a carbon bike factory.
Yep, in Taiwan. So he's certainly doing very well. And meanwhile, let's have a quick look on the back of on the front of the peloton, the chasing pack. Poti Cometa line up really well.
Yeah,
and
they definitely won the stage win for Penalve.
Yeah, and also they have a rider who's sitting in number 4th on the GC. So he just need he needs to finish. He needs to get a 1 second bonus time to move ahead, or even if nobody grabbed the bonus time, they need to finish ahead of their competitors in the finish.
Unai Iriba from Euskaltel.
Yeah, so it will be a tight competition. See is it gel or is it something on the front of his bike? It's interesting to see.
Maybe a camera or something.
It may be a camera.
You can't really get a visual.
Yeah.
Also, but judging from it, looks like a gel wrapper as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
Maybe just finish eating and just waiting for his turn.
And here we see the Astana team. I think Martin Haro Lopez on
exactly,
the Wheelier bike. I really like the paint job.
The paint job is very nice. It's super sick.
Yeah, it's
very
really,
sick paint job.
That was one of the first all-around aero bike when they came off Volante, isn't it?
That's right. I think the back then it was the Zero model for the lighter weight. This one is the Volante. Volante SLR, I believe.
Yeah.
Volante SLR. It's quite prominent from the bowing out fork.
Yeah. Very beautiful bike. Nice paint job.
Yeah, they've been around for a long time. Villiers.
I'm wondering who they gonna. Because next year Astana is going to change the bike supplier.
Yeah, to XDS. So we are yet to know who will be riding Villiers next year. No information just yet. I mean, I haven't seen anywhere on social media or anything from the cycling journalist website.
Yeah. TSG used it Villiers for 2 years.
You know,
2 years. A couple years ago, we did use Villiers. and with the support of the distributors it was actually out of Singapore. They actually supplied us with Wheelier bike, very nice. I still have one. I still have one of the older ones
Which
that
one?
I
Do you
kept
remember
it.
which model? Cento? No?
Not the Cento, the 9, 0.9. They had the 0.7 was super light, and the 9. Yeah, very comfortable bike. I mean, I loved it, and I kept it in Santa Rosa. So whenever I go back, so I told my brother, like, yeah, I want to at least have my own bike. So that was one of the TSG bikes that I purchased from the team. And then I still use it.
And then after that, from Wheelier, they use
the Lapierre.
Lapierre, okay.
Lapierre, the French bike company.
Was that the Air Coat or was the Air ones?
We had the both. We had the both choice. We had the Air Coat for the Zelix, for the climber all around. But then they had the Air Coat for the sprinters.
Okay, the more aero ones.
The more aero
I
ones.
remember they had a direct mount brakes in front.
Yes.
Like a single mount brake on the rear.
Yes, yes. I like that. I like the direct mount. And I think it's
that's the peak rim brake.
Yeah,
that's the peak rim brake.
That was a
direct mount.
Yeah, direct mount. So I had that. Yeah, in fact, I had an Air Coat, and that was a nice bike too. So
and then after that, it was Argon 18.
Argon, yeah. Then Argon, yeah, absolutely right. Then we used Argon for a couple years, and with the support of again the local distributors, and before we move on to Polygon, and they had been with us since the last couple years, and we really worked together to develop and improve the bike design.
Yeah, I mean the decent bikes. You know, I've ridden one of them. Those Polygon Helios.
Yeah.
And pretty stiff, pretty fast on a straight road, and pretty affordable.
Yeah, it's very affordable.
Yeah.
I know. My friends were telling me that for price of the bike parts, for the Shimano parts,
Yeah.
and then you pretty much you get the frame for free. Almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, because some of them are spec'd with super high-end components,
Yeah.
like
FSA,
like Vision Metron, one-piece handlebar, some carbon wheels, electronic group set.
Yep. Yeah.
And when you add it all up, it's pretty much you got the frame for free.
Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice, and it rides very well. I mean,
very well, for sure.
For the price point, it's definitely a bargain. So a lot of you guys, just started getting the bike. I know bike is a big investment. You don't need to get the latest SL8. You don't need to get the Pinarello.
Definitely not. I mean, it's expensive. I mean, if you have the for me, like I always tell the customers, like if you have the cash, for sure, go for it, right? Like it's a little bit like buying a bike is a little bit like buying a car. Like some people decide to buy a Toyota, or some person decided to buy a Mercedes.
Yeah, sure. But if you just start learning how to drive, you probably won't want to go there and shop for a Mercedes and a Porsche, right? And then you're probably going to wreck it. So it's good to start off with a good bike. I mean,
for sure,
a good car, like Toyota.
Good, like a good bike with a good resale value as well.
Exactly. And then upgrade that as you go. Right?
Exactly.
So
you can always upgrade for sure.
Yeah, that's one thing. The parts and the frames and so forth. Yeah, it's Back in the old days, when I started riding, especially it was affordable. I mean, I remember I went in and bought
before they had the wind tunnel and multiple sponsor teams.
now they are a bit out of my league right now. So my spending budget, it's not within my spending budget right now. So
exactly.
All right. Here's the back of the front. And Totemate is really driving the pace, and
it's uphill here.
Yeah, a little bit uphill. Wow. We know. Yeah, I think they're right at the.
I really do hope it's at the angle is holding an angle, but it looks steeper than how fast they were going.
Yeah. I'm surprised there's no KOM points there. It could justify for KOM points, but they are not going flat for sure. They are going up. You see the rider when they climb up a bit of gradient, so instead of sitting on they tend to stand up and sort of swing side to side. Why is that? Is it they help them to
for sure.
Put
So
more power
for example, they have, especially when you want to carry the speed. You want to carry the speed. You get off the saddle a little bit and put a little bit of a torque into the pedals, and then also because when you're going up the hill, especially when it's not super steep, right? When it's not super long, the climb is. You get off the saddle a little bit just to stretch a little bit because you are at an angle when the bike is definitely at an angle when you're climbing, right? So that puts a little bit of a stress on your hip flexors, on your quads. So when you get up a little bit, you give that area a little bit of a relief. Although your heart rate may rise a little bit, but at least it gives a little bit of a relief from your sore muscles. You know, considering that you've been riding for so long.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And that's I remember watching some video and of Pantani when he's doing the climb.
Oh man, he was on the drops. He was on the drops climbing off saddle.
Yeah.
For I don't know how long.
It's just it's not
sustainable for most people.
For most people, it's not sustainable.
No, for everyone, it's not sustainable.
But Pogačar, Tadej Pogačar, he has a special way of standing up and climbing especially when they launch the attack.
Yeah.
And his arm almost not flexing, and he's not straight arms, and obviously he's Tadej Pogačar, and he's able to generate amazing revolution RPM.
Oh yeah.
And it's torque and the speed, and that's how he drop pretty much everyone on the climb.
Yeah. So I remember, there was an interview from GCN with Alberto Contador.
Okay.
Yeah, he mentioned he couldn't do it like Pantani. His head just went kaput.
Yeah.
All right, it's a bit of a map here where the riders are. You can see there's the gap there between the leader and also the peloton.
Yeah.
So they're heading out still. They're not yet at the turn-off point, heading back to Bintulu. Looks like rain have gone to them.
It could
quite heavy.
potentially
I mean,
still-
not as
yeah.
heavy as something like yesterday's stage or stage 5 when they had to neutralize the race.
Yeah.
More like a cooling rain for them. I
Right.
mean, yeah, they had an interview with Malucelli yesterday after the finish. It was like, he appreciated the rain.
Okay.
Yeah, he appreciated the rain.
Yeah. Sort of cools
Yeah,
you
he remember
down.
he said it when in 2018. He said he was here for Tour of Langkawi.
Okay.
It was hot. Every day was hot.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no rain at all. So yeah, it was tough. But this year, because it was in October, it was completely different weather when he came this year. So he
Okay.
appreciated the rain.
Okay, there you go. It's a relief in hot weather, but then during the really cold weather, when it rains, it become really cold.
Oh yes,
and
yes,
that's a feeling that most people. Yeah, if you don't like cold, wet days.
I never enjoyed cold, wet days.
Okay,
Back
all right.
back then when I was in Australia, obviously.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no. Like people, especially people in Malaysia, when you talk to
Yep.
them, they wanted to experience that. Yeah, I mean the first 2-3 days
Yeah,
is fine.
yeah.
Like after that, it's not
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. I remember I stayed here for quite a bit, and I was going to Michigan doing a mountain bike race.
Okay.
They call the.
Michigan is a little bit north,
Yeah,
right?
very much north of
United States.
Of United States,
Oh,
part of
wow.
the United States. There was a 24-hour mountain bike race, and I was doing it as a team relay with my
Oh,
brother.
my goodness.
Um,
I can
and that
imagine.
was I think it was called Iceman Coming, something like that. But then it was early part of April, maybe March, and so it was still fairly like end of the winter time, and it was definitely cold. And I remember I went up to getting ready for my turn. And I went up, and it was fully covered, arm warmer, leg warmers, head to toe. And then my brother comes out, and it was just a jersey and the shorts. And he goes,
Okay.
he looked at me and was like, "Are you okay?
Where are you going?
I mean, it doesn't." He said, "Oh, it's not that cold."
Okay.
And I look at him like, yeah, you haven't
Yeah.
lived in Malaysia, so
Yeah.
this is cold for me.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I was dressed up all bald from head to toe,
Yeah.
cover, and then I see the guys racing next to me with just a jersey and a shorts. And, yeah, it was a bit embarrassing. But you get used to the hot weather here, and then
Oh, yes.
you go back to other part of the world, and then you say, oh, this is normal, and meanwhile you see other guys suffering
That is true.
profusely in the heat. Martin Hero Lopez sacrificing his chances, obviously working on the front, and
It's properly rained now.
it's proper rain, yes. And days like this, sometimes, like you said, if you're on the front, actually a bit of a relief. But you generally on a rainy day like this, you also don't drink as much. So
That's
you
true.
obviously, you're the rain cooling you down. And we're looking at the back of Peloton, Andreas getting all the road splashes for sure. But
Yeah,
it's
so,
it's the peloton is stretched out for a
Now I
couple.
always like post stage, right? I always look at all these all these media that are present here in Toro Langkawi interviewing all these riders. Obviously, yesterday they had a little bit of a heavy downpour during the 20-kilometer stage yesterday from Miri to Bintulu. They were interviewing Tsenren Bao after the race. He felt like he was doing snorkeling yesterday. Probably all the water. Because I do notice as well, I've had that situation, you know, being a smaller rider, sitting in the middle of the pack.
Right.
You know, you're closer to the front wheel than everyone else. So just water, especially because the water's quite high on the just quickly, the speed that these guys are going.
67k an hour.
67k an hour, showing on that motorbike's dashboard.
A little bit downhill, but they're
slight
pedaling.
downhill, but
they're pedaling.
wow, they're really pedaling. They are pedaling, so they're getting some speed. So it just explains the gap. There you go, 58 kilometers per hour. There you go, pedaling, driving it still. You know, no soft pedaling for these professional cyclists.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you can see they actually make the 4 guys at the front here maintaining the gap to 3 minutes and 35, and you can see from the body language of the riders in the peloton, they're chasing. They're not. Martin Haro Lopez and Enzo. They're working pretty hard, and you can see the peloton also stretch out over a couple hundred meters. So they are going, and then the guys on the front also working well together. And Todeme, I'm absolutely impressed, and he's looking. He's looking aero, and he's ready. You know, he got the aero shoe cover, and he is ready to try to give his team another chance. I mean, that's one thing I love about Japanese riders. They are really. No, they have the mentality. I do have to say, they have the mentality that they are not afraid, and they are not shy away from competition. And they like the competition. They really thoroughly enjoy getting their nose out in the wind.
Yeah.
They are not intimidated by the.
Powers.
So he is
like nothing. He's just still. He looks like he's still breathing from his nose.
Very nice position on the bike too. He's just fantastic.
He looks dialed. Yeah, he looks dialed.
Yeah. So.
Whereas it's still raining at the back here in the peloton. Looks like the breakaway was so far ahead that the road looks dry, and they look like they didn't experience the rain at all. So we were talking if you're in the peloton with that heavy rain, you can really, the water can really get in your nose, right? The water can really get in your nose and can get pretty hard to breathe. So it's that's the tropical rain here. So you can see, this is the peloton again. You can see Ching Yin Mo in that very aero position on top of his specialized bike SL7, and it's really important when you're going super fast at 50-60 kilometers per hour. Aero becomes more and more important. So because the aerodynamics is exponential, the faster you go, the more important it is, the more penalty you get. So it's really important when you're going super fast to get very aero so that you can minimize the watts loss as possible. I remember seeing a study done on different positions and how much watts you can save at 45 kilometer from AeroCoach website. So if you don't know AeroCoach, they make a lot of sort of like bespoke components, super aero handlebar, super aero time trial, aero bar, and all sort of stuff. What I like about this AeroCoach stuff is they always made it accessible for everyone to have a look. So when you're doing that super aero position on top of the hoods with your elbows 90 degrees at 40-45 kilometer per hour, you're saving along that 20 watts. So that's a lot, 20 watt savings.
Oh, 20 watts.
Yeah. So that's research from AeroCoach. You can just Google it online. What I like about AeroCoach is this, a lot of these data, they kind of made it public, like for example, things like what tire, how many, what's the CRR, the coefficient of rolling resistance, what tire is faster and what tire is faster than the other, so you can see like what's the watts lost for this tire. So they made all these accessible.
It's amazing with obviously with the internet. I mean, there's so much information
they're
available.
doing on the same wind tunnel that you test your products.
Okay,
so, Silverstone.
Silverstone, that's the most popular one. So Yeah, in fact, they make it very accessible for the public. If anyone can book, go ahead and book.
Yeah,
book
yeah.
a
I
wind
remember
tunnel section.
when we went to the UK. We wanted to do me and my friend Zami. We wanted to do an aero bike fit.
Okay.
Yeah, so they actually do it in the Silverstone summer.
Yep. You get a real-time data.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you see it's amazing setup they have there, and it was designed specifically for cyclists because you know there are other aero tunnel wind tunnel, but they're certainly made for higher speed for the cars or for airplanes, for example, even for buildings. They talk about hurricane wind, and all that. So those are designed for higher speeds because what happened in the well, this is what I remember from engineering. But you know, at a different wind speed, then there's different kind of effect and drags and so forth. But at a lower speed, obviously the air travels slower, but then they create a different kind of drag. So that's why the Silverstone was specifically designed for cycling, lower speed, and obviously I think for other sports, but mainly for cycling. And a lot of different companies and book their time and the schedule to go and get their product tested. And you can do certain simulations. Talking to the Polygon designer, you can do the simulation on their computer program to do the basic idea. But in order to have real data, then they basically do the design on the simulation program, and then they go to an actual wind tunnel and get it tested.
Right.
So, you know, although in the Eurobike, just came back, it was this year's Eurobike, there was talk about some kind of a portable wind tunnel ideas.
I remember that. I saw that, which costs about, I think about, if you convert it to ringgit, it's about, I think about 1.something million ringgit.
That's all. Okay.
Yeah,
you gotta put one in the Gruppetto clubhouse.
I'll do a GoFundMe. I'll do a GoFundMe. Buy me a wind tunnel.
Yeah, buy me a wind tunnel, right? And you can put it in the Gruppetto clubhouse. And if you ever want to get your wind tunnel tested. But actually, what I was actually hoping, somebody come out with like a real. There's some company doing like a real on the road aero testing.
I've seen some. Yeah. Some aero live testing. Where you can just put them on your bike. A little bit like
on the front of the hood. Yeah. Yeah. So that would be interesting to have a more popularized, and then you can really get a measurement on the aero effect. There we go. The back to the 4 breakaway rider. They're working well together. And I like the gray. ARA Skip Capital getting himself in the front of the race. And they had a good showing with Tompkinson taking the KOM jersey on stage 1. And captain won for the first 2 days. Unfortunately, he also finished off the time limit. Maybe too much exertion on the first day, but it couldn't recover. And but nevertheless, his team is doing his honor right now on the last stage of the 2024 Petronas Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah, it's more of a learning curve for them, you know. Just come here to see what's it like to race with the big boys, you know, with the World Tour team.
Oh yeah.
They've got some pretty good results. Obviously, with Tyler Tompkinson, you mentioned earlier, he managed to get the King of the Mountain jersey in the first day and had the honor of wearing it in the second and third stage.
Yeah.
And then Blake Agnoletto got sixth in stage 5, I believe. Or stage 6.
Yeah,
stage 6 that was. Batu Pahat to Kulai that was. Stage 6. You're absolutely right. Yeah, for a young team, managed to get a 6 among the professional riders. I mean, World Tour riders. That's pretty impressive.
Yep, it's all about learning. You know, for young guys. You're not, you know, unless you're Tadej Pogačar again. You keep mentioning, but even he goes through a learning process, right? Because I told you guys earlier that I saw him in Japan Cup. I mean, he did good. You know, there was all the World Tour guys, and there was I think it was Dan Martin, the Irish rider. You know, I think he was a big star. So, you know, everybody, all the attention was on the World Tour teams, and he goes through a learning. He didn't come out that race and win the race, but I'm sure he learned from the process, and that's what if you're a young rider, it's about learning and improving. There's going to be a mistake made, but it's good attitude that makes the rider better. So if you keep an open mind, you want to learn, you're not getting too arrogant, and that's where you're gonna learn from other riders and other riders giving you advice. So at this point, if you're young, 20, early 20s, it's about learning and improving. We have certainly several young riders in this race. Well, including the race leader, 21 years old.
Oh yeah, very young still.
But you know, I'm sure he started. He must gone through the DSM, the racing, the development team. So that's in order to. I mean, he came in very matured. Obviously, he's very strong, but I'm sure he learned early and then able to deliver the result for Team DSM. Here's a teammate just going to the
3
back.
minutes 45.
Wow, they actually extended a little bit.
Yeah, that seems like they have extended a little bit. 3 minutes and 45
Wow, impressive.
seconds from the peloton. Despite looking like the peloton is not going easy at all.
No.
Maybe I'm not sure. Probably maybe the pace was high, or just like the nature of that, rolling terrain.
Yeah.
You have that a little bit of like a accordion effect.
All right, that's possible. I see some head shaking, and there's some grinning teeth from Martin Hero Lopez. So they're definitely not going easy. That's very nicely done by the 4 riders. Just maintain that gap, and we have less than 95k to go. So it would be nice if we can see a second breakaway victory. Although it's a hard task, not easy going to be done.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think EF, this is your last chance of winning the stage, so why not? They definitely Totome is doing a massive amount of work.
With that technical lapse, if you can get a strong working breakaway, it's easier for you to get through all those corners. Saving a lot of energy. Rolling some super high speed turns. If you, it's never impossible with that type of course towards the end.
Yeah, that's just true. If they can enter the course with even if they can enter the circuit with a 2-minute gap, it is possible, because with all the twists and turns, you're out of sight, out of mind.
100%.
So there is definitely a much improved chances of winning the stage. So they just got to do the circuit 4 times, and it is possible for the guys to.
Yeah, that's pretty much city streets.
Yeah, it is city streets. Yeah, with a lot of turns, a lot of sharp corners, and we will be nice to see how wide the streets are, because also the narrow streets again that causes some nervous in the peloton. Then stretch out the peloton, and here we go. Then guys are going slower and taking the corner slower, because you obviously cannot fit 100 guys in a narrow street.
Sure.
So then that definitely improve the chance of the 4 breakaway riders. We have a World Tour team presented by Badiani, CSF Pro Team, and Continental team, and the Hong Kong Pro Cycling team. So 2 Continental riders.
From the sound of the wind from the live feed, it must be very, very windy out here at the moment. I'm not sure if it's a tailwind or a headwind, but yeah, they're motoring up here in front. So Hong Kong rider Chin Yin Mo in front, putting up a good show after the whole team's not doing well. Looks like Yuhi Totome is giving a little bit of a hand to Josh Grenade. Something's about to fall off his pocket. Yeah, there you go. He's been a good lad, Yuhi Totome. Been pointing out a lot of road hazards, been helping out fellow breakaway comrades. Yeah, nice one.
Showing the maturity that being a World Tour rider, I think he learned a lot. I think he was in the development team, and then also gone through that process, and I was on to check how many years he's already been with the team.
Yeah, go for it. So while Danny's checking some stats for Yuhi Totome, for those of you that have just joined us in the live, we are 91.4 kilometers to go. We're yet to reach the first intermediate sprint. We've got 4 riders in the breakaway. We got Yuhi Totome. We have another rider from Bardiani, Alex Tolio. And then we have a rider from Hong Kong, Chin Yin Mo, and also a rider from ARA Skip Capital, Josh Cronage.
Yep. So Totome, he was under the EF Nipo development team 2022 and 2023. So this is first year in the World Tour. So he has a 2-year contract this year and the next year with the EF Education Easy Post. So 2-year contract. So he has another year. So it's the first year in the World Tour. Seems like he has he certainly seems like very matured and taking that leadership and showing that why he belongs. And he's only 22 years old.
Oh wow!
Very young man.
Another young man, yeah. 22 years old.
We hope to see more of him. And because we know we talked about earlier in other stages, Japanese rider Yukiya Aroshiro has been a well-known rider. Peppu is another Japanese rider that was well-known in the World Tour circuit.
Right. Okay.
So so he's that role with I think the team track. So now Totome, I think he's should be the only representative from Japan in the World Tour level right now. Oh, with Yukiya, obviously.
Okay.
Yukiya
Okay.
Aroshiro.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Because
That's
Peppu retired a couple years ago, and Martin Haro Lopez on the front.
Niels Brun just behind him, and another rider from DSM just behind Niels Brun. Looks like only just now Tudor have sent out one of his rider in front to do the pull.
Yeah, and I see Anatoly from TSG also near the front. They're not presented. They were very active yesterday.
Oh yes. Yesterday was a good day for many Malaysian cyclists.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ayman Rossi and Ayman Zarif from Terengganu, and also Yusri Shari was from Malaysian national cycling team, was pretty much in the break for about close to 150 kilometers. Close to 150 kilometers yesterday.
And he get the most competitive.
Ayman Zarif, because he went again on that second breakaway. Initiated by Afiq Huzni from the Malaysian national cycling team.
Yep.
So very aggressive racing from Malaysia, from Malaysian cyclists yesterday. It was good to see.
Yes. So
I was told, this a friend of mine had a chat with Yusri Shari, one of the riders that was in the breakaway yesterday, in that stage 4. Where Tudor Pro Cycling went full gas to chase the breakaway. So apparently 2 riders from Tudor Pro Cycling, actually, according to Yusri, stopped by the roadside to swap to Aero helmets.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and then went back in front and do the pull. I'm like, what the heck?
Oh wow!
That is insane.
Wow, that's some race insight. We didn't see that on camera.
No, we definitely didn't see that on camera because obviously he was at the back, right? So he saw these two riders from Tudor Pro Cycling
swap helmet.
Yeah, because you have to swap helmets, right? So swap the helmets to Aero helmets, and then went back to the peloton, back to the front of the group,
and then start working and
continue pulling.
Oh wow!
So
that must help.
It must have helped. Yeah.
Because they literally caught the breakaway. 350 meters, 300 meters to the finish.
Wow.
So
there you go. Buy an Aero helmet.
Yeah. No, it's
buy an Aero helmet.
Yep. It's a lot of the new helmet are Aero as well. But I definitely it's whenever I do any kind of event, I'll search out to the Aero helmet.
Yeah.
Just to provide a lot of the Aero helmet are a little bit of less ventilation, has a little bit of less ventilation, so it's a little bit hotter. It gets sweatier. But definitely for an event or when you gotta go to the front and work for and pulling at a 50k an hour, you definitely want the Aero helmet. That would help to provide the advantage. Good to see the roads are dry, which is the skies are blue, clouds are white.
Doesn't look too hot.
Yeah,
judging from the
a little bit shady from the clouds. But what a beautiful sky, blue sky with the white clouds and. Roads are dry, so rider must be happy, and now they're just
a bit of a relief from the rain, relief from the heat.
Yeah, and less than 90k to the finish.
Yeah.
With another 2 hours of racing, today we're gonna conclude in this year's 2024 Petronas Tour de Langkawi.
I got a question for you, Denny.
Yep.
Some riders are wearing gloves, and some riders prefer not to wear gloves.
Yeah.
I was thinking, was there like any, from an aero perspective?
Yep. Yeah.
Was there any much difference? You know,
Yeah.
there's an aero glove as well compared
Yes.
to normal gloves,
Yes.
and then some
Yeah.
riders prefer. I see, like for example, like Yuhi Todame out in the front,
Yep.
not wearing any gloves.
Yep.
Pogacar's not a fan of gloves
Yeah,
as well.
no,
Doesn't look like he's
doesn't
wearing
like
gloves.
He doesn't like to wear glove very
Yeah.
much.
So
but-
is there like an aero thing?
No,
Remco
yeah,
and Nepal never
yeah.
wear gloves as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Matthew Van Der Poel.
Yeah,
never
also
wear
doesn't like
gloves.
wear gloves, right?
So, yeah, what's the go?
Generally, actually, we did. Yeah, it's a good question. We did do some aero testing. Generally, the average gloves, especially your traditional old style glove, those are not aero.
Okay.
In fact, they add in. It's not a huge wattage addition, and you're talking about 2 to 3 watts add on
Okay,
if you're
okay.
wearing gloves.
Well, that's oversized pulley wheels.
Yeah, oversized
One
pulley.
oversized pulley
Yeah,
wheel.
yeah. So that's why we come up with the aero glove, trying to make it a little bit of aero because even though you're not moving, but that's the first part of your body that in contact with the
for
wind
sure. It's
all
quite
in
up
the
front
front.
there.
So if you actually prefer, and also there's a comfort reason. That I personally don't like to wear gloves, but then it gets very sweaty and it can get
especially here. Yeah,
especially here it can get slippery and so forth. But yes, generally actually having a glove is not as aero as bare hand. We talk about that your bare skin is actually very aero, but that's why we had to create the aero glove. So with the aero glove, and especially a well-fitted aero glove, because there's no point you have an aero glove and it's just flapping in the wind.
Okay.
So if you have aero bare, and it's about same. Maybe the difference depend on different yarn angles, and you talk about in some strange cases, some yarn angle you're actually saving a little bit, but on the straight you maybe have a little bit disadvantage. But on average, the difference is probably less than 1 watt. So it's like 0.5, so it's very negligible. But it is showing it's not that much faster, but. Again, I think that comes down to personal preference. Certain rider, if you don't like to wear glove, then they feel more comfortable. But definitely, you get sweaty, can be slippery, and especially if you ever crashed without gloves, then the road rashes. So basically, that will take out. When you crash, you obviously put your hand trying to slow yourself down or stop
It's
your
just
palm.
like a natural reflex.
You will have the whole palm, whole skin of your palm, your palm skin. Basically gonna rip off, and you're not gonna be able to hold anything for a week. That's a very painful experience, and it's so I would especially in a racing situation. That's why we also created a super what we call a featherweight glove, because it was no padding, with just literally a breathable mesh. So that way it gives you the bare hand feeling and minimal weight, and but it's some kind of a protection, and also in case of crashes, and also give you some kind of grip in case it's wet hand, because I have gone through very rainy days or sweaty days, and then your bike
sweating,
bike hit a little bump, and suddenly you lose that grip, and then if your hand is wet and the sweat, and then you just slip off the handlebar, and that can be very, very dangerous. So very good question. So if you do wear a glove in a training, I guess it's not that important, but in a race situation, make sure it's aero glove, something well fit, tight, doesn't flapping around. You don't really need all that Velcro nowadays. It's you just get one without the. There are so many different brands, not just we make them, but so many brands. They just just stretch it over and then you slip it on. No need any Velcros and bulky. But although we saw in the couple years ago in the World Championship under 19, Albert Philipsen from Denmark, he won the race with the shoe cover and aero socks, without shoe cover and aero socks, but he had a full finger glove.
Oh wow!
He literally, and that was interesting. He had a full finger. Was a mountain bike glove. He also races a mountain bike. So he had a full finger glove and or short shoe cover with our aero socks. So that was like, oh, that's weird. That you don't see that every day in the pro peloton. So yeah, he had a full finger. Maybe that that's also that can actually may be good. Well, he was very strong, so maybe that's why he won anyway in a solo breakaway.
Yeah, true.
So that was but having less of that. Disturbance were like you talk about even a slight creep in the jersey that can be a watt or something, half a watt. So
for sure,
yeah. So make sure get something tight fit, so that way it's staying aero, because it doesn't make it go faster, but certainly can slow you down. That's my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, now we know. So yeah, so a lot of these more faster riders prefer not to use them. Maybe for that particular.
But
reasons,
also, if you're a mechanic, if a rider doesn't, especially nowadays, it's not so bad because you have all these carbon handlebars.
Okay.
But if you ever service the bike, change the bar tape with a guy who doesn't like use a use a glove, then the handlebar, especially the metal one,
your
is so much corrosive.
Your sweat is very corrosive, yeah,
right?
for sure. Like I'm not a fan of using. I like riding bare hands, but then when I came back, I just had to because over here it's just the humidity,
so sweaty,
it ends up being sweaty.
Yeah.
Okay, now that solves the problem now. Yeah, my life's complete.
Here I go.
Okay. All right.
Any
back
questions?
to the race.
Yeah, back to the race.
Back to the
And,
race.
Tudor
Gap.
back on the front, and the gap is kept well at 3 minutes 50. I'm
close to
absolutely
4
impressed.
minutes. Yeah, we thought they were gonna keep it down to about 3 minutes, but it looks like the gap has grown to 3 minutes and 50 seconds with 82.1 kilometers to go. If you're wondering where we are, so basically we're in Bintulu. We can see on the map that the rider is now heading back to Bintulu for a. They're about to head to the first sprint points in kilometer 83, which is not far now. And then after that, they'll head to Bintulu city for 4 laps around the city of Bintulu.
Yeah, very nice job done by Totome and also Alex Torio from Badiani CSF and young man from Hong Kong, Wu Qingying. Qingying Mo, yeah. And ARA Skip Capital, another young Joshua.
Yeah, Joshua Crenage.
Tudor team is always see them back on the front, and also I see now Masuda from Team Ukio.
Yep.
Decide to it's time to invest and to get Malucelli another opportunity to win the sprint, right? So here they sense a little bit of danger because the gap hasn't come down, despite a fairly hard chasing right now from the back. So assuming the time gap is correct, we hope we can get an update on the time gap to see where exactly the gap, how far the gap between the 4 riders from the head of the peloton. Yeah, Masuda, the oldest man, 40 years old in this year's race, chasing the youngest man in this year's race.
Chasing the youngest man, exactly.
There you go. And looking at the Philippines, Thailand. Yeah, Thailand has been. We will see them very visible in the yellow and blue kit at the back of the race quite a bit this year.
It's the front of the group in the breakaway.
And Totome with his arrow pin.
Very nicely
race
pinned number.
Yeah.
Last flapping around.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows his stuff.
Yeah, it's well for the rider who are doing tackling the next Century Ride or next Grand Fondo event. And that's how, if you want to go fast. You want to go into the breakaway, that ought to be the way you pin the number. And now I see that's is it 130, 113. Yeah, that is Masuda.
Masuda. Yeah, Nariyuki Masuda.
Yes.
And
been racing for many years.
Yeah, Harold Martin Lopez just behind him. Yeah, Masuda as well. No gloves.
Yeah, no gloves.
Yeah.
No gloves.
Maybe he was ready to do the pull.
Yeah.
He probably needs some aero socks as well.
Yeah. It's 40 years old and still pulling on the front.
That's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, he's
still racing at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was a good climber. He did well in the previous edition of Tour de Langkawi before when he likes steeper climbs. So obviously the Cameron Highland doesn't necessarily suit him. But now since he hasn't produced a result on the climb, so he's on the front working for Melocelli. There's a shot of the arrow shoe cover from Totome. Yeah. You can see that's they have this windproof material covering the dials and the buckles, and then merge up together with the arrow fabric.
Yeah, I think he was prepared ever since from the hotel that he was going to go in the breakaway.
Only thing he's missing. The arrow helmet. I'm a big fan of the Cannondale. I mean, they have.
You're not a fan of those POC POC helmets.
But they are using the latest one that look really like an arrow one because I know
that new ones. Yeah, I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, that's one that used by.
Ben Healy uses
Ben
that
Healy
a lot.
in the attack, right? And so I'm surprised.
Yeah, maybe they were assuming that it's going to be very hot and humid here, so they need to maybe. I'm just assuming.
Yeah.
A little bit more ventilation.
Yeah, but if their team car has a spare aero helmet, listening to our podcast, our broadcast, maybe get to the front and give him an aero helmet, but he needs to stop at the roadside and change that.
Yeah, that's the ventral air that he's using.
Yeah.
The Park ventral air. The new ones.
The aero ones.
Yeah,
I
let me
like
just
that.
have a look. I forgot what it's called.
It's almost look like a TT helmet.
Exactly. The Procent. Yeah.
Yeah,
Park
the
Procent Air.
Yeah, Procent Air.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's a nice helmet. Almost like a cutout aero helmet.
Yeah.
Cutout TT helmet. I
TT
should
helmet,
say.
right? Yeah. Because I remember Evenepoel was commenting. He says, there's so much regulations, but then how can they allow EF using that aero helmet? That seems like a unfair advantage.
Maybe Remco know that's a bit of an advantage.
Yeah,
for
I'm
the
sure.
team.
You're sure.
Here, Malaysian rider, number 205, Muhsin Misbah. I was racing against him for 3 Saturdays. Three Sundays ago. 4 Saturdays ago at Johor. Yeah, he was present. More for like a presence.
Training.
Yeah.
To them, it's like a training ride.
Yeah,
isn't
training ride, smashing us. He was. He didn't look like he was tired at all.
Oh yeah. He's certainly ready for
Tour of
Langkawi. Yeah, they a lot of the elite rider, pro rider, just using this kind of race as a tune-up. And I remember in the old days, like Greg LeMond used to go to a crit, and he would ride like on a 100K just to get to the crit, and then from where he lived, and then go to the crit, and then he goes to the crit, and then smash everybody, and then he rides back
and
home.
then rides back.
Oh, that was just part of the training. Yeah, so absolutely, and even in the other part of Northern California, you see, I think last time Fast Freddy. He would just do his training ride and go to the local crit and beat everybody up, and then just go home, right back home. It's part of their training program. That's how these pro guys, how strong they are compared to the normal weekend warriors. Here's back on the front. Totome is doing massive amount of work. He's just looking fantastic, keeping the pace, and he's doing a double turn pretty much. He's a Japanese rider chasing another Japanese rider.
Oh wow!
Yeah, there we go. And
There's a bit of an issue there with the Multi-Cometa rider. He's checking something on his bike. Maybe a chain drop or something.
Well,
looks like
maybe
everything's okay.
Yeah, maybe he just want to make sure he didn't get a puncture. Probably he's checking something. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Not much going on in the peloton and the racing. Pretty much breakaway is out the roads, just staying away. Peloton is just maintaining a high tempo. I think trying to make sure the gap doesn't go to 4 minutes, just maintaining that 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and gradually bringing it down as they're approaching the city of Bintulu. We're about 76 kilometers until the race finish. Not far, and then they're not far from the city as well. It'll be interesting racing once they've got back to city of Bintulu, where they will be doing a 4 laps of 8.4 kilometer before the race finishes.
Yeah, I can't wait for the
Super Cup racing today. Not much action, but for sure, I think we'll see a lot of action once they reach the city of Bintulu.
I'm just wondering if that 3 minute 50 second gap is accurate. I hope
we need a refresh.
Yeah,
I wish we had a refresh button here.
It's been that's a good one. Yeah, we should get one. Yeah, and that just looks like because it's been steady at a 350, so it's not possible that there's typically some small variations, at least a couple second off and a couple second on. As you see, Badiani, Alex Tolio is getting a gel, and this is important when you're in the breakaway. Sometimes I see the young rider gets really excited in the breakaway. They stop eating, they stop drinking, they're just so happy to be in the break. But it's so critical that when you are in situations like this, you're using probably twice as energy as the guys just sitting in the back in the peloton. So you got to constantly eat. My advice is every 20 minutes you got to chuck down a gel. So just to make sure you keep your carbohydrate sugar level at a elevated and sustainable, so to prevent you from going bunking. So at the front, again, it's no difference. Tudor is doing work again for sprinting for their sprinter, Evan Decline, who got declined from the victory number 3 yesterday, and but today I'm sure he really wants this redemption. And
yes.
whoever wins between Malucelli and Alvin Decline, whoever wins today's stage will take the honor of the orange KBS jersey, best sprinter. And also, arguably, I mean, that he will be the best sprinter. He would Alvin Decline or Malucelli will be the having a 3-stage victory.
Exactly. I mean, Alvin Decline only got 2 stages last year. Yeah, obviously, he wants to beat his own personal best. In this year's edition of Tour Langkawi. But yes, it looks like Malucelli is not giving him an easy run.
No, and also we don't know if Ceresa, he has won.
For sure.
It's possible that it will be really interesting that he goes and get a stage win, because then you have three sprinter has 2 victory to each name, and he done really well on the first sprint. But came close, but no cigar on the last couple sprint finish. So it is possible he could have a really good first stage and a really good last stage.
Oh yeah, most probably. You never know.
Alvin Decline will be battling hard with Malucelli. So when 2 guys are battling each other, and then he may get a chance to slip off to the side, like how he did in stage 1. He just jumped off to the right side of the peloton. Meanwhile, everybody was fighting for Alvin Decline wheel, and he just jumped out and had enough momentum to carry him through the line. So that is possible.
Right. Yeah, for sure. That is definitely possible. When people are only focusing on Alvin Decline and Noto, Matteo Malucelli, everyone's trying to be behind the wheels of either of these sprinters, and then Gleb Syriza could just
steal the show.
Yeah, steal the show. It came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
and there's sprint pass everywhere.
And that's why it actually makes sprinting so interesting, because it's so difficult to predict. It's like watching the Olympic 100-meter dash, right? 100-meter run. I mean, it's just, guys finishing a blanket finish, they really have to go through the photo, because somebody had a good start, and then jump on the start perfectly, then they suddenly separated by split of a second.
Yeah.
Sometimes
sure.
Hundreds of a second. And
yeah,
so
that's right. Same like track racing, like Kirin, or
correct.
flying 200-meter sprint. Or even like team pursuit.
Nowadays, just team pursuit is just gone. Yeah, let me see how fast they're going through the 4K.
Wow, they were going like average speed of the whole race was like 70 an hour. Something stupid.
It's amazing from a standing still.
Yes, that is true.
Still,
that
not
is true.
Not from a
fast.
rolling pace. Yeah, so it's a hard race, different kind of racing, right? Again, like I remember earlier days, people were asking why Dato Azizul Awang doesn't do Tour Langkawi, right?
Yes.
So why track racing? Track rider. A lot of endurance track riders do get into the road, but for
the likes of like Bradley Wiggins, who else?
Many Aussie guys.
Actually true. Many Aussie guys, like I think one Red Bull rider, Sam Wellsford, was very good in track. Geraint Thomas was very big in track.
Yeah, was track.
Mark Cavendish.
Even Cavendish was
very very popular. So he wins. He had a lot of results in the track before he went to the road.
And even Harif Saleh, the Malaysian,
you're
also doing the track. So but for someone specialized like Azizul, and even Sosai actually started racing in Sosai started racing on the road, doing the crits in California, and winning the California crit championships and so forth. So he actually go from road to track, right? And so go from a longer distance to shorter. But then for Azizul to go to the road, it will be like asking Usain Bolt to do in a marathon. It's just a very different kind of racing, because for track racing it's much higher intensity. Those guys are putting out nearly 2,000, over 2,000 somewhere, 2,000 watts.
I remember we're having a chat with a friend of mine. He's quite close with Dato Azizul Awang, and he mentioned like he rarely go on anything over than 2 hour rides.
Okay.
Yeah, because like once you go over 2 hours, you start losing his muscle mass. You need obviously the kind of event that he does. It's all muscle mass, right? It's all VO2 max. It's all
peak power.
Yeah, it's all peak power. It's
right.
not so much endurance. So when you do anything over like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, you start losing some muscle mass.
Yeah,
You know.
okay.
Yeah. So he'd avoid that sort of event.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like 3 minutes now, Denny. They
Yeah,
brought it back.
It's coming down. It's
Yeah,
coming
it's
down
definitely
steadily.
coming
No, you know, it's the pro teams are so experienced, right? They know how to time their effort. Here we have the Malaysian champion. Just a quick look at a Malaysian champion from Terengganu cycling team, 101. Mazuki, Mero Mazuki. He was very active in the breakaway a couple days ago, and the 2023 SEA Games champion, and as well as 2024 national champion for Team Terengganu cycling team. And while his teammate Anatoly Buria is at the front, just sort of keeping an eye out on the pace. There's 2 DSM riders. Seems to be, yeah, there's more DSM rider on the front now. Started working a little bit to helping out Enzo. Yeah, so it looked like 5 riders decided to get to the front and start doing the chase, and then see the gap and start coming down to 2 minutes 45.
2 minutes 45. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
So maybe there was a bit of a tailwind going out, and then now the rider on the front is facing a little bit of headwind, and that's probably why the pace will start coming down, yeah, that seems to be the reason. Time to change to an aero helmet. Totome.
That's right. That's right.
TJ, let's get him an aero helmet so he can speed up a bit more, getting that extra 5 watts of saving.
Yeah, that's right. Don't know. We don't see the wind direction from the trees or anything.
2 minutes 45.
Yep,
That's the gap.
Definitely closed down.
Yeah.
Definitely closed down. They're not far off from the city of Bintulu.
Yeah. They're getting close to the first intermediate sprint, so they need to keep, if they can keep a 2-minute gap into the city circuit, even though there's still 34K to go, but once you're into the city circuit, which we mentioned, there's a better chance of getting away because you're always out of sight with all the turns and so forth. So Peloton may decide to be a little bit cautious, and I think DSM also maybe not working so much on the front, because right now they're just keeping a GC eye. But once you're into the city circuit, I think the Tudor and Ukyo will be doing more bulk of the work, trying to lead out the sprinter. Although Astana also want to contest in a sprint, and as well as the DSM sprinter Casper Van Uden, who has not able to walk away with a victory. But although his teammate Max Pohl is having the overall race leader jersey, and that is the grand prize of any bike race, is to win the overall position. All the rest stage win will be a very nice second. I think in terms of ranking the importance on a bike race, definitely the overall classification is the biggest prize.
Oh yeah,
comes down with the stage victory, and then you have the points classification. Then you have the KOM classification, and but of course some bigger races like Tour de France, the white jersey, the best young rider jersey, also very important. So here we go again, looking at the chasing. Tudor is on the aero helmet. They all has and some of the rider in Euskaltel Euskadi has an aero helmet as well. So Anatoly is on the regular laser helmet.
Yeah, what's that laser? I forgot what that model is.
Should we look it up? But it's
Z1
nice.
or something.
Yeah.
It's all but gold.
Yeah.
They've been around. That helmet's been around for a long time. That particular model, that Z1. Yeah.
Okay, but it maybe gone through some updates and
very subtle updates here and there.
Okay. So sometimes it's just individual rider preference, isn't it? I mean, some riders just like a certain kind of helmet, or prefer the more ventilated versus the aero. I mean, I certainly like the look of the aero of the helmet, and I use a Caputo helmet, and actually I like the older model. I have the newer model, but some reason it looks a bit of bulkier, and it is still aero, but it just looks bulkier. Sometimes it look wise, but I prefer the older model.
All right.
So I sort of keep that. Sometimes I get the smug from. I get the comments from my friends at the Kabuto. Is like, hey, I thought I'd get you a new helmet. Why are you still using the old one? I like it. I really do love the old one. Yeah. So it's sometimes it's a situation. Well, it looks like we have a raindrop again, and
it's raining again as they're heading back to Bintulu City.
Yeah.
Hopefully not a heavy one. Hopefully just probably just some showers rather than a heavy downpour. Yuhi Todame.
It's pretty heavy.
I absolutely love his position.
Yeah.
Him, some other riders. Maxwell has a good position on the bike. He seems very, very relaxed, very solid, very aero on the bike. Yeah, Yuhi Todame is definitely one of them. Stefan de Bot's pretty aero as well. Like I think a lot of these World Tour riders are pretty dialed when it comes to their position on the bike. It's always more aero to be at 90 degrees on the hoods compared to riding on the drops. Yeah, this guy Niels Bruns pretty good as well.
Okey, kita berada di kilometer yang ke-85 di mana para pelumba akan melalui laluan tersebut dan sprint pertama baru saja selesai. Okey, cikgu boleh bagi tahu nama sekolah?
Ini adalah sekolah SK Sungai Kem Batu 18 Bintulu.
Alright, cikgu, berapa ramai ada murid-murid di tepi ni semua?
Pada pagi ini kita murid-murid yang terlibat adalah seramai 300 orang, termasuk guru-guru dan juga warga sekolah lah. Ya.
Okey, cikgu, kalau mungkin ada orang yang nak datang ke Bintulu Sarawak, apa kawasan-kawasan menarik yang boleh dilawat di sini sebenarnya?
Untuk makluman semua, Bintulu ni banyak tempat-tempat yang menarik, seperti Taman Tubina, Waterfront Bintulu, Pantai Tanjung Batu pun boleh juga. Banyak yang menarik, jadi datanglah ke Bintulu.
Cikgu ni first time ke cikgu bersama-sama dengan anak-anak murid ni semua untuk memberi sokongan kepada rider semua?
Ya.
Okay, mungkin ada kata-kata semangat yang nak diberikan untuk semua pelumba-pelumba?
Jadi kepada semua pelumba, ayo tetap terus bersemangat dan semoga mencapai kejayaan.
Thank you, cikgu.
Those on the Rosa from Badiani is super aero.
Yeah.
As well.
And they're saying
and
even
they're narrow, and then they narrow as well.
UCI had to put a limit on the width of the handlebar. I think you cannot go under 36. I think that was. I think so. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's something 34 seems to be awfully narrow, but 36 I think. That's the minimal.
I think maybe narrower than 34 because the newer Pinarello comes out with a 34 on the tops.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe something less than 34 because the newer one actually, the newer Pinarello .5 2023 comes with the new Moss Talon handlebar on the top measured as center to center 34.
Okay.
34 centimeters. Yeah.
Okay.
With I can't remember exactly what the drop is, center to center, but yeah, so super narrow handlebars these days.
Goes. Yeah, well, according to Google, hopefully I'm not wrong this time. It cannot be less than 350 mm. So that's for the UCI competition. This is stated as 350.
Did it state end to end or center to center?
Good question. So maybe I think it's center to center. I want to say. Yeah, because so what Iza is saying is end to end, so you're measuring from the outside of the bar
outside of the handlebar to the
that
outside
makes
of the
it different
handlebar.
because you have typically a little bit of width. You have the width, the bar width as well. So so that certainly makes a difference. So but now a lot of guys, even they're 1 meter 80 and maybe higher, and they're riding at like 38, 36. It's very common.
Super narrow.
Yeah, very common. But it's the older riders, obviously, generally the disadvantage of going narrow handlebar is, well, the advantage is aero, but the disadvantage is there's some handling wise.
Yeah,
cornering.
potentially. Like I personally, if you're a bit of like, for example, I believe like with like Mark Cavendish, he's still not. He has because he's using a Vision handlebar, which is flared out a little bit. So you're looking at, I think his handlebar measured 38 on the top, but I think about 40
Okay.
To 4,200 drops.
Okay.
I can't remember what's the current measurement of the newer Vision handlebar. But yeah, he said like if it gets narrow on the drops, narrower than 40 or 42, he's having a bit of a problem to sprint.
Oh wow!
Not so much handle to buy, but he's having a bit of a problem to really generate a lot of torque when you're sprinting.
Right.
It's more for that, right? But if you're not of, you know, like a sprinter that requires a lot of torque when sprinting, like if it, it can go like 38. 36. Obviously, if you feel comfortable and confident riding those, some people find it a little bit twitchy, and it comes to the handling and a little bit unstable. But yeah, right. What's your what you're comfortable with? Looks like a kilometer to go till the first sprint point.
Yeah, the
gap
gap
has gone down.
Yeah, a minute 20, a minute 55 now.
from 1 minute just now.
Yeah, so so it is coming down, but they're getting ready for the first intermediate sprint. I think they're just gonna roll through. Obviously, no point contesting winning this minor points here. So they need to work together. They need to work together at least until they for another 30K until they get into the circuit, which is the 34K from the finish. They will be getting into the circuit, and that's where they will have increase their chances. And you see Masuda on the front. He's an old school. Being an older rider, he's riding a very wide handlebar.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly narrow compared to like other riders in the front just now, like Niels Brun or even a rider from DSM, Kurt. He looks like a little bit narrower than his own shoulder blades.
Yeah. I know they even talk about not only the width of a handlebar, we even talk about bar tapes.
Exactly.
They were saying, I think, watching Binet Garmet winning the sprint finish being the first African and winning the Tour de France stage in the sprints, and they talk about he wrapping his handlebar tape all the way to the center of close to the center of the stem. So they said that if you just a lot of the sprinters they shorten the bar tape and they just wrap literally where the hoods. Your hands placement,
especially with his arrow handlebar,
right? So they said that could be a couple watts, and looks like Badiani rider. That's exactly he has a very arrow, so he wrapped the handlebar to a very minimal length onto the center, so keeping that bar as arrow as possible.
Exactly, as arrow as possible.
It is. Here's a replay of today's sprint number 1. They just roll through. No contest needed here. Just wipe up all the intermediate bonus.
Yeah.
So that should be good.
They probably didn't even realize it was a sprint point today. Just so focused and dialed in just to make sure they keep the momentum high. But anyway, for today's first sprint, Alex Tolio maximum point, followed by Ching Yin Mo from Hong Kong, and I believe the third was from Joshua Carnage.
Yep.
Yes, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Just pretty much roll through that first sprint points, not caring too much who gets however many points.
Right.
The whole idea is to make sure the breakaway stays functional and rotating fast.
Yeah, and it looked like this definitely less than 2 minute gap now.
Looks like we can hear some cheering.
Oh, definitely.
Cheering going on the roadside. Oh, that's a lot of crowd.
Yeah.
Wow, amazing turn up despite the rain.
Yeah, that's amazing. The Malaysian supporters for the Tour de Langkawi. So many spectators on the roadside.
Yeah, very welcoming as well.
Yes.
Yeah, they were excited.
Yeah, Malaysian people has been they are very welcoming, very friendly people. So definitely encourage you to come to visit Malaysia, and you certainly feel the hospitality.
Yeah, definitely won't disappoint.
Yeah, and the road is dry again, so we go from wet to dry, and now we're back to dry. So that's good. That's good because we want to make sure the roads in Bintulu are dry, because it could be a dangerous situation if the road circuits are become too wet and too slippery.
Is an overview of the overall sprint. So we're going to see a contest between Matteo Malucelli and also Arvid de Klein, with just only 1 point separating them. So it's going to be an intense one. So definitely they want to get as much. They want to be fighting for the points in the finishing line. So yes, one or the other needs to win the sprint for today in order to secure the orange KBS orange jersey for point or sprint classification.
Yeah, we see back on here. Well, it's changed. So the look like Thailand rider move up a bit. Here's Aisan, Philippine, and Martin Hero is just done some pulling. Now he's getting some water.
Domestic duty.
Domestic duty. Yes, it's professional riders there for you. Once you're done, there's some bitong.
Ah, yeah,
throw on the
some-
roadside.
yeah,
Kids excited to catch
He was
them.
chasing.
He
He was
is,
chasing the udon.
it's always good to see. All right, and it is really good rule from UCI to the bitong should be thrown when there are spectators. So it is always something for the kids, especially for the kids to be able to get something. It's even though it's not an expensive item souvenir, but it is a souvenir they can keep.
I mean,
in
for
their,
a lot of these bottles, I mean, like, relatively speaking, if you're living in this part of the world, these bottles are actually quite expensive for them. It's like about 90, 100 ringgit almost. A lot of these elite custom bottles. About that price point. It's a prized item.
Yeah, I know some cycling fans. They like to collect all the different water
They're
bottles.
not using it. Just
they're
collect them and put them on their roofs or something
on their
for display.
rooms, yeah, right, there's some collectors for that. It's good. Some cycling fans like to collect jerseys. TSG that we had a request from some cycling fan in Belgium that he wants to collect jerseys of as many teams he can get from.
I understand bottles, but what are the chances of actually getting a jersey though?
Fairly low. But
okay.
sometimes end of the year, then every year the jersey changes. And so some of the old jersey we had inventory. They should sell those items, but. Here's a gold shot of a glove, right? It's
from Black Sheep. So Black Sheep is an apparel sponsor for ARA Skip Capital.
Yeah, it's
based in Brisbane.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, based in Brisbane. So it's a local apparel company to ARA Skip Capital, which is Brisbane is in the state of Queensland. Same as Sunshine Coast, where the team is.
Okay. There.
Yeah, so they're organizing some Men Ride this month. Men Ride is basically in celebration of men's mental health.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
interesting. Yeah, so that's been a Black Sheep mission ever since the beginning of their establishment.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have some pretty unique, funky designs.
Yeah. That's a lot of the newer kids these days are like that.
yeah. It's nice to keep it. I know some people like the more solid color. I think it reflects personalities.
I know for sure, 100%.
Some people
certain personalities like a certain patterns, and other personality different. Prefer different patterns.
Yeah, so I like just go use all black kit.
Okay.
I like. I mean, I used to fetish. I love the white shorts. I remember. Before, but now I changed up. All my bibs are black, only black bibs, and with a fairly solid color. Although I do have a jersey from Black Sheep that kind of eye catchy, so very bright. But I'm an old school kind of person. Boring, definitely boring, boring kind of person. Not a fashion guru by any means. Here's I also like the Hong Kong. The Hong Kong jersey is quite nice. I like the black kid and with a bit of white and red color.
Yeah,
that's really unique. That's a nice design. And we're back to the front of the peloton. Here we go, all black kid from Tudor.
All black kid.
Yeah,
now that's your jam.
Yeah, I need to go and ask them for a set of kit, all black, and black socks as well. Black socks and
you're a black socks
guy. Ever since Lance Armstrong days, just make that socks easy to keep clean. When we have a white socks, and you got to keep washing it, and then it gets so it become off white.
Okay.
And then I don't mind white shoes, black socks. So I like the Tudor's whole setup. It's a
they have black socks as well.
Yeah,
they're running black socks and white
black
shoes.
socks, white shoes. Yeah, I know like certain riders like special Peacock. He keeps saying that Tom Peacock is saying like, no, like the socks have to be white. The
Yeah,
shoes have to be white.
a lot of riders, white shoes, white socks.
White shoes, white
yeah,
socks.
I like white shoes, white socks as well.
Yeah. I know.
Except for rainy days, I'll wear black socks.
Yeah.
But white shoes, white socks for
or
me.
mountain bike, go mountain bike and gravel ride.
Oh, no,
you
definitely
have a white socks. That's pretty much going to be damaged.
New socks day afterwards.
Yeah.
It's going to be new socks.
But Totome is on his all white arrow shoe cover there.
These World Tour riders have all infinite supplies of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
definitely. So it's a personal preference. Yeah, I'd be interesting to taking a poll on, how many prefer all white socks, or and prefer black socks, because you saw that at one time it's just it's gonna. Obviously, I think Lance Armstrong made the black socks popular, but then suddenly it's gone back to all white socks. With Matthew Van Der Poel was all going all white socks and white shoes,
white socks.
But it's good to see in Peloton and Tudor they're still going with the black socks. So not completely switched off, but I know white is very popular. We used to sell a lot of black shoe cover, only black shoe cover, just like take almost 50% of the choices. But now it's all white shoe cover. Yeah, I was surprised. Especially when we look at it this year, we sold as many white. Well, still even more. More people bought white shoe cover, and then the black ones. So. There you go. So the
at least when it's raining, they can still look pro.
yes.
And it's easy to wash those shoe covers.
Yeah. So it is part of the fashion for sure. I know. Not everybody is gonna have
it's something. I don't know. It just looks very nice when you're pedaling. When you're when the socks and the color of the shoe matches. I remember back then Shimano those S-Fire shoes.
S-Fire shoes.
They come up with the blue shoes and the blue socks. The matching colors. The green shoe with the green socks. Right. So I don't know. It looks very nice when you're pedaling. It looks very pro if you match your socks with the shoes.
Yes, it is. It is true. It is true.
Anyway,
so
that's
there's some shoes and socks discussion.
Some silly shoe.
Fashion. Well, because
Exactly.
just to be honest, I mean, not everyone is gonna become pro cyclists. Let's just be honest. I mean, not everyone is born to race, but so part of it is for health reason, exercise.
That's true.
But also part of it is a lifestyle, right?
It is. Yeah.
I mean, even with Black Sheep when it started, they're more like a lifestyle company.
Exactly.
They weren't so much into racing.
100%.
So it is a lifestyle, and it's a
Rafa
healthy
as well, like
Rafa.
a pair sponsor for EF Education. Started out as more of a lifestyle.
Lifestyle, right? So now they're much more into racing, but it is, it's if a healthy lifestyle for whatever the reason, health reason, fashion reason, just say the social part of it, if that gets you on a bike on a weekly basis, hell, let's just do more of it. Right. We just need more cyclists, less cars on the road.
100%.
So I'm just big fan. I mean, I stopped driving car. I pretty much go to work every day on my bicycle.
Okay.
And I feel fresh. I go to office.
Yeah.
I purposely installed a shower in my office. So I can take a shower, nice shower, and then I feel fresh and ready to go. So I loved it, and it took me just as long to get to the office on my bicycle. Like you talk about, you're stuck in the traffic, and we know Kuala traffic can be notorious. I mean, Thailand, you go to Thailand and Jakarta,
that's
go to
even
Bangkok,
worse,
that's even worse. So get the bicycle, go to work, and you will be you done. You get your morning exercise done, and you feel fresh, and you don't get stuck in the traffic, and you don't get frustrated. So why not? So I'm all for it. Whatever the reason you want to get on the bicycle, for the health, for the fashion, for the friendship, for the social part, for the food. If you like to drive to somewhere for the food or for the coffee, do it. Just do it on a consistent basis. Enjoy it, and it for whatever the reason, it's good. And if you could enjoy, and then you come enjoying the cycling part and the racing part, that's even better. So
100%. For sure. I was gonna say, you pay. Obviously, trying to enjoy a healthy lifestyle is expensive, right? You gotta expend. If you're not into bicycle, probably into gym and that sort of stuff. You gotta pay. You gotta pay for your apparels to go to gym. You gotta pay for the gym membership, subscription or whatever. Membership, and then obviously for us that's into cycling, you gotta buy the gears and everything. It is expensive. but getting sick is also expensive, right?
absolutely,
So
right.
you just have to choose, right? Like I've come to realize that way. You know, it's if you're not paying it now, you end up paying it
Yeah,
later.
absolutely,
So might as well just pay now, buy the equipment that allows you to be healthy.
Yeah.
It's more enjoyable
Yes.
rather than having to
Yeah.
pay for hospital bills,
Yes,
medication bills.
absolutely,
You know,
absolutely.
and you can enjoy your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the
that's,
point of having
pretty
all
good.
the money in the world when you can't enjoy it?
Yeah.
Right? You don't have the health. That's why
Exactly.
there's a saying that health is wealth.
Yeah, health is
right?
wealth.
Health is wealth. There you go. For these riders, super healthy riders.
Oh,
they
yeah.
are super healthy and they are on the front chasing. The time gap for the breakaway, it's been kept pretty steadily at a minute and 45, and the rain once again coming down hard. That's a scary sight. As we're getting close to the
Yeah.
city circuit, we're only 20 kilometers from the city of Bintulu. If we have any Bintulu fans watching this race right now, please tell us. In the city of Bintulu, is it raining or is it dry?
People are saying the city is cloudy.
Okay.
But I wanna give props to these spectators. It's raining. And
Yeah,
they're
pouring.
They're
Yeah.
playing some, I don't know, like hitting on the barrels. You know,
Yeah.
proper.
They're
support.
enjoying it. They're enjoying it.
What? Yeah.
In despite
It's a
the rain.
festival.
Yeah, that's awesome to see. It's always great to see cycling fans. You know, we've seen so many bike races, despite the weather, and there's always fans on the roadside cheering up the cyclists. Because you know, unlike the footballer and the basketball players, and they're in the stadium, there's always constant noise and the cheering. These guys, by standing on the roadside, just cheering them on. Even though they can't wave at you, but they appreciate that.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
for
it's-
sure, 100%.
Yeah, especially in some of the races, the classic races on the climb. I cannot believe how many people are actually. This year, I had the fortune of watching one of the stages in the Tour de France live in France. I'm trying to remember which stage, but Binet Gourmet. It was a sort of a sprint, a small uphill sprint in a small little town, very small town in the middle of nowhere in France,
Okay.
in the middle of the Champagne country, they call it in France. Small town, and they were just full of spectators. We had a park pretty much a couple kilometer away. I'm talking about probably they start still up the road about 4 kilometer away from the actual finish, and it was just packed with people and fans on the roadside cheering up the cyclists. And I'm thinking, this is not even a big mountain stage or a big city.
Okay.
It's just so many fans out there watching.
Yeah.
It was fantastic experience. I would certainly encourage any cycling fan, if you haven't seen a live action, definitely get out and watch the Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah.
If you're in Bintulu, you're in heaven right now. You got to go out and cheer up the riders and watch the finishing circuit.
Yeah,
But
I
if
mean,
you haven't,
you guys in Bintulu are very lucky
Yeah.
in the sense that they're gonna have that circuit around
Yeah.
there, so they're gonna pass the city about
Four times.
four times.
Yeah, four times, right.
Unlike other stages, they're
Yeah.
just like people you see them in the flag off and goodbye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you guys are lucky in Bintulu. So if you're around town and you're a fan of cycling, come over. Even if you're not a fan of
Yeah.
cycling, you know, you can bring
Yeah.
your whole family. There's
Yeah.
some stuff going on
Yeah.
around the finishing line. I'm sure there's some booths, some food.
Yeah.
They're next by the beach. You know, they can
Yeah.
always take the family over there and enjoy the festival of cycling.
Yes, absolutely. Meanwhile, the fans on the side, despite the heavy rain, they're cheering up
Oh,
their
wow.
riders with the
Amazing.
Sarawak flag, which is
the state flag.
always great.
Sarawak state flag.
Yeah, great to see. The chase is on back there. Ukio Masuda, the oldest man of the race, chasing the youngest
Yeah.
man in the breakaway.
They say how fast you can pull depends on your age.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They say if you're 40, minimum speed is 40.
Yeah.
If
They're
you're
pulling-
55, you gotta go 55.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So I only go faster with the age. That's great. That's good. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward when I turn 60.
Yeah,
So I'll
there
be
you go.
pulling on the front at 60k an hour.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
you better hang on to my wheel, Izat.
Oh dear.
I'm not sure you can follow that. There
Yeah.
you go. 50k to go.
Not
And a
far to go.
minute.
50 kilometers to go.
Wow.
Probably an hour and a half of racing
Yeah.
still to go.
And only 16k to the entrance of for the guys to cross the finish line, enter into the finishing circuit of Bintulu city. So we're really not far. The whole Tour de Langkawi, we have seen 7 days of exciting racing, and today is no different. We have covered over 7 days, and we're down to the last 50K, literally an hour plus, just over an hour of racing. And we have certainly been entertained by the action. We have seen the fight for the overall jersey. Simon Carr, who was the defending champion, didn't have a great day, and Max Pohl, he's a countryman from UK, 21 years old, and taking the victory at Cameron Highland, taking the overall position. But starts off, just to recap, stage 1 was won by Sarissa in a fantastic sprint finish. And now we're going to an interview with yesterday's stage winner.
Oh, yeah.
Maricelli. And he'll be coming up shortly. And
Matteo, one more chance. 2 riders here have won 2 bunch sprint. There's one chance to be the best sprinter in the Tour de Langkawi.
Yes, for sure. I will try to win again, and if I win, I win also the orange jersey. So today is our sprint, our stage, but our first goals is finishing the second in GC. So before we have to defend our position in GC with Pesenti, and after we will think for me at the sprint. I know that the Klein is the faster of the bunch with me, so I will try to follow him and to do another good sprint today.
So is it a 2-man battle, or is it more complicated than that?
Normally when you do the same finish, the same last K for 2 times, yesterday and today the finish is the same. It's more difficult because everybody know the finish line. Today is the same condition of yesterday, headwind. So I think it's a little more difficult, but it's more difficult for everybody. So I try my car, I play my car, and we see.
Grazie mille.
Thank you.
All right, so that was yesterday's stage win, Matteo Malucelli. He's definitely eyeing for that best sprinter title in this year's Tour of Langkawi. For sure, Ukyo is doing very well in this year's edition of Tour of Langkawi. They have Manabu Ishibashi in the best Asian rider classification. They're on the second of the KBS Orange Jersey sprint classification. But Ukyo have been on the podium, top step for stage 2 with Matteo Malucelli, and also stage 7 for again Matteo Malucelli for winning the bunch sprint. So it's been a productive Tour of Langkawi for JCL Team Ukyo, the Japanese team.
Yep.
So and 47.7 kilometers to go, Danny.
Okay, yeah. So I just got a note from TSG, just telling me what the helmet. We were talking about the helmet of TSG rider. They're using the Z1 with kinetic core technology.
It's a little bit like those MIPS system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So MIPS is basically owned by those Giro helmets.
Yes.
Yeah. So they sort of outsource it. A few other brands are using those MIPS technology.
Oh, I thought this is owned by Giro. I thought it's themselves as a company.
No, it's the first came out with Giro.
Okay.
Yeah. And then obviously a few other brands are coming out with their own. For example, like Laser with the kinetic core. Same concept.
Right. So they have this. So what explain?
Yeah. So basically, what it allows when your helmet, for example, you had a crash.
Right.
So it's sort of like it's separate to the helmet shell. So meaning for example, when you crash, your head hit the road. So the helmet rotates, but your head doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
They're trying to prevent how to say it? Trying to lessen the impact.
Yes, exactly.
You cannot prevent the impact. There's going to be impact. Lessen the impact, not lessen the direct impact by shifting the head position a little bit. And that system become very popular. I think more and more helmets are now made with MIPS system.
For sure.
On the front, back on the front, it's again Mario Lopez, and driving the Astana train toward the finishing circuit, which is really close now.
Yeah,
we're looking at about
20 kilometers to go.
12.
He's really pushing the pace. You can see, like he's in the big ring with quite a
Yeah,
a few
I
cogs
think
in the back.
53, 54.11 right there.
Yeah, almost.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably need a bigger chainring.
Yeah. So, yeah,
He's got
it's,
a lot of watts for a small guy.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean he's been in the front yesterday. He's been in the front today. You know, normally it takes normally those bigger riders are suiting to pull for a fast pace, but yeah, maybe Harold Martin Lopez is actually he actually got a big engine.
Yep. Oh, it definitely does.
Yeah, lightweight with a big engine.
Well, that's why he's in the racing the World Tour.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's staying with the team for next year too. So he has a 2-year contract with Team Astana. I'm wondering if they're gonna, with a new sponsor, they're gonna keep the name Astana Kazakhstan, or changing to the XDS.
Yeah.
So, what to see?
Just under 20 kilometers
Yep.
to go.
Oh, yeah.
Before they reach the city of Bintulu.
less than
We've got
that,
a few weather updates. It's dry in Bintulu.
Okay. All right.
Tim Rod _ Gamer says that the finish line venue was the old Bintulu airport back then.
Oh,
before
wow.
it got moved away a bit from the city.
Whoa.
wow.
Okay.
Thank you for that info.
Yeah,
I never knew that.
We did not know that. So it's gonna finish on an airplane.
Yeah, former airport.
Yeah, so
It makes sense because it's
yeah.
by the roadside, right? That's normally that's the where airports is normally famously positioned. Where when you look everywhere around the world, it's normally it's not far from the ocean.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So it'll be
I'm not sure specifically,
right,
but why the reason is. But when you look at airports around the world, normally they're not that far from the sea.
City from the sea, right? So it's very interesting to see who is gonna land the victory on the old airport of
That's
Bintulu.
right. That's right.
Is it gonna be
Who's gonna take flight?
Alvin Decline?
Yeah.
Right? Who's gonna take flight?
Who's gonna take flight?
He's gonna take flight and also gonna land it. Not only take off, but also land it, the victory. And is it gonna be Alvin Decline?
Matteo Malcelli or Gleb Syriza or Manuel Penalva or Casper Van Uden. You never
There
know.
you
Or the
go.
breakaway could actually stay away.
Oh,
So
yeah?
it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's the fight is on. Fight is on, and Astana is also definitely committing and fighting for Antoine as well, trying to move up
Yes,
to the third position. They want the breakaway to be caught. So the first intermediate sprint already gone, but they know the moment they enter into the circuit, there is an opportunity to take a bonus second. But I think it's going to be too late. There's not going to be enough road to catch the breakaway before they enter the circuit, because they only got 12K. I mean, less than 12K, 10K round. They have 10K into the final circuit, because which is 34K to go. That will be when they enter the circuit. So it's 44K. So they have exactly 10K. You're not going to be able to bring back a minute 40. Unlikely to bring back a minute 40 unless the breakaway decides to set up, which they're not going to bring back that minute 40 gap in 10K. So the first intermediate sprint is the second intermediate sprint most likely is going to be taken by the breakaway group right now.
Yeah. Obviously, they're really pushing the pace here in the peloton. They're bringing the gap down now, so it's about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Still the same 4 riders. We have Yuhi Todome in the front there from EF Education Easy Post, Alex Tolio from Badiani. We have Cheng Yin Mo from Hong Kong cycling team, and also Joshua Crenage from ARA Skip Capital. So these 4 have been working well together. They've got the gap almost 3 minutes and 50 seconds. That's the biggest gap they've got. So now obviously the peloton is going super fast. Trying to bring them back. So the gap has only got down to 1 minute and 40 seconds with 40 kilometers to go to the finish, but about 10 kilometers to go until they reach Bintulu city.
And but they should enter the Bintulu circuit with a minute, possibly a minute and a half, well, a minute plus gap, hopefully, and then they will try to get away from the chasing peloton, which is led by Masuda and from Team Wukio right now. There's the urgency, and we just gone from wet roads to dry road, literally in one turn, and now they are on the dry circuit, dry road again. And Hodame on the front, and he is really doing a double pull on the leading group, and he's almost opened up a small gap.
Oh yeah. Looks
you
like
see the-
maybe maybe it's about time.
a little bit tired.
If the base is not high enough and Totome wants to really go for the solo break, he probably needs to attack the group or really bump the pace up.
Yeah, but it's a tall task to do it now. I think it's too early. I think once you get into the circuit, then you can play a bit of more cat and mouse, but you can launch the attack because you have a lot of turns. So once you're trying to get into the circuit and then attack, and then you're out of sight, then there's a better chance for you to get away. A narrower street, and so hopefully there will be a lot of people cheering on the roadside, so that can drive on the rider, giving them a little extra motivation. There you go. But it seems like Totome is pushing
looks
the
like
pace.
the Hong Kong rider, or maybe Joshua Grenade is having a little bit of a trouble there, trying to stay with the breakaway.
Yeah,
Yui Totome he's just not looking back. He's just driving the pace with Alex Tolio.
And the moment he said he's not looking back, he looked back. That's good timing.
Maybe you just want to make sure, where 4 people is better than 2 people, but we don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but if the 4 is not contributing equally, then you don't need any sandbag. You don't need to let weight. You just need to drop them. But right now, they're still trying to work a little bit together, and I'm certainly impressed with the Hong Kong rider. He's trying to contribute. A minute 30 now. The gap is coming down, and coming down slowly. And this rider has about 7 kilometer before getting into the city circuit of Bintulu. The oil and gas, the major business oil and gas.
Let's say the from the map, yes, that's the right turn they're taking, and then from there it's a straight run into the city. A few kilometers there from that turn off. As you can see, there's a lot of cars from the direction of Bintulu city giving way to the riders. Yeah, someone to just get out of the car and enjoy the race.
And looked like the Hong Kong rider had enough. A good fight for him. The sole survivor of rider from Team Hong Kong Pro Cycling. Mo Chi Ying, and he done his job. I mean, it's great showing. Despite he's not able to hang on, but good showing for his team. Good fight. And
yes, that was good. He was pretty much from 0 kilometer. He was a solo rider in front, and then joined by these other 3 riders from one rider, Yui Totome, and then Alex Tolio, and also Joshua Cronage. Good effort by this young lad, Joshua Cronage. He was in the late breakaway yesterday with Afiq Huzni and also Ayman Zarif. He's still in the breakaway.
So 3 rider now, 4 becomes 3. Totome is really driving up the climb, and followed by Alex Tolio from Bariani CSF. And there's the peloton taking that sharp right turn, and a bit of wet, but let's make sure everybody gets through safely. And now dry, now heading right immediately onto the drier roads. So that's good to see. Here's Andreas from Trigano Cycling Team, just wrapping up on the back of the peloton.
It's some team trying to feed their riders at the side of the road there. It's always a good spot when it's slightly uphill, when the pace isn't super high. It's easier for the team staff to deliver the bottles, and also it's easier for the rider to pick up the bottles.
Yes.
It's like some spectators running across the road.
Yeah.
To have a nicer shot, or nicer, they can record nicer footage of the riders.
Right there. You see everyone here recording. Here's the road is pretty steep. That's not that is definitely not a flat run-in for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, it's a bit of lumps. We know there's a bit of lumps, and even the finishing circuit is a drawbridge.
It's a bit of a lump. Yeah, for sure. 100%. You're right.
Having a look at the rider on the back. And 1 minute 25, right? So they are, the gap is coming down, but it's not plunging down. So as we mentioned, they
slowly
wanted
and steadily they are bringing the breakaway back.
It looked like Josh is having a little time, skipping a couple of turns right now. So he's having a hard time trying to keep up with the the EF and the Badiani CSF, Totome and Alex
Harold
Torrio.
Martin Lopez and Masuda, and also Nils Brun. Looks like the three of them have been swapping turns ever since they started the chase to bring back the breakaway down.
Yeah, here's the back of the peloton, Philippine riders, and on their LV bike.
Elvis. I think Elvis. Yeah.
Okay, Elvis.
Not sure how you
Should be
exactly
Elvis.
pronounce
It
it.
would be nice if it be Elvis bike.
Yeah,
No, Elvis.
Yeah,
Elvis
and then the
Presley?
owner name is Presley.
No.
That's goal.
There you go.
Yeah, Yui Totome again driving the pace. Let's see if Joshua Crenage is actually going to do a pull. He seems to have a little bit of a trouble just now, trying to stick to the breakaway, but hopefully he sticks. You know, what a young man to be able to do.
To follow the World Tour
exactly,
and the pro team rider, and he definitely he was suffering a little bit, and he's letting a gap go, but he's fighting to get back on the wheels, and he's still trying to contribute to the breakaway, to the turn. Because as long as he's trying to give a turn, so the rider, Totome and Alex probably won't attack him just yet. The moment he stops working, then there's no purpose for Totome to tow him anymore. So then time to drop him. So he's contributing as much as he can. That's a good fighting spirit there. And we should absorb the Hong Kong. The peloton should absorb the Hong Kong rider. Did a fantastic job, and time to rest and trying to finish his first, most likely his first 2.1 race. Pro race.
2.0 exactly.
Pro, There's
some visual
back of the peloton.
It's rider 205, Mohsin Misbah from Malaysia. We've got some rider from Thailand here. Just in front of the feed is rider 196, which is Nopachay Klahan.
You can see the riders you see on the back of the peloton. So one advice for the amateur cyclists, they're not looking at the rider's wheel in front of them. So you want to be safe in the peloton, look ahead. You
got to know what's actually happening ahead.
So,
100%. Yeah, that's a good advice.
Yeah, so a lot of time I ride with cyclists with lesser experience. They tend to look at the wheels, the back wheel of the bike in front of, and that's when the accident happened. That's still too late to react. So you need to look ahead as far as you can, and whatever happens in the peloton, in front of you, then it will give you a few more seconds to react, right? So if you hear somebody squeaking on the brakes or crashing, and then at least you have a few seconds to react. If you just look at the wheels in front of you, by the time that wheels stop, and you're pretty much going to be on the ground. So,
okay.
Yeah, don't. So look at as far as, just like cornering. Like you talk about cornering, look at as far as you can, because that's where, if you look at it,
SMK Baru Bintulu, di mana ini merupakan kilometer ke 113, dan bersama saya adalah salah seorang pelajar sekolah. Namanya apa, Dek?
Nama saya Muhammad Faris Hasanuddin.
Okey, so hari ni bersama dengan kawan-kawan, support tim mana?
Tim Malaysia.
Tim Malaysia. Okey, dah berapa lama dah tunggu kat sini?
Baru 10 minit macam tu.
10 minit. Okey. So, boleh tak bagi tahu dekat orang yang tengok ni kan, ajak mereka datang ke Sarawak, ke Bintulu. Apa yang best di Bintulu?
Bintulu ada macam-macam makanan, jenis makanan. Satu lagi dekat Bintulu ni famous pantai.
Oh, pantai. Okey, apa yang awak nak cakap kepada pelumba-pelumba yang akan lalu di sini sekejap lagi? Bagi mereka kata-kata semangat sikit.
Malaysia Pro Cycling.
Suka tim Malaysia Pro Cycling Team. Alright, bagi kata-kata semangat sikit untuk mereka.
Buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Alright, thank you, Adik.
Updated a gap there with 1 minute and 5 seconds gap.
Yeah.
As you can see on the screen now, they've pretty much entered the city of Bintulu. The breakaway group consists of Yui Totome, Alex Tolio, and also Joshua Crenage. What a ride by this young lad from ARA Skip Capital.
Yep. Go on the attack probably first pro race, and just go on attack on last day. Get yourself in front of the camera. Get yourself in front of the peloton.
Yes.
And I'm sure that he's attacking, trying to get himself present in the race, trying to feel the experience. Because you need to try. To be able to stay away at this kind of world at the pro level in front of the World Tour riders. You get to give you a feeling that what kind of pace and power you need to produce in order to stay in front of the chasing Astana team. So that you go back, once you experience this, you go back during his training, he will know exactly what kind of effort he needs to do in order to come back and do it again next time.
All right, this is the visual. So this is where the race will end. But they're not ending the race just yet. They will have 4 laps to do. So they're about to reach, there's about 2 kilometers to go until they ride under that start-finish line. That's where the second intermediate sprint will be. But I doubt any of these riders in the breakaway will sprint for the points. They'll probably just ride and roll through that sprint point because they want to maintain a fast, cohesive group in the breakaway.
Yes, and good to see the circuit is dry, and doesn't look so sunny, so it's not so hot, but the circuit is dry, and that makes the racing a little bit safer.
I think it's going to be very windy out here.
It is.
It's going to be super windy here.
Yeah, we talk about it. We hear yesterday's winner, Marcelli, and there's a bit of headwind because they're literally running into the ocean, toward the ocean right now. So,
see, the beach flag is pointing backwards.
Yeah,
and
that's probably why the old airport is here, because what you want to do is that if you are landing, you probably want to land into the wind, and then you want to take off with the wind behind you. So that's probably why. That's my take. I'm no aerospace expert by any means. So if I'm wrong, please go correct me.
Yeah.
And
if anyone in the comment sections know anything about airport construction, why most of them are near the ocean, let us know.
Yeah. Also, probably I think we're near the ocean, that in case of an emergency landing, you can land in the ocean, and also less tall building obstructing.
Okay.
There's so that could be the reason. But obviously, we're no expert. We know a little bit about bike racing. We know nothing about aeroplane. That's for sure.
Right.
And I'm not trying to pull a fast one on anyone. So hopefully some pilots are a fan of cycling, which I'm sure they are. You're watching. Give us some advice on aerospace. The peloton is just flying across the starting of the loop. The finishing loop right now.
So about from now on, they will be doing 4 laps of 8.4 kilometer circuit.
And still led by Team Astana, followed by Tudor, and DSM. It's also DSM and Ukio all keeping an eye, and EF Education trying to disturb a little bit, just make sure not too many guys come to the front and help with the
Although the gap has been reduced to 55 seconds. But all hope is still there. You never know.
Yeah, it's hopefully there's a replay of the first intermediate sprint. Although we kind of know, just rolling through, no contest there. But that basically swallow up the second intermediate sprint, all the bonus seconds and also the points. So there is nobody on the back of the peloton is able to gain any advantages. So it's going to come down to the third intermediate sprints, which is going to come up after 2 laps with 17K to the finish. There will be the third and the last intermediate sprint of today before the rider contest for the actual finish of final finish of the this year's 2024 28th edition of the Petronas Tour de Langkawi. And just less than about 45 minutes of racing to go, 32K to the finish. And 55 seconds is still the gap. 3 riders are maintaining this gap fairly constant. It's the sprint trains probably want to shut it down in the next 10 kilometer, and then they can start put their sprinter in a armchair ride and try to get them to the finishing line, deliver them into the last 1K. avoid any troubles and mishap. And also for the race leader, Max Pohl, he needs to make sure he stays safe then until the last 3 kilometers, because in case any accident, any crashes happen before or after the 3 kilometers, he still maintain the same time. Now, if he crashed, if he had a puncture or any kind of a mechanical or accident before the 3 kilometers, he needs to do a really hard chase in order to get back to the front of the race, because he's only leading the GC by 14 seconds, so over Pensenti from Team Wukio. So he needs to make sure there's no mishap, that he stays on the bike, which I don't think it any trouble, but he could have a punctures fairly late into the race, and then he needs to do a hard chase to get back to the group if anything happens before the 3 kilometers, the last 3 kilometers. So the 3 riders are still working well on the front. They're not giving up just yet. Josh is doing a great job.
Yeah, he's
hanging with the big boys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Riding with the big boys, you know. Yeah, for sure. Although we can see from the look on his face, he is hurting. But you know, 30.5 kilometers to go. Maybe about 40 minutes to go of racing. With they've got some pretty good gap there, 50 seconds. You know, now it's pretty much like a long circuit criterium. You know, like if you're familiar with criterium racing, a 30-second is a sizable gap already.
Yeah.
But yes, but we obviously. The sprinters team are not going to let this thing go. They're really, really driving the pace now with 40 seconds gap.
40 seconds. So tell us criterium. So for those fans who are not familiar with different kind of racing, we talk about track racing, indoor track racing. You know, how is criterium different from the ropes?
Oh, so criterium is more of like a circuit racing. So normally it's not an 8.4 kilometer circuit. Normally it's about maximum, normally about 2 kilometer circuit.
Yeah, typically 1 kilometer and above, right? So minimum is going to be 1
kilometer and above. Yeah, 1 to 3 kilometers probably max circuit. So normally they do laps depending on where you ride it. Normally criteriums go by time.
Yeah.
You know, some 30 minutes plus 3 laps.
Yeah.
Normally
45
you ride around the circuit
Yeah.
for 30 minutes, and then after that they will show you that 3 laps to go, approximately 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Some races have intermediate, they call it preem, intermediate sprint in the middle, probably halfway through the race. And then the key is obviously they're riding in a circuit, you know, and then technically the official racing goes that 3 laps to go. But the key is you don't get yourself lapped.
Right.
Yeah,
dropped,
you don't get
dropped,
yourself lapped or dropped.
Right.
You know, you don't get the first rider in the circuit overtake you, so that way you're gonna get kicked out of the race.
Right.
Yeah. So normally it's in America it's quite common. They block like city roads or industrial estates, industrial area. Which is common as well back then when I was in Australia. So it's a really fun way of racing. It's pretty aggressive. It's pretty fast. It takes a lot of bike handling skills, you know, especially trying to handle the bike at super fast speeds. And normally,
good for young rider. That's
for
where
sure,
young
100%.
riders to
Good
develop,
for young riders.
You don't need for young rider generally you don't need to do such a ultra long distance. So you need to learn the basic of racing, handling the bike, getting comfortable. Going shoulder to shoulder with
yes, that's
with
the main
other
thing
riders.
I was going to point out as well. Yeah, getting shoulder to shoulder, getting super close to the rider next to them.
Yeah.
You know, and don't a lot of people, even like especially for those people that's late starters, right? Those late starters.
Like Jay Vine.
Yeah. No, actually, you're right. He actually struggling with that when he first started into road cycling. He was struggling a little bit because he was crashing a little bit. I mean, just
compared to other guys.
because he was trying to get used to all these, you know, people are coming at him left, right, and center. You know, but then when you're in the professional peloton, once you get used to it, when you're a lot younger. I remember when during that criterium race, so in the middle of the circuit, we got these juniors actually doing practice of bumping shoulders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. In the middle of this is sort of like a field. So there's like a field in the middle, grass field in the middle. So they just ride around there and just practice bumping shoulders.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Yeah,
you build up the skill, build up the stamina.
Exactly.
And so that someday maybe you'll be racing the big races like this. You know? So, and bumping shoulders and trying to take a stage win and
Exactly.
take the orange jersey. And that would be exciting. So the three rider on the front, the trio, are still keeping a gap, but now it's really down to 30 seconds now.
Oh yeah, they brought it down
yeah.
pretty quick. I mean, when we had the footage in the main peloton, yeah, they were going super fast.
But you see the twists and turns we talk about. So
Yep.
once he's into the city, the roads become a little bit narrower, but there's a lot more turns and the twists
Exactly.
and turns. So that hopefully that may slow down. But these for these pro guys, yeah, this is just another day at the office.
Just another day in the office, right? Like, yeah, if you're in the breakaway, for example, when you're in the pelotons here, you can see here, right, when they're come off the corners, some of them have to really exert. You can see here from the body language that Thai rider had to do probably 6, 7, 8 pedal strokes just to get back on the peloton.
Yeah.
Because of that, how do you call it? Sort of like the yo-yo effect or
Yep.
accordion effect, right?
Yep,
So.
yep.
When after that first half of that rider take that corner, is going to build up some gaps in the middle. So
Yes.
it takes a little bit, especially if you're the furthest rider from the peloton. It takes a lot for you to
Right.
get back into intact with the peloton.
Yep. It's kind of like a traffic jam. For those who have not experienced this, it's like a traffic. So the guys who press the brakes a little bit too long, and we're gonna have an interview coming out before we explain.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at Petronas Hitor de Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
Malaysia.
At Petronas, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
Waves from the ocean.
And he's good to see. He's still up the front, just putting up every possible watts. And here the shot of a Hong Kong rider that was in the breakaway.
Yeah, he put on a good show.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So he didn't come here to make up the number.
Yeah.
And I can see Totome both return back to the peloton. And well, it would be nice to for Josh to get the most competitive jersey. That would for a young rider. I mean, that would be a massive accomplishment in the pro level race like this. And Alex Tolio is still pulling on the front, putting out the watts and not giving up just yet. And they obviously want to just stay in the front as long as he can. And actually, in a circuit like this, you know, like we talked about just earlier, you know, when you're on the back in a tight circuit like Criterium, it's actually harder because you have this so-called rubber band or an accordion effect.
Accordion, rubber band effect, and yo-yo, some people call it.
So,
yo-yo effect.
Yeah, because the guys go to the front of the corners and you know, making the turns at a much smoother line. They have a better line, and the guys behind are not able to see the corner, so they hesitate a little bit and they maybe just tap the brake just for a second, and then the next guy tap the brake for another second, and maybe 1.1 second longer. So that by the time it reaches the end of the peloton, there seems to be a 2-second gap already created. So then you have to surge in order to get back.
You have to go in the red.
Yep. So every time
is
that surges, that sort of create a lactate for your leg. So the advice for people who don't like Criterium like myself, try to get to the front of the first half of the ideally the first 25%, depending on the size of the group. You want to get beyond the first 25%, the front 25% of the peloton. So it's actually easier. You get a chance to see the turns, see the corners. If you really have good legs and you want to be on the front, like these two warriors still fighting to carry on.
Yeah.
They know they catch is inevitable, but they're not giving up just yet.
No, for sure. You know, when it comes to like a circuit racing right here, you know, pretty much it was a road race. Now it becomes a circuit racing. Not big of a gap now because Tudor, DSM, and also JCL Muko is putting up a super fast chase here. You can see here at the back, just what we've mentioned, they are actually struggling. Just to make sure they're intact in the group. It's a single file at the back. It bunches up in the front, and then single file again at the front of the peloton.
Yeah, and we predicted. We said let's, you know, the peloton, the sprint train want to catch these breakaway. Just about 20K to go.
Yes, 20K to go.
Yeah, it's just about that. 4 seconds in front of. They're just trying to fight for the most competitive prize of the day. So whoever last man standing, and we'll probably get that most competitive.
Well, I guess job well done for the breakaway.
Yeah.
Just two riders left. Alex Tolio and also Joshua Pranage. It's been a long day in the saddle for them.
And
job was great. Yeah, good job. Job well done.
Mauricio.
Mauricio.
Aparicio is on the front now again. The aggressive Spaniard, polka dot jersey. He's definitely the winner of the polka dot jersey, and so he is trying to lead out his rider, and it's in a mad dash to the finish line.
Yeah, so obviously he does have quite a fast finisher.
Yeah.
In his teammate, which is George Jackson.
Yeah.
A New Zealand, a Kiwi rider. Sorry, I nearly said New Zealander.
Yeah.
A Kiwi rider.
Kiwi rider who hasn't able to, a former stage winner, last year stage winner.
He won a stage last year. He had the chance of wearing that Petronas green GC jersey.
Yeah. So this year they haven't able to get the result. So certainly they want to give another shot at it. And but also I think they could be setting up their rider for trying to take the intermediate sprint number 3 in order to get a time bonus is trying to jump down the GC, because I believe they should have a rider that's sitting in from between the 3 and the 4th position, third and the 9th position on the GC. Let's just we'll have a quick look at the result from yesterday, so we can get an idea of where everyone's are in the GC fight. And as the peloton just ramping up, they're getting close. I think it's about 2 kilometers from the next intermediate sprint, the last intermediate sprint.
Not far till the 3rd intermediate sprint.
And here we go. I'm just looking at the GC. Yeah, so you have Manuel Diaz, who is sitting number 6 on the GC. Same time, 20 seconds from Unai Iribar. So they are trying to fight for that last. Here we go. Right. Come to the intermediate sprint. It's going to be the GC rider racing. Trying to get the.
Mario Aparicio is really pulling in front there, setting up make sure the Manuel Diaz is having a shot at this 3rd intermediate sprint in order to jump up the ladder to get into the podium spot of the GC. Fighting for 3rd position.
And Astana
is in the front. Obviously, Astana wants a place for Anton Charmik.
And this is not the finish. It looks like they're racing for
the finish, but it's definitely a chance for the GC contenders to get up, especially from number 3rd all the way down to the 9th, trying to improve their position. At the back there, this is Astana.
And for Antoine. And it looks like they're in good position. They're leading out. Ceresa is leading out Antoine. Charmik trying to get that bonus second. And this is getting exciting. This is getting exciting. It looked like they're finishing. And the Tudor rider jump across and try to get that the time bonus as well. And who has that?
A second rider from Tudor actually got got the intermediate sprint, or some of the riders thought it was the finishing of the race.
I hope the sprinter didn't spoil the party.
Yeah.
Oh, it looked like some rider was confused and wasn't sure if this is going to be the
end of the race or not. It looks like it's still racing.
Counterattack started to take place now. And there's a gap opening.
Looks like another Confarmer in front. Use that as a bit of a launch pad.
There you go. We talk about the once you get into the circuit, there's a lot of twist and turn, and it's easier for the attack to happen. For the guys to ride on the front. So there's a Confarmer rider taking the opportunity and launching the attack, and the riders trying to grab water. I think there's only 16K to go. There's no point of risking trying to get a bottle. Just hang on.
Looks like they've got a bit of a gap there. Rider from Equipo Confarmer. And we're trying to get a visual of who the other rider is.
Euskaltel. I think orange jersey Euskaltel together with Confarmer. And likely trying to slip ahead. Here's the sprint. Let's see who.
It looks almost like a finishing sprint. Yeah, Astana there. Gleb Syriza is leading out for Anton Charmik. Looks like rider from Tudor. Coming from the left side, trying to get maximum points. Manu Peñalve just behind Anton Charmik. A rider from Equipo Confarmer as well on the far left. Maximum points from rider from Tudor Cycling.
Third.
Confarmer third.
And the Poti second, and then Confarmer. Tudor first, Confarmer third.
There you go. Rick Plemes. 3 points.
David Martin.
David Martin, 2 points, and Miguel Angel Fernandez, 1 point. Equipo Confarmer riders.
Trying to see if these 3 riders affect the GC standing. And so Confarmer, so he's trying to take away the last possible points for Iribai, just to make sure, just to make sure that Antoine Charmik doesn't get that last 1 second bonus time. And interesting. There you go. The race is not over. By any means. And the Euskaltel rider now on the front, continue on the driving on the front, and trying to break away from the remaining, trying to break away from the peloton in the remaining 15 kilometer of this year's Tour de Langkawi.
So we don't have quite a visual yet of who this particular rider is. From Yuska to Yuskatel, 15.2 kilometers to go, so roughly 2 laps to finish.
Yeah. So looks like I may be wrong, but it looks like none of the GC contender for the 3rd spot got the time bonus. Anton Charming was in the best position, but he was finishing 4th. So that means they have to sprint for today's finish again.
Yeah, they have to. There's a sprint within a sprint.
Yeah.
That's what Anton Charming said yesterday in the interview.
Yeah.
So the sprinters are doing the sprint for the win, and the GC guys are sprinting at the back for a better position. That's in front here. Yuska to Yuskatel. Just tucked in aero position, making sure that he stayed away from the peloton.
And he's solo. He's gonna have a long way to go, but he looks like in good position. Very aero.
Yes.
With the aero helmet.
Looks like
and
Xavier Caneas.
Yeah.
Yes. He was in a breakaway. I think
83.
in the first stage. Yeah.
83 there. We'll get the 83. It will be yes,
Xavier Caneas.
Caneas.
Yeah, he has that. The mustache. He had a bit of a mole.
Okay.
Yeah.
And arrow helmet, shoe cover.
Yeah, he's always on shoe covers all day, every day.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready to go fast. Arrow helmet every day too.
Arrow helmet, arrow bike, arrow wheels. Yeah, he knows what's up.
Yeah, he knows what's up. Yeah. He knows what's gonna help you increase your efficiency.
Yeah, he knows. That's the real deal over there.
Yep.
That's the real deal. Yeah, it's the full breakaway spec.
Yep. And he is driving in the front. He probably has about, I would say about 10-second gap potentially.
Looks about 10 seconds. Looks about right. So normally in circuit racing, like 30 seconds is a huge gap.
Yeah.
30 seconds is a huge gap. Normally riders can get away with that 30 seconds, considering it's lots of turns, lots of technicals, and hazards on the road as well when it comes to circuit racing. So we'll never know. So it's up to the sprinters team to chase. So he's right in the back, Yuhi Todome. I think he's just chilling at the back here.
Baik, tidak lama sahaja lagi sehingga kayuhan sejauh 1,190 km secara keseluruhan akan selesai, yang akan berakhir di bumi Borneo, Lasar, Kenyalang, Sarawak. Dengan cuaca yang tak menentu di sepanjang laluan tadi, kita recap sedikit dari awal peringkat. Bermula di Kedah, Perlis, Penang, Perak, Pahang, Selangor, kembali ke Pahang, kemudian Kuala Lumpur, Melaka, Johor dan berakhir di Sarawak. Bakal ada satu pelumba atau juara baru bagi edisi saingan Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2024. Bersaksikan orang ramai yang turut hadir memeriahkan kawasan ini. 22 pasukan dari serata dunia dengan jumlah 132 pelumba menghadapi 8 peringkat. Perlumbaan dengan juara baru bakal dinobat tidak lama lagi. Tumpuan juga turut terarah kepada perebutan jersey orange di antara pelumba RB Decline dan juga Matteo, yang dibezakan dengan hanya satu mata sahaja. Dan siapa agaknya bakal menghabiskan saingan di kedudukan pertama untuk peringkat ke-8 dan keseluruhan sebentar nanti. Sementara perebutan jersey orange akan berpihak kepada pelumba mana dan prestasi pelumba negara di pecutan terakhir. Sama-sama kita saksikan edisi peringkat ke-8 LTDL 2024.
Yeah, he just looks like he's taking a left turn, but the peloton is charging. The gap is probably no more than 5 seconds now. So there's the catch seems to be happening now. It looks like it's EF rider again going to the. Yeah, look like EF pink helmet.
Looks like EF rider. Yeah, looks pink.
Yeah.
Pink.
There goes last effort to try to win the stage.
Exactly.
For the defending champion team, EF Education.
Yeah, definitely EF there. Yeah. Got a bit of a gap
with Astana. So it looks like Astana.
Looks like Anton Charmik.
Yeah, here we go.
We don't know who this EF rider is. Looks like Stefan de Bot.
Yeah, it
looks like Stefan de Bot.
Yeah, this definitely looks like him with the pedaling style and a lot of power. And if anybody can get away, that would be Stefan de Bot for sure. And for the rider on the back, it's just survival. It's just last 10K to go.
Exactly.
Just 10 more K to the finish, then they can say that they finished the Tour de Langkawi.
Langkawi, exactly.
It's, different riders have different objectives. Some will just need to survive and learn, and some are contesting for the last podium, and 2 guys are contesting for the best sprinter bragging rights.
Exactly, which is we will
Alvin
definitely
Decline?
Alvin Decline, and also Matteo Malucelli from Ukiyo.
Who is going to be the best sprinter? The orange jersey winner of this year Tour de Langkawi. So stage win on the line, and also the best sprinter, who can win the third between Alvin Decline and Malucelli. Who can win the third victory, sprint victory, and that much desired orange. What's your pick? What's your
that's a hard one. I'm gonna go with Malucelli.
Okay, I'll go with Alvin Decline.
Okay,
there you go. Let's see.
Okay, what's your pick? People that are viewing in the comment section, let me know what's your pick.
Yeah.
What's your pick for the finishing of this this final stage of Tour of Langkawi?
So let us know. Put your comments on the YouTube. Let's see who would be the winner. And meanwhile, EF Education is not giving up just yet. They want to try. They gotta try. Trying to win the last. There you go.
Last lap.
Last lap. The bell is ringing. It's like a end of a criterium race. You know, you finally. I always hate criterium, so I'm looking forward to that bell. That bell is like a lifesaver.
Yeah.
Thank God. One last lap to go.
Yeah. So normally the bell rings. It's time to get super aggressive. that's a cue.
Yeah,
that's the cue.
And here we go. So there's enough aggressive racing in this year Langkawi. So it look like Stefan de Bon finally put his heads down, and he that's probably his last try of this year's breakaway attempt. DSM Enzo is back on the front, working. And just he needs to keep his race leader, Max Pohl, safely into the last 3K.
Exactly.
And trying to get Casper Van Wooden up for a chance for a stage win on a sprint finish. Although I think the battle is going to come from Alvin Decline and Malucelli. And the fight for the orange jersey and fight for the bragging rights of the most stage victory in this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Maintaining slightly easier pace than before, considering there's no more breakaway up the road.
Yep.
This is Enzo in front here, driving the pace. It looks like we did have a visual of Matteo Malucelli just cruising behind his teammates. Ukiyo train.
Yeah, he looked very comfortable. I saw him just a glimpse of him, like with it entering into the circuit. He looks really relaxed and feel confident. He looked confident in going into the finishing circuit.
All right, so the last lap of the course, we've got 8.1 kilometers to go, total of 8.4 kilometer per lap. Studio Pro Cycling here in front, setting up.
Here's
that's
Totome.
Yuhi Totome.
Just job done. He just need to cross the finish line.
Yep.
It's no shame in that.
Yeah,
he did a lot of work.
Yeah, he did a lot of work ever since stage 3 in Cameron Highland. He pretty much pulled the whole way, and then after that had to pull as well. Had to put up a high tempo up Cameron Highlands. And then he was pretty much breakaway all the way from the start of the race until pretty much the first lap. Halfway through the first lap of the finishing circuit. We got 7.6 kilometers to go. Less than one lap into this race. We've got sprint classification in contention and a stage win in contention. It's pretty much a battle of who is going to be the best sprinter of the Tour de Langkawi and who will be taking the KBS orange jersey sprint classification.
I see Team Ukiyo bring up Malucelli and just put him in a good position. Not too early into the wind. I don't see Alvin Decline. There you go. No, that's
Uskudi. Yeah, so he seems to be hidden. I haven't had a visual of him just yet.
It looked like he's probably like looked like 30 rider.
Cruising mid-pack.
Between the peloton.
Cruising mid-pack.
Trying to save us energy as much as he can and letting his teammate do all the work on the front.
Yeah, 6.9 kilometers to go, not far off.
Yeah, looks like the other riders who are not contesting the sprints is just hanging out at the back. You can see Stefan de Bot and also Hugh Carthy on the right, EF Education rider. That's Ching Yin Mo there. He was in the breakaway earlier, along with Alex Tolio, Yui Todome, and also Joshua Crenage. Job well done there, mate.
Yeah, the riders have completed 1,190 kilometers of racing. So, well, they have done 1,184 kilometers. 84 kilometers racing. So now it's last 6K to go.
6 kilometers to go to complete the Tour of Langkawi. Some of them felt that they've done the Tour of Langkawi, but definitely not for these sprinters teams. They still got a job to do. They got to deliver their sprinters the fastest to the finishing line and win the stage win.
And then the sprinters' job to finish it off. Who is going to raise their hand in triumph in Bintulu? And this is so much excitement. And you know, at the beginning of this race, we thought no Genting. It's going to be a little bit boring stages. There's probably one dominant sprinter taking 4 or 5 stages.
Yeah.
No, nothing like that. We have seen victory by Sarissa opening up stage 1. And then the stage 2 was what Peneve thought he won stage 2.
Then
Maricelli nipped him just on the line. And then we see Max Pohl taking the victory on top of Cameron Highland.
Exactly.
And stage 4 was Alvin Decline.
Yes,
finally the Tudor train got it right and delivered Alvin Decline to the victory. And then he had a follow-up with a back-to-back victory. Second victory, stage 5. And then everybody thought he will be the dominant sprinter, right?
Yeah.
And that's be another sprint finish. But then Stefan de Bot going on breakaway. And won by
Tarozzi.
Tarozzi, yes,
from
Badiani CSF.
Yep.
And then there will be a fight for the next sprint, and everybody thought Alvin Decline would win that, but Maricelli denied him on in memory of his mom. We didn't mention that his mom passed away 8 years ago. So in memory of his mom, he delivered a fantastic victory despite not having a train. Slingshot through.
Surfing through every other sprinters available at the finishing line, and then delivered a fantastic win.
And that just brings us to the final 5 kilometers.
That's
now,
it.
Is he going to repeat yesterday's victory, or Alvin Decline is going to insert his dominance, and as he is the best sprinter of this year Tour de Langkawi? So exciting.
So we got 4.7 kilometers to go. We don't know who's going to win. We've got a multiple dominant sprinters here in this year's edition of the Tour de Langkawi. Obviously, we've seen a Tudor Pro Cycling with Simon Pelot in front, driving the pace out here with 4.5 kilometers to go. And followed by a rider from DSM, looks like Enzo. And then just behind Enzo is Max Pohl. Doing his fair share of work, trying to deliver Casper van Uden. Obviously, Casper haven't yet got the win for any of the sprint stages. He was up there in he got second in the first stage of this year's Tour of Langkawi, but the rest of the stage he was not in the top contention. So DSM would want Casper van Uden to have a go at this sprint and obviously get the win. It'll be interesting as well if the Casper van Uden get the win and Max Pohl won the general classification. And Max Pohl did mention earlier in the interview with Jeff, it'll be interesting to have Casper van Uden and him doing the interview at the end.
Oh, of course, that would be the icing on the cake. But I'm sure Tudors and Maricelli has a different idea.
Oh, yes.
Every victory in a professional race is so highly contested. It's so difficult to win a race. Just to have one professional victory, you can see it is so difficult. Many professional riders has gone through many years and probably the whole career never won a professional race.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
This is why every victory is prestige. Every victory is something that they can remember for a very, very long time. And it's down to 3K now. We are into the 3K. So Max Pohl, even there's any mishap, he should be able to just confirm that he is the second youngest winner of the Tour de Langkawi by one day. He lost that title by 1 day, but there will be the first victory, the professional GC win.
All right. With 2.5 kilometers to go, you know, after that 2 kilometers mark, we have a double right turn before they reach the finishing straight, the same exact sprint finish as yesterday. So it's going to be a fast one. We've got 2.3 kilometers to go. Simon Pollard in front, driving the pace, followed by another rider from Polti Cometa and also Xavier Canellas.
Yeah, Paul Double is back on the front doing a double turn.
Yeah, doing a double turn with Xavier Canellas just behind them, Euskadi. Obviously, I think they want a best position for their third GC contention, which is Unai Irba. Sorry, Unai Irba was Ken Farmer. Sorry, my bad. So obviously, they wanted a better position for their Euskadi GC. There you go, that first right-hander with 1.8 kilometer before they take another right turn into the finishing straight. This is the back of the peloton, struggling just to keep up with the high pace that have been set by Tudor per second. There you go, the final turn.
It is a straight runway.
It's a straight run-in.
Finish.
Exactly a replay of yesterday's sprint finish with 1.4 kilometers to go. This is getting nervous. This is getting exciting. This is getting super thrilling. We just want to see who would win the final stage of Le Tour de Langkawi, Danny. It's 1.2 kilometers to go, Danny. Not far.
Paul Double is leading out right now. Penave, he's trying to help his teammate, trying to get that elusive stage win, and followed by Tudor. And looks like
Casper Van Uden is in the best position. Casper Van Uden is yes. We are yet to see Arvid de Klein or even Matteo Malucelli in a good position. Casper Van Uden is definitely in the perfect position, the perfect line heading to it with 1 kilometer to go. Looks like a sprint
rider coming from the left side,
of the screen.
trying to speed
it's
up.
going up. A 2 per second. A sprint train is on the right, on the left side of the road. Left side of the road looks like a multiple sprint train.
Is leading on the right side. Yep.
Xavier Canellas is leading out rider Casper Van Uden. Looks like it's going on the left side of the screen. It's going on the left side of the road. Slow down.
Yeah, Maricelli is just waiting on the left side of the peloton.
It's going fast on the left side of the road. It's going fast now. A leader for Team DSM, followed by a Tudor Pro Cycling on the left side of the road. They're going as fast as they can. Matteo Malucelli just hanging behind Arvid de Klein.
Arvid de Klein is the perfect position right now.
There you go. Michael sprinting for Arvid de Klein. Matteo Malucelli just behind him with 20 meters to go. Matteo Malucelli, there you go. Matteo Malucelli.
Come on!
Arvid de Klein on the left side of the road. Arvid de Klein. Matteo Malucelli. Arvid de Klein. Matteo Malucelli. Who's gonna get it? Can he get it? Looks like that's a close one. Looks like Matteo Malucelli gets it.
You got it.
Matteo Malucelli is the best sprinter of Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi, and looks like he has secured himself the orange jersey, KBS orange jersey of sprint classification. What a beauty performance from Matteo Malucelli from JCL Ukyo.
Launching again in the end and taking it by a tire width. You are absolutely right on.
Wow.
You called the race right on.
Wow.
Absolutely. Congratulations from other riders. What a well-fought victory for Maricelli.
Wow.
And job well done. He was right line up just behind Arvid de Klein. He waited and he launched his sprint perfectly. Didn't have to surf the wheels this time.
No,
he launched his
no.
sprint perfectly and delivered the victory.
There you go.
For Team Ukyo JCL. What an exciting finish, and he take that final orange jersey off the shoulder of Arvid de Klein.
That was a close fight.
And it's excitement. There's a lot of joy.
A lot of emotions, a lot of excitement.
Here's that Passetti is just behind him.
Yeah, Passetti is second on GC.
Yep, here we go.
Wow.
Here's an interview coming out with today's day winner.
3 victory. You're definitely the best sprinter of this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Yes, I did everything perfect. I was behind the Klein, and I didn't the mistake of the stage 4. I started 1 second before him. I jumped inside, and I did
were you
gas until the finish.
Was it always the same tactic that you wanted to stay in the wheels of the Tudor team? They did a lot of work again.
Yes, Arid has a best team, best train, best lead out. I am alone in the last K. My team did a super job during the stage, but in the final I don't have a teammate really fast, so I need to move behind him and try to anticipate. I did everything perfect.
Because you didn't have a lead-out man, your team was divided into GC and stages. You have maximized the possibilities.
Yes, we lost also Carboni. That was a good card for us during the race because it's a good climber, and it was in the first group, the third stage. But one night he don't feel good, so nothing. 3 victory, 2 second, orange jersey, I think. So
Points classification winner of a Pro Series race. What does it mean for your career?
Yeah, really, when I saw the start list of Tour Langkawi, I thought, okay, it's a right level to win. Yes, the level is high, but there isn't a super champion. So I won 3 stages, 2 second, 9 time in top 10.
Is it
7 time in top 10 in 8 stage? I think it's incredible.
Is it the best way to get the job for next year?
I hope that today is more push for try to go in a good team.
Complimenti.
Grazie.
There you go. The interview with today's stage winner and the best sprinter of the 2024 Tour de Langkawi. And
I'm excited for him.
You are right on. You're
Yeah.
right on. And this should because they're actually the team Ukio is actually number 3 ranked currently in the Asia circuit. Here's the replay of the finish.
You can see, it's quite
Evan
far out.
Decline coming to the on the left
It's
side
mano
of the
a
sprint.
mano.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mano to mano, and there was a clean, straight
Yeah,
running.
clean straight line, you see. Yeah. He was not surfing, but they launched about 100 meters to go.
And
Obviously, they
Sarissa
know.
trying to come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They know it's going to be a headwind, but it was a convincing win. It's half a bike over Arvid Decline.
Yeah, and that, we're just, Team Ukio is actually ranked number 3 in the
There
Asia
you go.
circuit.
Matteo Melcelli actually did come off. Arvid Decline went to the left side of the road, as you can see, but Matteo Melcelli decides to go on the right. He had a head start.
Yeah,
he had a
he
head
jumped
start
it.
over Arvid Decline. So he jumped, he actually used Arvid Decline as a bit of a slipstream.
And he just had Arvid Decline trying to throw the bike in the end, trying to come up, but
Melcelli got the best of Arvid
just had
Decline.
too much speed and carried over the line, and
he's the man.
He is, absolutely, for
He's
this
the
year's
fastest
sprinter
in this year's
Flying
edition.
Italian.
Yeah.
You're gonna get him a nickname.
Yeah, we need to find him a nickname.
He's a MM, right? Matteo Malucelli.
Matteo
So it's
Malucelli.
M&M.
Yeah, M&M's.
There you go.
If anyone got a nickname suggestion for Matteo Malucelli in the comments section, fire it away. Maybe we can do some vote on Instagram or something.
Yeah. Well,
there you go. That's the stage.
Alva Decline did get declined.
Oh, he got declined again
Second
today.
day in a row by Matteo Malucelli of Team JCL Ukio, and that should they had a great Tour Langkawi. So they have Pesenti in the second in the GC. They won the best Asian classification,
and they won the points classification.
as well. Yeah, and that they should launch them over to the second ranking in the Asia circuit, ahead of the other team. So, what a nice way to finish the.
Oh yes.
Finish the.
It's been a good tour of Langkawi for Team Ukio.
And I think there's still one more Japanese race left in the UCI circuit. Inside race though.
There you go.
Yeah.
The sprint classification officially won by Matteo Malucelli after fantastic performance in today's sprint finish, followed by Arvid Decline and also Gleb Syriza.
Yep. So it's 3-2-1. There you go. 3 victory for Matteo, and then 2 victory for Arvid Decline, and then 1 victory for Gleb Syriza. So 3-2-1. No, we already know Aparicio. He is undoubtedly the king of mountain. ahead of Max Pole and of the king of mountain competition.
Someone give a nickname, Malucelli Comet.
Malucelli Comet.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. We'll keep going.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel Boldini.
Ichiban Madubu Ichibashi is the Asian classification winner, ahead of his own teammate Yuma Koishi and a compatriot from Aisan Racing, Kusaba.
Keigo Kusaba. It's a point team classification.
They're equipped Pharma.
Yeah, Kippur Pharma. Wow.
Yeah, taking the best team ahead of Astana, ahead of the Poti Kometa. That's a good one. And the top 3 teams, equipped Pharma. And
Asian
the
team classification.
It's led by Malaysia Pro. Okay,
yeah,
JCL.
Malaysia Pro Cycling is top
and
3.
Thailand national team is second, and the Malaysian Pro Cycling is third of this year Tour de Langkawi.
Good work.
Yeah.
Good work.
Good work. And here again, the river in Bintulu, and this leads into the ocean, the South China Sea. And here we go again. We're looking at today's winner.
That's the sprint. That's the sprint finish. There's a bit of a chaos, obviously, a carnage. There's a sprint train on the right side of the road for Team DSM, but obviously there's two-door train on the left side of the road. Just behind Arvid de Klein is Matteo Malucelli. He's stuck, glued to the back of Arvid de Klein's wheel with 500 meters to go.
And DSM trying to lead out the sprint for Casper Van Wooden, but just doesn't have the legs for this year's
not
competition.
Have it. Yeah.
And but no doubt the one who has leg is Malucelli.
That was amazing.
Here's the interview coming up right now.
Max, you have had a few days to mentalize what's happening now. You are the winner of Le Tour de Langkawi. What does it mean for you?
Yeah, super happy. Obviously got my first win this week also, and then to win the GC. It's a really nice moment for me and the team. Proud of how the boys rode this week, so yeah, it's well deserved, I think.
What has been difficult since the day you won the Cameron Island stage?
Yeah, I think we lost a guy on the way, and so yeah, already 6 guys is a small team to control the race. So to do it with 5, and the guys did a really good job, and yeah, proud of them.
Is it on stage 5 with your breakaway that you have put a grip on the GC and you have showed everyone that it was pointless to attack you?
Yeah, I think for sure maybe it helped. Put a bigger gap there in between and made it a bit harder, just to go after the bonus sprint. So yeah, for sure, I think looking back, that was quite a key moment to get in this win.
Age 21, you are not the youngest ever winner of Le Tour de Langkawi by only 1 day, but let's say you are the most promising rider who ever wins Le Tour de Langkawi in 28 editions. How do you see your future after this win at Le Tour de Langkawi, and how much it will help you?
Yeah, I mean, for the future, I don't know. We'll enjoy this one first, and obviously it's almost the end of the season, so yeah, we'll just enjoy it and have a good winter also, and then look ahead to next year and whatever comes.
Almost the end of the season, you say. So there is the Tour of Guangxi in China. After that, the World Tour race. So the next step will be to win at World Tour level, right? Maybe not this year.
Yeah, obviously. See how we are after this week. Try and recover a bit and go over to China. And, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I think it's also pretty relaxed, so no pressure there, and just go have fun to end the season.
Thank you very much, and well done.
Cheers.
There's an interview with the winner and the first GC victory for Max Pole.
Yeah. Although he said he's super happy.
Yeah.
But it does. Yeah. Probably this is how his face is.
Yeah,
he doesn't look very happy. Not very expressive when it comes to his emotion.
He's a very calm person.
Yeah.
Nothing. He didn't panic. And he said about he only has it's only a 6-rider race, and it's already small. They lost the 1 rider, so they only have 5 guys, including him, and they still did a great job in protecting. He kept his pole position all the way from stage 3, Cameron Highland, finish all the way to the Bintulu last stage after almost 1,200 meters. 12,000 kilometer.
Yes.
1,200 kilometer of race.
That's right.
It's been a long day for me.
Yeah. That's
so,
true.
sorry about that.
Yeah. That's
So
right.
I hope the viewers really enjoyed the racing as much as we have.
Yeah, we have definitely enjoyed the racing, and we definitely enjoyed commentating as well.
Yes.
We
happy to be part of the race with you and
exactly
trying to provide you as much information of the race.
Interview with Manabu
Manabu,
Ishibashi.
one more stage victory for your team today with Malucelli. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy. And maybe we get sprint jersey. Yeah, very happy.
That was your goal yesterday because you have the jersey of Best Asian Rider, and now your team, with only a continental team, comes away from the Tour de Langkawi with 2 jerseys.
Yeah, for me, this race is very important, and yeah, we the best and best result. Yeah, very happy.
Is it more than what you expected before coming?
Yeah. Yeah.
For you personally, how important is it to be the best Asian rider in this race, one of Asia's best races?
Yeah. I get judged first time, and I'm very happy. Yeah. Maybe usually I do some assist always. Yeah, but this race I get judged, and yeah, I do best.
So first achievement for yourself. Does it mean you will be more ambitious for yourself in the future?
Yeah, I hope so.
What would you like to achieve in cycling?
Yeah. Sorry.
What would you like to do in cycling? The best result you can have, or your best races you can take part. Would you like to ride the Tour de France or something?
Yeah, we tried Asian race and European race. Yeah, we do best. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this year tried Italian race, some Italian race, and yeah, but not win. But in Asia, yes. Next year we do
more achievements in Asia. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's another slow motion. As you can see, yes, Matteo Malucelli get a head start.
Came off the wheel of Alva Decline, and just kept that momentum going. You can see they were literally side by side, and he just had that extra little bit of speed, isn't it? Just by half a wheel, he's able to take the victory, his 3rd victory of this year Tour de Langkawi, and consolidate that he is the best sprinter. And there, literally, we got the finishing of 3-2-1. Yeah, the 3 best sprinter of this year's race. Malucelli, and 3 victory with Alva Decline, 2 victories, and Sarissa, the victory opener, the stage opener, stage 1, the winner of the stage 1 sprint. And that concludes this year's 28th edition of Petronas Tour de Langkawi.
Yes.
Alright. Terima kasih seketika. Sebelum kita nak beralih semula ataupun kembali ke venue bagi penyampaian hadiah, jadi penamat yang cukup menarik dapat kita saksikan berakhir di Bintulu Loop. Yalah, kalau berbalik kepada jangkaan awal, predictionnya adik tepat lah. Tapi jelah kita mahukan peluang yang sengit. Kita lihat kalau dari segi kondisi pelumba di penghujung, kita tahu nama-nama yang kita sebut dan pemenang pun nampaknya hari ni Matteo sekali lagi dalam kondisi yang cukup baik, Dik.
Betul kan. Of course kalau kita lihat pada awal perlombaan tadi, Matteo interview dengan Jeff, dia menyatakan dia ingin memenangi perlombaan hari ini kerana dalam masa sama secara automatik dia memenangi jersey Raja Pecut tajaan KBS, iaitu jersey orange daripada Arvid Decline. Jadi hari ini terbuktilah. Dan juga apa yang menarik juga Lan, Matteo Manuelcelli ni dia pecah tradisi Raja-Raja Pecut daripada 2018. Kerana sebelum ini hanya 2 peringkat saja yang dimenangi, antaranya Haris Saleh, Matt Oishel, Arvid Decline. Tetapi kali ini untuk edisi yang ke-28, Matteo Manuelcelli dia memenangi 3 peringkat untuk edisi yang ke-28. Jadi dia pecah tradisi lah setakat daripada 2018 hingga 2024 ini.
Dia juga menjadi penghalang kepada Arvid Decline untuk merakamkan rekod untuk menang 3 kali hari ini. Kita lihat di pecutan terakhir di kedudukan ini, kita dah boleh melihat bagaimana mereka setiap berada kedudukan baik. Tapi Matteo juga kongsikan dia lead out hari ini tak ada, tapi dia bijak. Kita lihat dia berada di belakang Arvid Decline dan keluar di bahagian kanan, seolah kita nampak dia mempunyai tenaga yang cukup untuk memintas kedudukan Arvid Decline ini.
Betul kan. Jika kita lihat memang Matteo Manuelcelli, beliau bersendirian saja tanpa lead out berbanding Arvid Decline. Maka Zilat cuba untuk lead out, tetapi di saat akhir Matteo Manuelcelli datang daripada belah kanan, cuba membuat pecutan side by side dengan Arvid Decline. Kita boleh lihat juga Gleb Sisha juga berada di belah kanan cuba untuk memberi saingan, tetapi ternyata hari ini peringkat ke-8 Matteo Manuelcelli merupakan orang cakap king of the spring untuk edisi yang ke-28 kali ini.
Dia kalau kita berbalik kepada perlumbaan, kita tahu setiap pasukan, peranan setiap pelumba memainkan peranan kepada sprinter untuk menamat dalam kedudukan penamat yang baik. Tapi sekali lagi kita berbalik kepada Matteo ni, secara taktikalnya dia saya rasa dia dah boleh baca bagaimana taktikal yang akan bermain, kerana pencabarnya hanyalah kepada Arvid Decline. Jadi itu yang meletakkan dia hanya berjaga-jaga, alert dengan pasukan Tudor, dan juga di mana kedudukan Arvid Decline serta Gleb Syriza yang akan menjadi penghalang juga.
Betul kan. Sebab kalau kita lihat Matteo, beliau hanya bersama pasukan Continental saja lah. Berserta Continental daripada Okyo. Jadi kemungkinan besar tiada pressure untuk beliau berbanding Arvid dan juga Gleb Syriza, yang kerana kedua-dua Lan pun sendiri tahu mereka daripada World Tour punya tim. Jadi sudah pasti Lan, hari ini Matteo Manuelcelli beat Gleb dengan beat Arvid Decline untuk memenangi 3 peringkat berturut-turut di edisi ke-28 ni. Memang boleh dikatakan memang the best lah Lan untuk hari ini. Dan juga apa yang menarik juga ingin dikongsikan juga Lan, untuk pasukan Okyo ni, mereka memenangi 2 jersey utama untuk peringkat yang ke-8 ni, iaitu menerusi pelumba daripada Japan, Manubi, dan juga Matteo Manuelcelli memenangi jersey terbaik Pecut
dan juga Asia. Kalau kita berbalik kepada Matteo, walaupun bersama dengan pasukan Continental, tapi dia berpengalaman bersama dengan pasukan yang lebih baik pro sebelum ni, dan bersama dengan Conti ni adalah pengalaman dia sebelum ni yang boleh membawa nama jersey Okyo ni untuk menyelah di pentas Salatiga kali ini.
Betul kan. Kalau kita lihat sebelum ni beliau juga bersama pasukan Adroni dan juga Cajar Roja yang berstatus pro Continental, tetapi last year pun dia bersama tim Bingua WB daripada Belgium, berstatus stay base dekat Belgium. Tapi tahun ni beliau bersama pasukan JCL tim Okyo berbekalan di Japan. Sudah pasti kan, kalau kita lihat dia punya result event tahun ini pun memang amat berberansangkan. Perlombaan di Itali, di Bulgaria, dia memenangi seberapa peringkat yang boleh dibanggakan oleh Matteo Manuelcelli ni.
Dan kalau kita lihat pelumba-pelumba terbaik di dunia pun, tak kira pelumba daripada pasukan World Tour Pro pun, kadang sebagaimana Matteo ni, saya rasa perancangannya agak bijak, walaupun kalau ikutkan dia downgrade kepada pasukan Continental, tapi dengan pencapaian ni kebiasaannya ni, adakah mustahil ataupun tak mustahil untuk Matteo dia dengan keputusan cemerlang ketika ini ataupun di LTDL, dia boleh naik semula, ada peluang untuk kembali kepada Pro ataupun World Tour?
Okey Lan, kebiasaannya seperti Matteo Malcioli ni, beliau kalau kita lihat dia hampir 10 tahun bersama pasukan Pro Continental sebelum ni Lan. Seperti Samuel Pelot juga Lan. Kemungkinan besar Matteo Malcioli ni dia ingin merasa perlombaan di Asia Lan. That's why dia cuba downgrade dia punya status dalam pada sama dia membuat result yang baik di Asia. Jadi that's why tak semestinya kan satu pelumba profesional beliau hanya target untuk World Tour ataupun perlombaan yang berstatus yang tinggi kan. Jadi that's why kalau kita lihat di sini Matteo Malcioli memang dia mempunyai planning dia sendiri, kita tidak tahu, dan pelumba yang berasal daripada Itali ni berumur 30 tahun ni masih panjang lagi dia punya perjalanan kan.
Dan kalau kita berbalik kepada perlombaan LTDL ni, saya rasa kita perlu berbangga kerana LTDL dah memasuki edisi ke-28 dan LTDL ni sebenarnya dia juga antara platform untuk pelumba-pelumba mencatat nama ataupun mencatatkan kemenangan. Kemudian kita dah terbukti sebelum ni banyak pelumba-pelumba yang menang di sini, kemudian mereka dah pergi ke Pro Tour punya race. Terutamanya kita berbalik pada Max Pool, mungkin itu antara peluang dan kita lihat kemampuan Max Pool ni.
Ya, sudah pastilah Max Pool memenangi jersey keseluruhan Tajam Petronas, jersey hijau kan. Untuk kali pertama untuk beliau, pelumba yang berusia 21 tahun ni berasal daripada Great Britain. Kita pun sudah pasti kemungkinan besar kan in future saya rasa mungkin akan dalam masa 3 tahun lagi kita boleh lihat kemungkinan besar David Macpool mungkin boleh menimpa nama di World Tour punya race, antaranya Tour de France ataupun Giro Italia, kerana terbukti lah sebelum ni pada 2017 Egan Bernal juga pernah beraksi di Le Tour de Langkawi bersama pasukan Androni. Beliau memenangi jersey kuning di Tour de France. Jadi seperti yang Lan katakan tadi, LTDL ni salah satu orang cakap platform untuk mana-mana pelumba bukan saja daripada Asia, daripada Eropah pun untuk menjadikan platform mereka untuk terus maju ke hadapan.
Ya, bila sebut Egan Bernal ni antara pelumba yang saya minat, tapi sayangnya lah selepas dia mengalami kecederaan yang teruk dan kita pun rasa tumpah bangga kerana dia berjaya kembali semula, tapi memang struggle lah untuk Egan Bernal, antara pelumba yang menarik juga untuk kita lihat dalam perubahan bertaraf tertinggi. Alright, berbalik lagi dengan penamat hari ini ialah keseluruhannya. Pada saya ialah jika semalam saya katakan penamat semalam adalah penamat antara yang saya suka, tetapi hari ini ialah penamat yang saya rasa kira kemuncak untuk kita menutup tirai. Adik-adik puas hati lah kerana tengok perebutan jersey ini yang kita mahukan hingga ke puncak peringkat ke-8 ni.
Ya betul kan, sudah pasti kan antaranya jersey hijau dan juga jersey oranye hari ini memang betul-betul orang cakap memberi saingan lah, kerana satu mata saja antara Matteo dan juga Arvid de Klein. Hari ini ternyata sekali Matteo Malcioli beliau merupakan the best sprinter lah untuk perlombaan di edisi yang ke-28 ini kerana memenangi 3 peringkat. Harus diingatkan juga kan untuk jersey Keong Mountain, pelumba daripada pasukan Burgos, iaitu pelumba yang kita boleh dianggap sebagai pelumba yang memang tidak asing lagi kan. Dia memegang jersey daripada awal lagi, daripada stage yang ke-3, iaitu Mario Aprecio. Beliau hari ini dinobatkan sebagai jersey Keong Mountain. Dan untuk pelumba terbaik Asia juga kan, iaitu Manoba Inobachi Ishibashi ya. Beliau terus mengekalkan jersey terbaik Asia untuk peringkat ke-8 dan seterusnya dinobatkan sebagai pelumba terbaik Asia untuk edisi yang ke-28.
Baik, itu antara menyeluruh apa yang berlaku sepanjang 8 peringkat. Tapi kalau kita menyentuh sedikit Dik mengenai Max Pool, bagaimana dia tahu hari ini ialah perbezaan 13 saat. Tak mustahil, tetapi dengan kemampuannya dia bijak dalam kelompok hadapan dan hanya memastikan untuk menamatkan dalam kelompok hadapan, secara automatik dia terus dikekalkan jersey hijau ni.
Ya, betul kan. Because kalau kita lihat memang jarak 13 saat ataupun 20 saat daripada pelumba-pelumba yang berada di belakang beliau, sudah pasti dalam masa semasa memberi saingan, termasuklah pelumba daripada pasukan GCL Team Okio sendiri lah. Kerana kita lihat Thomas Presenti setiap hari cuba untuk mencuri masa bonus. Sebelum ni kita lihat semalam beliau berjaya mencuri 1 saat dan terus memperbaiki dia punya kedudukan. Dan sudah pasti hari ni lah, secara overall saya boleh katakan pasukan tim GCL Team Okio memang terbaik lah. Memang terbaik. Kerana dia memenangi dua jersey utama, iaitu jersey oranye dan juga jersey putih tajaan MSN, manakala Thomas Persenti dia berada di kedudukan kedua keseluruhan. Dan apa yang lebih menarik lagi kan, tim GCL Team Okio ni mereka memenangi tim GC itu tim terbaik Asia untuk edisi kali ini.
Ini yang antara saya rasa antara kerancakan dan juga perbezaan dalam perlombaan setiap kali edisi untuk LTDL, kerana kali ini tak semestinya pasukan pro, tak semestinya pasukan World Tour yang datang mereka boleh mengungguli jersey dan juga pasukan terbaik, tapi kita lihat terbukti pasukan Continental daripada JCL Team Okio ni pun membuktikan bahawa mereka antara yang terbaik. Dan kita lihat di sinilah berbalik kepada perancangan dan juga peranan sasaran pasukan dan sebagainya. Jadi kalau kita ambil menyeluruh, saya rasa antara pasukan kecewa pada saya ialah EF Education. Mungkin pada adik?
Ya, sudah pastilah EF Education kalau kita lihat kali ni mereka tidak berapa menjadilah. Mereka datang ke sini dengan menerusi Simon Carr untuk mengekalkan jersey pendahulu yang pernah dimenangi oleh Simon Carr pada edisi lepas. Kali ini Simon Carr tidak bernasib baik kan, kerana beliau juga tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan di stage yang keempat. Jadi untuk rakan pasukan beliau sendiri, antaranya Steve Paul, Sean Quinn dan juga John McCarthy juga, ketiga-tiga pelomba mereka ini tidak berapa orang cakap berada di dalam kondisi yang terbaik. Tetapi harus diberi pujian juga kepada Steve Paul kerana 3 hari berturut-turut beliau cuba untuk memenangi peringkat kan, tetapi di peringkat yang ke-6 hanya sekadar berada di kedudukan kedua kan.
Okey. Dia kalau kita mungkin antara faktor lain dia untuk EF Education ni, harapan mereka je lah. Kita tengok kemampuan rider yang mereka bawa, climber kan, overall mereka ada super domestik yang bagus, tapi dia tak boleh mencapai untuk sasaran kepada Simon Carr mungkin dari segi perjalanan setiap peringkat. Maksud saya adalah laluan. Jika musim ini edisi ni kali ni kekal di genting, saya rasa mungkin Simon Carr ni menyerah, kerana kalau kita berbalik kepada peringkat yang terperik ialah ketika di Cameron, tapi Cameron ialah penamatnya lebih landai, dia climb up tapi landai. Itu yang mungkin beza untuk kekurangan untuk Simon Carr.
Ya, betul lah. Sudah pastilah, kerana setiap edisi yang dianjurkan memang depend on organizer juga kan. Dalam masa sama untuk kali ni memang kita tiada pendakian di Genting, tetapi bagi saya pendakian di Cameron ataupun di Genting sememangnya memang begitu mencabar jugalah. Tapi depend on condition rider tersebut. Sudah pastilah kemungkinan besar untuk edisi yang akan datang, saya rasa kemungkinan besar pasukan EF Education mereka akan memastikan mereka sekurang-kurangnya menghantar satu pelomba pecut untuk pasukan beliau. Kerana kali ini mereka cuma hantar kesemua 6 pelomba ni merupakan climber dan juga super domestik untuk pasukan EF Education untuk kali edisi yang ke-28 ini.
Kerana kita tahu bahawa tim-tim pro World Tour mereka punya senarai pelomba yang ramai, tapi ialah pemilihan untuk rider yang dibawa ialah berdasarkan peringkat, berdasarkan laluan, itu yang mereka, dan juga objektif pasukan. Dan apabila kita ada ruang ni Adik, kita nak sentuh jugalah, Adik secara peribadinya puas hati ataupun masih rasa tidak mencapai sepatutnya untuk pelumba-pelumba teman, tak kiralah NPC, pasukan kebangsaan ataupun pasukan TSG untuk Adik?
Okey, secara overallnya Lan, kalau kita lihat setakat ini pasukan NPC memang pasukan yang terbaik untuk seketika ini kan, kerana tim mereka berjaya menduduki tempat ketiga untuk the best team Asian. Tapi untuk keseluruhan secara overall kan, kita ada 16 pelumba yang mewakili pasukan kebangsaan kita. Cuma hanya 12 saja pelumba yang dapat menamatkan perlombaan untuk edisi ke-28 ini. Tapi sudah pastilah setiap pasukan mereka mempunyai strategi mereka sendiri. Antaranya pasukan tempatan kita, Malaysia National Team, boleh dibanggakan juga kan, kerana mereka berani untuk memberi saingan kepada pelumba-pelumba Eropah. Walaupun kita boleh lihat persiapan untuk pasukan Malaysia National Team ni tidaklah sebegitu seperti tim pasukan TSG ataupun pasukan Malaysia Pro Cycling Team. Jadi berbalik kepada pasukan TSG juga kan, kita menghantar 4 pelumba tempatan kita. Jadi menerusi Aiman Zarif dan juga Nur Amirul Fakhruddin, 2 kali berturut-turut pelumba daripada pasukan TSG ini menaiki podium untuk the most coveted rider. Jadi boleh dikatakan bagi saya saya berpuas hati untuk pasukan tempatan kita, walaupun kita tahu laluan kali ini untuk edisi ke-28 ni memang begitu tough, begitu mencabar. Jadi mereka berjaya juga menghabiskan perlombaan dalam masa sama memberi saingan kepada pelumba-pelumba World Tour yang datang ke sini.
Okey, nanti saya nak sentuh sikit mengenai pasukan NPC. Dik, namun seketika nanti kita nak bersama dengan Lily untuk perkembangan. Apa update yang boleh Lily kongsikan kepada kita sebelum kita nak beralih kepada penyampaian hadiah?
Baik, Lily bersama dengan Pengurus Besar Kanan Komunikasi Strategik Perhubungan dan Komunikasi Strategik Kumpulan Petronas iaitu Puan Siti Azlina Abdul Latif. Sihat Puan?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okey Puan, tahniah atas penganjuran yang cukup baik. How was it so far bekerja dengan banyak pihak untuk menjayakan edisi kali ini Puan?
Ya, okey. Terima kasih. Bagi pihak Petronas, saya ingin mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kementerian Belia dan Sukan dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara kerana telah menjadikan Petronas Tour di Langkawi sebagai satu acara berprestij dan bermakna dalam kalender sukan negara. So sebagai penaja perdana, kami yakin bahawa kerjasama ini merupakan satu langkah penting untuk meningkatkan martabat serta kualiti acara sukan berbasikal di Malaysia, terutamanya pada tahun ini di mana kami menyambut ulang tahun ke-50 Petronas. So, sejajar dengan slogan jenama syarikat kami, itu terus memacu kemajuan. Kerjasama ini mencerminkan tekad Petronas untuk turut serta membina masa depan yang lebih gemilang bagi sukan berbasikal negara bersama KBS dan MSN. So, sebagai kumpulan tenaga global yang dinamik, Petronas sentiasa menekankan komitmen dalam membangunkan bakat-bakat tempatan. So dengan kerjasama ini kami berharap untuk mencipta lebih banyak peluang bagi atlet-atlet Malaysia dalam acara sukan berbasikal di pesada dunia.
Alright, thank you so much Puan. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Terima kasih Lily, terima kasih Petronas. Petronas sentiasa menjadi pendorong dan juga paling kuatlah untuk menyokong LTDL untuk kejayaan singgalah ke edisi ke-28. Baik, ruang ni sebagaimana saya katakan tadi, saya nak sedikit nak minta mengenai NPC, Malaysia Pro Cycling Team. Kita perlu berikan pujian juga Dik, kerana mereka ialah rebrand kembali semula. Saya rasa tahun lalu dah tahun mereka nak membina semula pasukan di bawah kita tahu Sayuti antara individu bekerja keras. Mungkin adik melihat NPC tahun ni pun saya rasa top 3 dalam tim terbaik Asia. Jadi satu pencapaian baik juga.
Ya, of course kan. Kerana sudah pasti kan NPC memperbarisi semua pelumba-pelumba lokal kan. Berbanding pasukan CSG. Jadi NPC memperbarisi pelumba-pelumba muda antaranya Muhammad Syawal dan juga beberapa pelumba seperti Syazrin dan juga Fahmi kan. Untuk pengantaran lain juga mereka sepatutnya mereka memang prioriti untuk mountain bike. Untuk mereka adalah pelumba terbaik mountain bike di Malaysia kan. Tapi kali ini mereka Sayuti membuat rebrand untuk pasukan NPC ini bersama Hellas, dan terus kalau kita lihat memang untuk kali pertama kali ini memang boleh dibanggakan kan.
Jadi tahniah untuk NPC. Zulkifli sebut tadi pasal mountain bike. Zulkifli saya rasa pemuda ni berjaya menamat perlombaan tu satu pencapaian yang baik juga. Dan sekarang ni seketika kita nak mendapatkan respon salah seorang pelumba dari Equipo Ken Parma iaitu Unai Iriba.
One for the stage win and the points classification, the other one for the third place on GC, and you have won it. How have you achieved that? You are third of the Tour de Langkawi.
Yes, it was a very difficult tour, no? I did it in the first two stages. I tried to do a good place in the bunch sprint, but without taking so much risk, because we saw in the second stage the crash that we have in the finish line, no? And later after the Queen stage, I was there in a good position in the GC, and later controlling these 10 guys for the battle of the podium, and with the help of the teammates, because they were incredible. All these 8 weeks we achieved that podium place, three riders in the top 10 also, and the team classification, so this is the best way possible to finish the season.
Today we have seen the help of the teammate. On the third intermediate sprint, when Miguel Angel Fernandez sprinted, he didn't sprint for himself, he sprinted for you, right, to avoid someone else to take the second.
Yeah, that's right. No, Astana put us the thing difficult. They wanted the bonus seconds yesterday and also today, but today Mickey was brilliant. 2 days ago he had a very hard crash, and he was able to take those seconds to take out Charming, Jose Manuel, the dangerous GC guys there, and so part of this podium is is because of him, of the help of him.
Your team was the big revelation of La Vuelta.
So go Arvid Decline, second place for today's stage from Tudo Pro Cycling.
Certainly, he fought well. Just lost by less than half a wheel in the end. But nothing to be disappointed about because his two-stage victory and a fantastic job done by Team Tudor. Really, they did the bulk of the chase almost every day on the sprint for the sprint finish. So, like, no different from today. They were on the front doing the work, doing the chase. But the best sprinter of this year, Tour de Langkawi, is Marcelo Marucelli. Matteo Marucelli.
From Team Ukyo.
And
he's the man.
He's 2 days in a row. This 3 days. Not 3 days in a row, but 2 days in a row. He back-to-back victory.
Back-to-back victory. He was the wearer of the orange jersey from stage 1 all the way to stage from stage 2. Sorry, 2, 3, and 4. And then it
take that back.
Yeah,
on the last day.
He take that back from on the last stage from Arvid Decline. So that's mine. I got it first. You stole it from me. I'm getting what's rightful for me.
Yeah. Yep. There you go. Didn't give up on the fight, and he certainly deserved a well-deserved victory and the orange jersey. And it's good to see. Yep.
The stage winner for the final stage of the Tour de Langkawi. Brought to you by Petronas.
Man. Yep, very happy, man, and well-deserved victory. We'll be hopefully see more of him. Italians always had a very good success in Tour de Langkawi. I think they like the warm weather, right?
Maybe,
Gardini. I think Andrea Gardini has the most victory in Tour de Langkawi, so sprinters, Italian sprinter. Certainly had a lot of success for the Italian riders. Here's I think the presentation for the most combative, aggressive rider, and it's the young man, youngest rider.
Youngest rider.
Tour de Langkawi, 18 years old.
On you, mate. Good on you, mate.
Yeah, from ARA Skip Capital, Sunshine
Coast. There you go.
Joshua Kone.
Wow. You're like 18, 19 years old, and you're on the podium of one of the biggest stage racing in Asia.
There you go. That's a young man with a bright future ahead. So hopefully we'll see more of him and
can figure out how to hold.
First time on the podium.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Hopefully see more of him in the bigger races.
Yeah.
I'm sure all the Aussie fans out there will be happy.
Yes.
And another young rider, the Aussie that used Tour de Langkawi as a springboard, it will be Michael Bling Matthew.
Michael Bling Matthews, yeah.
Tour de Langkawi as
Jaco Al-Ula. He's racing for Jaco Al-Ula, yep.
And he raced with several other teams, Sunweb. In fact, he raced for the the Sunweb, which used to be DSM. DSM used to be Sunweb. So he raced with multiple teams, now back to Australia team, and had a very good success, right? So very good year. Here's a presentation for the jersey presentation for the best Asian rider classification, and we know who that is. Oh, they're gonna do the best Asian team first. Okay.
I'm sure you guys all can't wait to hear.
Oh, okay,
who
come on. Everyone has to get on the stage. Come on, let's
Yeah.
go.
the best Asian team.
Yeah,
Please
here's
put your hands together and welcome
DS, which
That's the
is
DS.
Italian DS. So you literally have a very Italian team.
There you go. All right, we're going to see more of Ukyo after this on stage. This is the first one of it. Best Asian team.
Yep.
Team Ukyo. So we have Thomas Vicenti. We have, so this is Matteo Malucelli. And then Manabu Ishibashi. And that's probably one of the staff. Or the mechanic.
Yeah, that's the mechanic. And this performance from this year Tour Langkawi should catapult them into the second best team in the UCI Asia circuit.
Yep.
So, well, there you go. And they also have a
that's the
medal
other rider,
prepared
yep.
for the team.
Oh, is grabbing for his
Here's the DS. He
the
said, okay,
DS,
I don't
yeah.
want a medal, I want a trophy.
Manuel Boaro. There you go.
Respect for the team manager, DS, and in the middle of the podium. A lot of shuffling on the position. There you go. Here's best Asian team. They certainly well deserved. They have done well, and then they certainly deserve Yuma Koishi. I think that's Gaboni. No, one more time. They asked him to go back onto the front.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's tricky trying to get the photos.
Yeah. Well.
All right.
This is the last one they have to take for this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Oh yes, for sure.
All smile and joy for Team Ukyo. And I'm sure
Thank you so much, guys. JCR Team Ukyo.
the team owners must be happy watching the race in
Oh
Japan.
yes. I'm pretty sure that he will be very happy with the performance of Team Ukyo.
Majelis Segala Sekretariat menjemput Encik Porshiri Fredrik, Siasat Tentang Kementerian Pendidikan Sukan dan Pembangunan Nusa Sarawak bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Abdul Karim Rahman Hamzah, Menteri Belia Sukan Pembangunan Nusa
We're going to get to the
Sarawak,
best
mewakili Yang
overall
Berhormat
team,
Premier Sarawak.
which should be
Presenting to you is the best overall
Poti Kometa.
for GC.
Again, that's first time participation, and
Let's welcome this team. Team Polti Kometa.
Polti Kometa.
they are the third in the overall team classification. First participation, and yeah, just narrowly missed it. The first top spot by 1:40 out of the 8 days of racing. So they were just narrowly missed it by 1:40.
So riders from Team Polti Kometa's Paul Double, German Dario Gomez, David Martin, Andrea Petrobond, Manuel Peñalve, and Fernando Tercero.
Okay, let's get it on. Thank you, yes.
Team Polti Kometa.
All right. One just riders.
Buat seketika.
They line up just nice, tallest rider in the middle, and then sort of step down toward the shorter guys.
Yeah, we need to take your photos.
Okay.
Don't step down yet.
All right. There you
yeah.
go. You see. Paul Double is moving on to Jaco Arua.
Jaco Arua, next year, yeah.
Now you can step down. Without further ado,
Tempat yang kedua.
second place, best team for general classification goes to the one team
Astana.
Astana Kazakhstan team.
Astana, Kazakhstan.
Yep. Here's Anton Chamek.
Yep, Anton Charmik. There's Gleb
And
Syriza,
Syriza,
Harold
Martin
Martin Lopez.
And that should be.
There's
should
Ide Skelling,
Skelling,
then,
yeah. David.
Rudiger Selig, and also Davide Toniati.
Daripada Kazakhstan, Astana Kazakhstan team. Kita ada sprinter dia yang cukup.
And your idol, Mark Renshaw.
Mark Renshaw, yes.
Mark Renshaw.
That's his DS, Mark Renshaw.
Harold Martin Lopez Granizo dan Anton Charme.
Gleb, now you can smile, Gleb.
Well, there you go. That's Mark Renshaw.
Looks like they had one extra medal to give.
Once again, big round of applause for
Up there.
Astana Kazakhstan team.
Astana Kazakhstan team.
And
Terima kasih Muhammad Datuk. Diminta untuk terus berada di pentas.
Okay, stay on the stage. Yeah.
that's a one rider that didn't get a medal. Oh no, they have 6 riders right there. Six. There's I wonder if Mark's still right. He does get a little, look like he gained a little bit of belly fat. I'm sure a lot of them retire and they still ride. They love riding a bike. It's a lifestyle.
Yeah, it is a lifestyle, and some of them just trying to maintain in the industry.
Yeah.
One way or another. Some become a DS, some become, maybe a commentator.
Yeah.
And some actually maybe open a bike shop or something.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's the overall winner.
Yeah, some even
team
start
classification.
Some even start a bicycle brand.
Yeah.
Like Alberto Contador and Ivan Basso.
Yeah.
Yes, he's the best team classification, Equipo Confama.
Yep. Your aspirin may be made by Equipo Confama. So every time you take one, generic drug, don't forget. Confama.
Yeah, Confama. There you go. We have Miguel Angel Fernandez, Danny Vandertuk, Gutierrez, Ibon Ruiz, Unai Iriba, and Pablo Carrascosa from Equipo Confama.
Spanish team, and obviously did very well in the Volta, and they had multiple victory in the Tour de Spain, and they come to Tour Langkawi not disappointed with the best team performance. Well done.
There's a winner of the team general classification. So basically all these riders finish in the pretty much top placing in all the stages.
Yeah. A lot of climber. They had a 4 climber in the team. So
yeah, and most of the teams are during the Cameron stage were in front in the small group with Max Paul.
Yep. They come in certainly with their intention trying to win the stage or win the GC or win the best team. So congratulations to Equipo Confama.
Pemenang bagi Best Asian Rider di tempat yang ketiga.
All right, presenting to you top 3 Best Asian Rider for the 28th edition.
Here's a presentation for the Best Asian, top 3 Best Asian. We know who is the Best Asian, the top 3. And that's Aisan rider. So it's a Japanese sweep.
It's a Japanese sweep
for the Best Asian.
It's a Japanese 3-2-1.
Yeah.
So third placing goes to the Aisan rider from Aisan.
So if you need to change your car injector, fuel injector,
Keigo Kusaba.
You think about Aisan.
Yuma Koishi or
Yuma
second.
Koishi, yeah. Yuma Koishi. I said at the beginning of the race that he would be one of the favorite. He got second because he got teammate. So obviously he can't be chasing his teammate. So he's taking the second. He was on a breakaway. He took the maximal intermediate sprints.
Yeah, he did.
Because there was a lot of guys on the similar time, same time. So he had to go on the aggressive. So he's well deserved for the second place, and still doing a little bit of workout, a lead out for their sprinter. So yeah, Ishibashi.
There you go, Manabu Ishibashi.
Normally in the domestic row, but now. The domestic gets the glory of wearing the white jersey.
Exactly.
And Well, we'll see if he goes from domestic. Sometimes, you know, a young rider needs that, the confident boost. He goes from domestic to a leader, team leader.
Right.
So, well, he certainly did well. He's the only Asian rider could have followed the pace set on the front. He didn't follow the Max Pool group, but I think he's in the group.
Yeah,
next
he was
behind
just the group just
yeah,
behind him.
not too far, right? Yeah, he had a 2-minute plus lead over the rest of group,
Yeah.
rest of chasing.
Yeah, it seems he got himself comfortable being on the stage now.
Better now, yeah.
Yeah.
First time he gets on the podium, he didn't know how to put on the jersey, and he had he was still a shy young man. It was not like yeah, he's getting used to it, definitely getting used to the interview as well.
Yeah.
So we hope to see more of it. And
Yeah,
that's yeah, Japanese sweep on the podium for the best Asian
There you go.
classification.
There you go. Manabu Ishibashi.
Yep.
Yuma Koishi. And also Keigo Kusaba.
There we go. Here's the winners of the Asian classifications. There we go. Nicely. Here, Nana from Team Aisan.
All right.
She has been in part with Aisan for many years. Came here to Langkawi every year, almost whenever it's held, and so she speak a bit of Bahasa. I think that's a shame. You know, her Bahasa is probably better than mine.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe
Don't
she
have
live
to
in
say
Japan.
it. Yeah, she lives in Japan. Yeah, to learn. She go to. What do you do in Japan? To learn Bahasa. There you go. No, certain people just are good at language, and
yeah, that's
I
right.
am
That's
not
right.
good in languages.
All right, that's Manabu Ishibashi just staying there on the stage, probably for the photo later on, for presentation
Yeah.
of the all the jerseys.
Jerseys, yeah, the final winners of all the jerseys.
King of the Mountain classification. So the third place goes to Anton Charmik.
Oh, the third, yeah,
Yes.
for the KOM, the third place, Anton Charmik. And the second is going to be Max Pohl.
Yes.
Yeah, second is going to be Max
Second is Max Pohl.
And the
Second place goes to this rider from Yesa Feminine Costa now, Max Pool.
Max Pool.
Oh yeah, they had to bring them a spare jersey. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's a tall rider. He's really tall. And,
Very tall.
And be able to climb and
Tall
obviously
and lean.
not only here but at the World Tour level, you know, as well. In the Vuelta, in the Grand Tour. So here it goes. Well deserved. Here we go. We certainly entertained by the Bogos BH rider, the
Yep.
winner of the KOM jersey.
We didn't have much of visual of him in the first two stages until the Cameron Highland stage.
Yep.
When he actually attacked to get maximum points in the first category up Kampung Raja.
Yeah, very likable young man, Mario Apricio. And hopefully he smiles a bit more. He's always very serious on the podium. Yeah. It's the rider from Bogos BH. Take the. Well, we kind of knew he was gonna have it since stage 5. Stage 5
Yep,
or stage
yep.
6? Yeah, he consolidated that when he took the.
It was stage 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the maximum points up
Yeah.
Bukit Ampang or Bukit Hantu.
Yeah. Well, I think Max took that because he had that's when he produced on Bukit Hantu 2000 or 450 watts.
Yeah, that's right.
450
But it
watts
was,
for
I
about
think
7
it was
minutes.
Bukit Ampang he got
Yeah,
the maximum
yeah,
points.
yeah.
It was the Bukit Ampang he got the maximum points.
Then with a VAM of 2,200 meter. Here's the deserving winner of the KOM.
Mario Aparicio from Burgos BH.
I hope to see him in the Vuelta next year. The teammate of Sayambaya, who was a former TSG rider from Mongolia. and now riding for the BH. He couldn't be here. He was hoping to come here for the white jersey competition, trying to take the white jersey, defend his white jersey from last year, but he had a call-up duty for the World Championship at the Switzerland just a few weeks earlier.
Next, the top 3.
Yep.
And the winner for the orange jersey.
Oh, he has an orange jersey. Your favorite.
Yeah, the top 3 sprint classification.
Yeah.
It was a heated battle, you know. You would thought it was GC would be a more heated battle, but it ends up being the sprint classification.
Yeah.
So there you go, Gleb Syriza from Astana, Kazakhstan, 3rd place in the sprint classification.
Big man. A lot of muscles there. I don't want to get into an arm wrestle match with him.
No.
Yeah, he would. I think he's not even one arm. I think he's one pinky would take off my both arms.
2nd place, Two-Door Pro Cycling. Arvid declined.
The baby gorilla.
The baby gorilla, they call it. The little gorilla.
Little gorilla, okay.
Yeah.
Little gorilla,
The
sorry.
little gorilla, they call it.
He was the King Kong for 2 days.
Yep.
And you know, if they caught the breakaway on stage stage 6, yeah. If he would have won the bunch sprint, he would have won the sprint.
Stage 7.
7. No, stage 5.
Stage 5. Sorry,
Stage
confused.
5.
Oh, stage 5.
If he won, if they caught the breakaway on stage 5, then he would be able to walk away with his third victory, and probably he would have won the orange jersey. Yeah, there. But he finished 3rd, ahead of the rest sprinters. But you know, a sprint situation is different. You know, when they're not sprinting for the final victory, the dynamic is a little different. But there's no question, we know who is this year's best sprinter, Tour de Langkawi. It's you call it, you pick him to be the winner, and he's well deserved. Marucelli from Team Ukiyo, from Italy, riding for the Japanese team JCL Ukiyo. Is the King Kong of this year's sprint competition. There you go. It's there you go. There's a bit of a love from Syriza. He said, next year I'm going to get you.
Yeah.
I'll get you next year. I'll get you next year. It's always to see, you know, there's a camaraderie.
Yeah.
But there's
a rivalry
you know,
and a camaraderie.
Yeah. Yeah. A mutual respect.
Yes, for sure.
And emotional victory yesterday, and backed up with back-to-back victory. Definitely the best sprinter. And now we're getting down to the final podium ceremony, and there's no question who is going to be the overall winner of this year Tour de Langkawi. Here's Irabai.
Yeah, Unai Iriba from Kivokan Pharma. Max Paul just next to him. DSM jersey. DSM rider.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this rider. Put your hands together for this rider from Equivokan Pharma, Unai Iriba Joregi.
Unai Irabai. Yeah, darker green. Doesn't really match doesn't exactly match the Petronas, but it's dark green. It's a green jersey. I like the green, the black shorts with the green jersey. Very simple, very clear, nice design. Yeah, not too flashy.
Yep.
And just nice. Pesenti, Thomas Pesenti from Team JCL Ukiyo again.
Oh yeah. Like we said, you know, it's been a good Tour of Langkawi for Team Ukiyo.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
There you go. Thomas Pesenti.
132 riders.
Second, and just
it's 13 seconds behind Max Paul.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Just want to double check there. So close. But no doubt, the British rider, young man from United Kingdom. So last year was a UK winner. This year is another UK winner, different winner. So British riders certainly have dominating in the last two editions of Tour de Langkawi.
That's right.
Max Pohl, quiet, a bit shy young man, but I think he has a bright future ahead of him. And I can certainly see someday that he will win a Grand Tour, hopefully. But certainly have the pedigree. And I like the calm. He's very calm.
Yeah, super chill, super calm.
Yeah. Like, yeah, okay, I just won the race. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I don't need to be, just kick off. But he did say that he's happy this is his first official pro victory and also tour victory.
All right.
Yeah, so he has, this is his first overall victory, so he's, I'm sure he's thrilled, and being 21 years old.
There you go. Congratulations from the fellow members on the podium, Unai Iriba and Thomas Pesenti, and obviously the winner for the overall winner, overall leader of this year's edition of Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi is none other than Max Pohl from Team DSM Firmenich Post NL.
And Thomas Pesenti second for Team Ukio. Yep. Here's this should be the last presentation, podium presentation, and last photo opportunity for you, Max Pohl.
Congratulations, Max Pohl, for an amazing performance throughout the 28th edition of Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi.
Congratulations to Team DSM for a job well done. You know, the hard part, yeah, he did have to win the jersey, but also the hard part for the team is to protect the jersey. So that's his team certainly done a good job. And Casper Van Wooden, their sprinter, didn't get a chance to win, but I'm sure he should be happy that his teammate able to retain the getting the overall victory, and which is the grand prize. Here's I hope he bought a big luggage. I mean, how are you gonna fit that in?
That is actually bigger than Tour de France trophy.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a massive trophy.
Put that over your neck.
I think Max Pohl is arguing, I don't have the luggage for this thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring back this thing. It's massive.
Yeah. It's heavier than my bike. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Finally, the cheerful side of Max Pohl.
He's thinking, oh boy. That's look like a pretty massive trophy. I need to clear my, maybe you leave your bike here.
Yeah, that's right.
Just take the trophy.
That is one massive trophy.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's nice. Let's see if he can raise above his head.
Oh wow, yeah. I don't know how heavy that thing is. Looks pretty heavy.
Looks pretty heavy. Looks heavier than his bike for sure.
Yeah,
and he's got aero foil bike.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's massive. Wow. That's like half his body.
And there's the final presentation of all the jersey winner of this year's Tour de Langkawi, presented by Petronas.
Yep, congratulations to Ministry of Youth and Sports, and also the organizing committee from the National Sports Council for organizing this 28th edition of Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi. It was a job well done from all the organizing committee, and many thanks from us, the commentator, and thank you for all of you guys following us throughout all the live commentary from stage 1 to all the way to stage 8. And then we're signing off here at Bintulu.
Terima kasih Syafiq. Tahniah kepada semua pemenang. Semua jersey-jersey yang telah pun memuktamadkan perjalanan terutamanya untuk Max Pohl, pelumba kedua berturut-turut daripada Great Britain. Tahun lalu dah samakan walaupun dari pasukan berbeza. Namun Max Pohl menjadi perhatian selepas dia berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan di sini untuk GC keseluruhan. Baik, kita berbalik kepada jersey-jersey. Kita masih ada ruang untuk menyentuh terutamanya kita nak libatkan ataupun berkait dengan pelumba negara lah dari segi pelumba terbaik Asia. Manabu Ishibashi kita lihat konsisten dari beberapa stage hinggalah kekal di penghujung ni.
Ya, betul kan. Jika kita lihat Minabu daripada peringkat ketiga lagi kan. Beliau menyarung jersey terbaik Asia hingga ke peringkat ke-8. Jadi dia pun dalam masa sama konsisten lah kerana tim GCL Okio ni mereka mempunyai misi mereka sendiri, antaranya cuba untuk merapas jersey tajaan KBS, jersey orange. Dan sudah pasti ingin mengekalkan jersey putih, jersey terbaik Asia. Dan selepas itu kita boleh lihat juga GCL Team Okio ini mereka memenangi The Best Asian Team. Sudah pasti banyak misi-misi mereka tersendiri untuk pasukan daripada GCL Okio ini.
Dan tahniah untuk Manabu Ishibashi. Dan kalau kita berbalik pelumba terbaik Asia, saya sebenarnya bertuah kerana saya bersama dengan bekas pemegang jersey putih Adi Usaini, satu-satunya pelumba negara yang berjaya menyarung jersey ni. Di satu penghormatan sebenarnya 2016 ni kan.
Ya, betul kan. Kalau ikutkan memang bukan mudah lah itu merupakan last perlombaan saya pada 2016 juga, memenangi jersey putih, jersey terbaik Asia. Ketika itu dah pastilah ketika itu ada kehadiran World Tour team juga, termasuklah pelumba daripada Kazakhstan, kerana kita tahu pelumba daripada Kazakhstan di Asia ni mereka memang sudah tidak asing lagi. Even di Asia pun memang dia berada di kedudukan yang terbaik. Jadi ketika itu dapat beat pasukan pelumba-pelumba daripada Kazakhstan dan juga daripada Japan ketika itu memang satu orang cakap memang amat dibanggakan lah juga untuk diri saya lah.
Kita masih nantikanlah untuk edisi akan datang siapa akan memecah rekod Adi Usaini untuk pemegang terbaik Asia. Itu kita harapkan dari pelumba negara. Baik, selesai untuk terbaik Asia. Polkadot jersey Raja Bukit, kita juga melihat perancangan Mario Aparicio bersama dengan pasukannya yang berjaya untuk kekalkan memegang jersey daripada Burgos ini, Burgos BH.
Betul kan, Mario Aparicio kalau kita lihat di peringkat yang kelima di Bukit Ampang dan juga Bukit Hantu. Ketika itu kita lihat memang saingan sengit antara beliau dengan David McPaul. Tapi selepas daripada peringkat kelima itu, peringkat keenam sudah tidak menawarkan mana-mana kategori pendakian kategori 1 lah. Jadi sudah pasti Mario Aparicio dengan mudah lah hingga ke peringkat 8 hari ini beliau terus mengekalkan jersey Polkadot tajaan Tourism Malaysia dan terus memenangi jersey KOM untuk edisi yang ke-28 ini.
Saya rasa andai Maxpool bukanlah ada ruang untuk dia nak mendapatkan jersey, saya rasa mungkin Maxpool akan lebih terarah kepada Raja Bukit bercabar kepada Mario Aparicio. Tapi ialah nasib baik saya rasa ialah peluang kepada Mario apabila Maxpool ruangnya lebih besar untuk mendapatkan juara keseluruhan, jadi Maxpool memberikan tumpuan untuk jersey hijau. Jadi itu yang dinobatkan kepada Mario Aparicio. Selesai dua jersey, kemudian jersey yang paling mendebarkan untuk edisi kali ini adalah jersey orange Raja Pecut, jersey orange KBS, yang mana terarah kepada, awalnya saya rasa bukan hanya Harvey Decline, bukan hanya Matteo, tapi juga Gleb Syriza juga cuba mencabar kedudukan ini.
Ya, betul kan. Kalau semalam peringkat ke-7 Gleb Syriza dan juga Manuel Palaver daripada Porti Cometa, mereka berkumpul mata yang sama lah. Berbanding dengan Matteo dan juga Harvey Decline semalam berbeza satu mata saja. Hari ini menarik untuk kita lihat kan, kerana memang perebutan jersey tajaan KBS ini, jersey orange, memang begitu rancak kan. Kerana apabila Matteo Malucci memenangi peringkat ini, secara automatik beliau terus memenangi jersey Raja Pecut yang sebelum ini dipegang oleh Harvey Decline.
Okey, sikit dia kalau kita tengok dari segi teknikal, taktikal, tapi yang memisahkan dua ni dari segi kekuatan dia, kalau tengok ialah overall masing-masing ada pengalaman, tapi memihak kepada Matteo ni, Aditya, apa faktor utama dia?
Sudah pastilah, kerana kita tahu Matteo ni dia tak ada pressure. Dia cuma berstatus koordinator tim beliau, berbanding Arvid dan juga Gleb Syriza yang berstatus World Tour team. Jadi kalau kita lihat sendiri tadi pun Matteo beliau tidak mempunyai lead out berbanding Arvid Decline, kerana sudah pastilah di sini tiada pressure untuk Matteo untuk memenangi peringkat dalam masa sama, terus merebut jersey Raja Pecut tajaan KBS.
Alright, dan tak lengkap tanpa jersey hijau, iaitu jersey hijau Petronas untuk keseluruhan terbaik pelumba, iaitu Maxpool, yang kita menyentuh sekali lagi bahawa kita lihat bagaimana tumpuannya lebih terarah dan walaupun pencabar tempat kedua berubah-ubah, walaupun paling lama lah Thomas Pasenti, tapi ialah kedudukan dan juga tak ada isu teknikal yang membabitkan jadi dia boleh kekalkan dengan mudah lah, Adik.
Betul kan. Jika kita lihat sebelum ni lah pada peringkat yang ketiga lah, Harut Martin Lopez daripada pasukan sana yang mampu memberi saingan kepada David McPool, cuma kerana perbezaan ketika itu hanya 5 saat kan. Tapi malang untuk pelumba daripada Astana ini kerana dikenakan penalti ketika stage yang keempat daripada Kuala Kubu ke Bentong dan terus melonjakkan beliau di tempat yang ke-10 tercorot. Jadi selepas itu kita boleh lihat kan Thomas Pasenti melonjak di tempat kedua daripada tim Okio dan kita boleh lihat juga kan perebutan ranking ketiga hingga ke-9 kan. Kesemuanya mostly daripada Spain kan. Kita boleh lihat pelumba daripada Sepanyol ada 6 pelumba yang berada di kedudukan terbaik 9 kan. Jadi di sini kita boleh lihat perbezaan 20 saat memang begitu orang cakap sengit kerana setiap hari ada perubahan berlaku antara kedudukan ketiga hingga ke-9 jersey keseluruhan untuk jersey Petronas.
Baik, selesai ke semua jersey, pasukan terbaik juga sengit. Perbezaan hanya 1 minit 31 saat yang memisahkan Equipo Ken Parma. Okey. Pasukan terbaik ialah catatan masa 3 rider setiap penamat.
Betul. Kalau ikutkan di sini Equipo Ken Parma memang daripada peringkat yang ketiga lagi kan, kerana mereka mempunyai 3 pelumba yang berada di kedudukan terbaik top 9 untuk keseluruhan. Secara automatik di situ kita akan lihat Equipo Ken Parma terus melonjak di tempat pertama untuk tim Best Asia. Jadi kita lihat 1 minit 31 berbanding Astana dan juga 1 minit 40 di Kometa. Memang begitu sukar untuk kedua-dua tim ini untuk memberi saingan kepada tim Equipo Ken Parma ini.
Jadi inilah kesemua pemenang-pemenang antara perebutan-perebutan dalam saingan LTDL di ruang ini. Saya rasa ialah dia kemuncaknya selain kita dah tahu jersey-jersey ialah menjulang piala tu. Saya rasa ialah satu penghormatan kepada pelumba terbaik, terutamanya Max Paul yang bakal kita saksikan. Jadi seketika nanti Dik, penghormatan juga dan juga kita perlu kredit kepada KBS satu, kemudian Majlis Sukan Negara lah yang bertukar rumus. Saya rasa logistik adalah cabaran utama untuk edisi kali ini.
Ya, of course lah. Kerana kalau kita lihat kan, memang logistik dan juga transfer very orang cakap yang paling orang cakap mencabarlah untuk edisi kali ini.
Okey, jadi ini dia sambil-sambil kita berbicara ialah kita lihat Max Paul untuk kemuncaknya untuk dijulang selaku pelumba terbaik bagi edisi ke-28 2024, melengkapkan satu lagi nama baru yang tercatat dalam sejarah LTDL untuk musim 2024. Jadi tahniah untuk Max Paul dan tahniah juga kepada pasukan rakan-rakan pasukannya kerana berjaya membawa pelumba ini untuk menjuarai ataupun menjulang selaku pelumba terbaik, terutamanya pasukan DSM Feminine. Jadi adik, selesai untuk edisi kali ini. Jadi ialah kita menutup secara keseluruhannya adik. Apa yang adik boleh katakan untuk edisi kali ini?
Okey, berbalik kepada KBS dan juga MSN tadi lah, kerana kita tidak habis ingin menceritakan tentang penganjuran untuk edisi yang ke-28 ini, kerana bukan mudah kan untuk membawa 3 World Tour team dan juga 7 Pro Continental ke edisi ke-28 ini kan. Ini sangat membanggakan juga kan, kerana rider-rider yang rata-rata ini datang ke edisi yang ke-28 ini mempunyai latar belakang yang memang terbaik lah, kerana ada yang segelintir daripada pelumba daripada World Tour dan juga Pro Continental ni. Mereka baru pulang daripada perlombaan Vuelta Hispana 21 stage, jadi terus bersama kita di edisi ke-28 ni, itu dia Langkawi. Jadi perlombaan kali ini memang saya rasa memang sengit untuk dilihat kerana daripada segi timing antara rider untuk merebut jersey-jersey utama memang terlalu dekat kan. Jadi kita harap untuk edisi-edisi yang akan datang nanti mungkin lebih menarik lagi untuk kita lihat.
Itu yang kita nak nantikan untuk edisi yang akan datang. Jadi sedar tak sedar kita telah pun sampai ke penghujungnya. Debaran dari awal kita dapat rasai sehinggalah penamat sebentar tadi di peringkat terakhir, peringkat ke-8. Seketika terima kasih Adik Husaini. Banyak perkongsian, banyak info kita dapat, terutamanya menamatkan aksi edisi ke-28. Jadi seketika akhir kata ialah ucapan jutaan terima kasih kepada penaja-penaja terutamanya Petronas Tourism Malaysia, Bubbles O2 dan semualah yang berganding bahu untuk menjayakan edisi ke-28, dan kita mengharapkan musim akan datang akan lebih ramai penaja dan juga kita mengharapkan akan lebih meriah untuk menuju edisi ke-29. Akhir kata dari saya Azmuddin, salam hormat, terima kasih. Pastikan terus beat the hit, pastikan kita semua Timas. Salam hormat, jumpa lagi.
It's no big deal, you can pass it. It's a fantastic experience. Not to mention the shops and the stars. Every all got a meaning. Spend a little more for a reason. Paintings and arts and crafts. You can go shop in the evening. Let's go. I know that cheap, but I won't do it. Ain't no place like another. If you can't think, understand this. MYS full of culture. Malaysia, Malaysia, Malaysia.
Malaysia, truly Asia.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at Petronas Fitur di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
At Petronas, you get more. More points. Simpler, better, now cardless. Just key in your phone number at the pump, Mesra store counter, or use the Settle app. Get up to 3 times more Mesra rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel.
As I slip from my skin and into the soul of the sea, I let go. Like the ocean, I am free. I dance with sharks and move with reefs. The tempo of my heartbeat is now one with the sea.
Above, I am the master of speed. Here, life humbles me as I descend into the unknown, to a new world beyond my imagination. I make friends with so-called danger. It's electrifying, the rush of adventure. From a sea of fishes to nature's finest teacher. I am your humble student.
Someone smart once said, the best way to observe a fish is to become a fish. So I seek my respect, make friends with the subject, and call this my home. We share our mornings together, floating through the calm, learning from each other. You find out more when in silence.
This world, all alien to me, yet I feel closer to the deep blue sea. I feel welcome, just being here, just me, myself, and my new friends.
The gentle bed of water, friendly faces with warm hellos. The voice of the sea speaks to my soul. It's big, it's small, it's a little strange, but it's all so unique. When I'm here, I feel like I belong. My new friends, they welcome me. Now with every moment and breath, I truly feel alive.
At Petronas, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
You love the land we have, different races everywhere. The soul of Asia is surely here, this beautiful Malaysia. You will love the colors we have, where the sun loves to shine, and sandy beaches and clear blue waters, and smiling friendly faces. This land is beautiful. It steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true.